HarperCollins presents The Girl Who Vanished by R.M. Ward, read by Julie Teal and Sophia Engstrand.
For Ozzy, Ali and Pete. The girl. She looks down as she walks, concentrating hard, following the messy trail of treasure, a ribbon of stones and seaweed running along the sandy shore parallel to the water's edge. She crouches down, not caring if the water laps in and catches the bottom of her shorts, and sifts through a promising spot, hoping for a crab leg, a stone with a secret stripe of quartz, or, the greatest prize of all, a cowrie shell. The sun is warm on her arms and the back of her legs. Her hat with daisies on it is protecting her neck, and there's a tiny breeze blowing in from the water. A shadow falls across her, and she shivers. She looks up and sees a tall, dark figure against the bleached-out sky, bare feet on the sand, head almost touching the sun. "Your mum's looking for you. She's really worried." She looks past the woman's legs at the crowded beach. It's a kaleidoscope of windbreaks and fold-up chairs, clutches of people and towels all over the sand like crazy paving. She has no idea where Mum and Danny are. "Come on, let's get you back to her." She holds out her hand. It's a beautiful hand, long fingers and painted nails. The girl picks up her bucket and spade and slips her grubby, gritty hand into the hand of the stranger.
Francis. The call comes when I'm asleep. The call no mother ever wants. A ringtone piercing my fitful dreams, jerking me back to consciousness. "Mrs. Brookman? Francis? My name is Harriet Smith. I'm a staff nurse at St. Thomas's Hospital. Your daughter, Naomi, was in an accident earlier today. She's in surgery now. You should get here if you can." My foggy brain tries to make sense of her words. "Is she okay? An accident? What happened?" "We're not sure. A road traffic accident of some sort. She was brought in by ambulance. We're assessing injuries now." "Oh, my God. Is she going to... will she be all right?" "We're doing everything we can, but you need to get here." "Yes, of course. I'm on my way. Did you say St. Thomas's? London, right?" "Westminster Bridge Road." "Okay. I'm 2 hours away. Tell her to hold on." I'm already up, clutching my phone, staggering towards the bathroom. In the bathroom, sunlight floods through the textured glass. I've come to rely on afternoon naps. They're the only way I can cope with the exhaustion of the insomnia that has plagued my nights for years. I've given up trying to fight it. It's easier for me to get up when I wake, work at my drawing board at 4 a.m, but then I must sleep later on. Waking up in the afternoon is disorientating enough. Being woken suddenly like this plunges my brain into confusion, my sense of time, gravity, reality all jumbled up. I splashed cold water onto my face. The shock of it brings clarity. This is real. Naomi's in hospital. I've got to drive to London, now. In the kitchen, Tiggy threads her way through my legs, almost tripping me. I curse and clutch the cold granite worktop of the island in the middle of the floor. The cat looks up at me inquiringly and meows. "Not now, Tiggs. I've got to go." I'm halfway to the door when I realise I don't know how long I'll be gone for. I go back and fill a bowl with wet food. Her nose is in before the bowl even hits the floor. She loves Naomi, always taking up residence in her room when she's home from uni for the holidays. There's a lump in my throat now. I'm going to fetch her, Tiggs. I promise I'll bring her back soon. I don't need much with me. Just keys, debit card, phone. I fleetingly wonder if I should take a change of clothes, but there's no time for that. I grab the little crossbody bag I use every day and my car and house keys from on the hall table. As I let myself out, the warm air hits me, contrasting with the cool of the house. I catch sight of my next-door neighbour putting some recycling in her bin. "You all right, love?" Joan calls out. "Not really. Naomi's been in an accident." She frowns. "Another one? Oh, no. Is it bad?" "I don't know. Could you feed Tiggy and the chickens if I'm not back by the morning?" "Course I can, love. Where are you going?" "London." "Francis..." Joan's lovely, has a heart of gold, but she'd keep me here all day if she could, and I can't stop. There's a long drive ahead, and every minute counts. I wave vaguely in her direction and get into the car, which has been sitting baking on the drive all day. It's stiflingly hot. I turn on the engine so I can wind all the windows down, then check my phone. No new messages. I tap on Rick's number. It's midweek, so he's working away in London. He can get to Naomi more quickly than I can. It rings a few times, then goes to voicemail. I don't know what to say. I pause, then burble, "Rick, it's me. Naomi's been hurt. She's in St. Thomas's. I'm heading there now. I'll see you there." I put the phone on the passenger seat, start the engine, and reverse out of the drive. Joan is watching me, her arms folded, her face crinkled with concern. She's always been fond of Naomi, babysat for us when she was little. She still remembers her birthday, brings round a card and a little box of Maltesers or something, even though Naomi's 20 now and at university. I've suddenly got a vision of my lovely girl lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by machines, with tubes and wires going into her. How bad is it? We're assessing injuries now. Oh, God. Hold on, Naomi, just hold on. It's about 20 minutes to the motorway, and then a solid hour and a half's drive. I'm not used to motorway driving. Rick always does the long journeys. I can do this, though. I just need to focus. The roads through town are infuriatingly busy with parents on their way to or from the school pickup. We crawl in a stop-start queue through one set of lights after another, music from open windows clashing in the heavy, fume-filled air. The car in front of me is one of those oversized 4x4s. The driver isn't paying attention and doesn't keep up as the cars ahead move away, creating a gap. They're either on her phone or talking with somebody. The lights are on green now. The traffic's starting to flow, but they haven't realised. We'll miss our turn at this rate. I slam the flat of my hand onto the middle of my steering wheel and blast the horn. I see them tilt their head, suddenly aware of the wide-open road in front of them. In their panic, they stall the car. Then it judders into life and shoots forward. It accelerates through the lights well after they turn amber. It's too late for me to follow, and I'm stuck at the head of the queue, watching the 4x4 recede into the distance. I slap my hand on the dashboard and give a low scream of frustration. This is killing me. A lifetime later, the lights change again, and I'm off, joining the traffic nudging its way fitfully along the London road. After 10 long minutes, I'm out of town and onto the A road that winds up through the hills to the motorway. My phone buzzes. I glance down, aware that it's risky and stupid, but unable to stop myself. It's not the hospital, just advertising spam from a fast food place. I look up again as an oncoming truck flashes its lights and blares its horn at me. I've drifted over the double white lines in the middle of the road. Jesus! I jerk the steering wheel and career back to my side of the road, only just missing the curb. A wooded hillside drops away to my left. My heart's racing, and I'm shouting out loud. Fuck's sake, no! Angry at myself for driving like an idiot. How can I help Naomi if I end up in a crumpled pile of metal? I pass a sign. Petrol, 1/2 mile. I know I should pull in and calm down, but nevertheless I don't indicate or brake when I see the awning of the little garage and I'm soon past it, and the line of cars waiting to refuel. I can't stop. I've got to get to Naomi. As I approach the slip road, I close all the windows and switch on the aircon. Joining the motorway is the worst bit. That anxiety that you'll end up at a standstill or be squeezed into a space that's not safe. A road traffic accident of some sort. I wonder what happened to Naomi. I knew I would miss her terribly when she left home to start uni. However, you try to prepare. The reality of empty nest syndrome is achingly awful. I knew I'd worry about her too. Would she make friends? Would she fit in? Would she find the work too hard? I never imagined I'd get a phone call like this. This is really all my nightmares come true. It's okay. You can do this. I coach myself as I ease down the slope, accelerating to match the speed of the traffic I'm joining, glancing to the right to see if it's okay to slot in. There's a decent gap. As I put my indicator on and prepare to move out, a big, dark car is suddenly close on my right, sweeping past from behind me on the slip road. I didn't see it coming. Guess I hadn't checked my rear mirror. I cringe in my seat, like that's going to help, and take my foot off the gas. As it passes, I get a glimpse of a child in the back passenger seat. They're banging their hand against the window, little palm slapping into the glass. Their face is indistinct, but their mouth is open. My stomach lurches. With the shock of the car, with this weird snapshot which fills my vision for a split second and then is gone as the car accelerates away. It joins the motorway and immediately crosses into the middle lane, carving its way recklessly through the lorries and vans. I check behind me properly this time, check again, and then pull onto the carriageway. I can feel sweat pricking the skin on my forehead and under my arms. My breath is ragged and shallow. This journey was already a nightmare, something I had to endure to get to where I need to be. But now I feel like every nerve ending in my body is shrieking, because I'm certain that what I just saw in the car that overtook me was an attempt to catch my attention. I saw so little, and for such a short time, but there's a visceral response going on in my body now that I can't explain, except that what I just witnessed was a child in distress. A child crying for help. Francis. "Stop kicking the back of my chair, Naomi." Rick's voice is thick with tension. I twist round and thread my arm between the seats, then get my hand between Rick's seat back and Naomi's feet. I catch a foot and hold it, making a game of it. "Got you." Naomi giggles and tries to wriggle free, while the other foot is still jarring repeatedly into Rick's back. Hey, I say. "Let's take these shoes off so you can wiggle your toes." This gets her interest. She stops kicking. It's a struggle, but I somehow manage to undo the buckles on her shiny new Clark's T-bar shoes with one hand. "Okay, now wiggle your fingers and wiggle your toes. Shall we sing Twinkle Twinkle?" I start singing, and Naomi joins in. She's sitting nicely now, her blue eyes fixed on mine, her face shining with pleasure. She holds her arms out and opens and closes her hands, showing me her twinkly stars. I start to relax. Another bomb diffused. Rick tuts loudly and switches on the radio, drowning out our voices. Kids mess around all the time, don't they? Especially on long journeys. The girl I saw could have been having a tantrum about something ridiculous, winding up her mum or dad, overtired and grumpy. I want to rationalise it away. I've got a real-life emergency of my own to deal with, but my mind and body are in full-on panic mode. My heart is racing, my breath catching in my throat. There's a tightness in my chest, a squeezing sensation. I need to calm down, but it's impossible. Everything's speeding up, out of control. I'm fighting so hard for air, I'm almost panting. I've got to calm down. I've lost sight of the 4x4, and am boxed in between two lorries now. The one in front is doing 65, and the one behind is too close for comfort. It's getting claustrophobic. I check my mirrors, wait for a gap, indicate, and move into the second lane. I put my foot down and overtake, feeling a sense of relief at the sight of open road ahead. My shoulders drop a little, and at last I manage to get a decent lungful of air. Keep breathing. You can do this. I keep accelerating. The speed is calming me down. The knot in my chest is unravelling. Every minute like this is a minute closer to Naomi. A heat shimmer hovers over the distant road. Everything's bright and bleached out. I wish I'd put my sunglasses on. I move the visor down and angle it so it blocks out as much sky as possible. It looks like there's a clump of cars ahead, bunching up as one lorry overtakes another. Is that the black 4x4 at the back of them? I'm gaining on the group steadily. If I could catch up now, I could take another look, reassure myself that there's nothing really wrong. I push up to 75, 76, 77. My little Nissan gets noisy at this speed, and it's protesting now. I'm within 50 metres or so of the 4x4 now. The number plate looks familiar. The first two letters catch my eye. GM. Is that the same as the erratically driven car in front of me earlier? The one in town that nipped through the lights on amber? Ahead of me, the 4x4 moves into the fast lane. I check behind and then follow. We pass the parallel lorries. I glance at my speedometer. Jesus, I'm nearly up to 80. I follow the car into the middle lane and maintain the distance between us. They're sticking to this lane. I check my mirrors and move over to the left, accelerating to reduce the gap. I move up on the inside. Undertaking feels wrong and risky, and I've put myself in their blind spot. There's the danger that they'll pull over, not knowing that I'm there. I can see a shape in the back passenger seat, the top half of the little girl's head. She's not moving now, just facing forward like you would expect. Okay, it was nothing. I can forget about it and concentrate on getting to Naomi as quickly and safely as I can. The car drops back a little, and I'm level with the girl. She looks sideways, and we make eye contact. She puts her hand up to the glass again, and her mouth forms a word. Help.
The girl. The woman leads her through the crowd. Her hand is warm and dry. The little girl's thumb rests on the rings on her fourth finger. The hard points of the settings holding the stones contrast with the smoothness of the gold bands. They walk away from the sea and towards the ice cream hut and the toilet block and the car park. The girl thinks that her mum and Danny are the other way, further along, but she can't see their windbreak or Mum's big floppy hat. This feels wrong, though. I can find them on my own, she says. I told her I'd bring you back. The woman's tone is firm and insistent. They walk up some stone steps. The girl pulls backwards. Mummy's on the beach with my sister, she says. The woman keeps walking. It's okay, she says evenly. Your sister wasn't feeling well, so Mummy had to take her home. I'll take you there. The girl manages to wriggle her hand away, but the woman quickly grabs her wrist and gives it a little jerk upwards, like she's correcting a dog on a lead. The girl's hat falls off and lands in the dusty sand by her feet. My hat! The woman doesn't listen, just pulls the girl forwards, walking more quickly now. We're nearly there. There turns out to be a car that looks a bit like a van. It's kind of square, like a box on wheels. The woman opens the back passenger door and bundles the girl in, strapping a seatbelt across her body. Someone else is already in the car, sitting in the driving seat waiting for them. A man. "That's it," says the woman, getting into the front with him. "Let's go."
Francis. I didn't imagine it. She's in trouble. How desperate would you have to be to appeal to a stranger? I don't know what to do. For a moment, I can't see the road ahead. It feels like everything's gone dark. I'm still in the car, but the windows are blacked out or something. I've got no control. I'm rattling around, listening to the sound of the wheels rumbling on the tarmac. I have an overwhelming sense of dread. And then I'm back. The 4x4 is indicating now and starting to cut across in front of me. I stamp on my brakes. Behind me, another car sounds its horn and then veers out and overtakes. I'm shaking, and the steering wheel is wet with the sweat from my palms. That was close. What just happened? Was it some sort of fit? More than just a loss of concentration. This is getting dangerous. Rick and I have always laughed about my driving skills, or lack of them, but this isn't funny. I've got to pull myself together, concentrate, find some focus. Cars are flashing past me now in a steady stream. I look at my speedometer again. I'm doing 45. From one extreme to another. God, I'm a danger to everyone, including myself. A sign looms. Services 1 mile. I need to have a break, get out of the car. I'll stop and buy a cold drink and calm down. I turn in and park. It's such a relief to switch off the engine that I find tears welling up. I lean my forehead on the steering wheel and try to breathe slowly and steadily. When I feel a bit calmer, I look at my phone on the passenger seat, but there are no new messages. Without the aircon going, the car heats up quickly. I need to get out, have a quick pit stop to compose myself, and then get back on the road. Naomi needs me. I sit up and check my makeup in the rear-view mirror. My face is flushed and shiny. I run my index finger under my eyes, wiping away some blotchy mascara. Then some movement in the mirror catches my eye. A woman gets out of the passenger seat of the large black car parked behind me. My stomach lurches. Surely it's the car I was following. She's young, maybe 30 or so, with glossy brown hair and a bob. She's wearing navy wide-legged cropped trousers and a plain grey sleeveless top, revealing toned, tanned arms. She looks smart and put together. But there's tension in her movements as she goes round to the rear door. She opens it, fiddles with the seatbelt, and helps a child down from the car. Her body is blocking my view, but I can see a little hand. The woman isn't holding it. She's gripping the wrist tightly. The woman closes the rear door and they walk towards the services. As they move out of view, I scramble out of the car and follow on foot. It's definitely the girl I saw. She's young, maybe 4 or 5, in shorts and a T-shirt, her fair hair in 2 bunches, catching the light with more than a hint of ginger. The woman, why do I not automatically think mother, is still gripping her wrist, and the girl's steps are stumbling and awkward as she's pulled along. Even at this distance, I can hear her crying. The service station is busy. Inside, it's a confusing scene of shop fronts and signs, and the sound seems to echo off the walls and floor and ceiling. I think for a moment that I've lost them, but catch sight of them heading along the corridor towards the toilets. Without thinking too hard about what I'm doing, I follow them in.
The girl. The heat seems to bounce off the tarmac as the woman helps the girl out of the car. "We're going to get a drink and use the bathroom." The girl doesn't understand. She doesn't want a bath. Not here. Not with this woman. The woman is holding her wrist and the girl tries to wriggle away. The woman leans down, her glossy hair falling forwards like a curtain. She has her face very close to the girl's, and speaks very quietly. "Don't talk to anyone. Don't make a fuss. You don't want your mummy to be cross with you, do you? You want to be a good girl for her." At the word mummy, the girl starts to cry again, thrashing around and stamping her feet. "Stop that now!" She's raising her voice. "Do you want me to fetch your father out of the car?" The girl looks towards the driver's side, at the figure sitting there. The girl can't see him properly. He's kind of large, though, almost like a giant. She's never met her father. Danny has, but she said that he left when the girl was a baby. She said it was the girl's fault he left. Is this her father? The woman takes advantage of the girl's puzzlement and starts shepherding her towards a long, low building across the car park. As they get nearer, she can smell chips and cigarette smoke. Her mummy smokes, and the smell triggers another wave of panic. "I want to go home." "Shh!" The woman takes her inside the building and down a corridor to the ladies' toilets. The girl doesn't want to be shut in a cubicle with her. She doesn't want to take her pants down. She starts to cry again, louder and louder.
Francis. The room is disorientating. There are cubicles down one side and a row of sinks and mirrors on the other wall with a whole other section around the corner. The two of them are at the far end of the main area, standing outside the toilets. The girl is wriggling and fussing. I go and stand by the sink nearest to them and run some water while I watch them in the mirror. "Are you going to calm down now?" "No, I don't want to. I don't want to go in the car." The girl is almost running on the spot, paddling her feet like she's treading water and thrashing her free arm about. Even from this distance, I can see a nasty red bruise on her knee. "We have to go in the car. It's worse if you get in a state." The woman's trying to keep her voice low and calm. She's maintaining her grip on the girl. "I don't want to. You're not my mummy. Leave me alone." She twists round a little. The woman is pulled with her, and for a moment our eyes meet in the mirror. I can't pretend I'm not watching. It's perfectly obvious that I am. She glares at me for a split second, but then her face softens, and she speaks directly to me. She doesn't like the car. She gets car sick. She smiles at me, inviting understanding. Instinctively, I smile back. They say the most awful things at this age, don't they? I know she doesn't mean to hurt my feelings. I smile again, picturing Naomi at this age. She certainly had tantrums, refusing to let me brush her hair, that sort of thing, making her body go stiff when I was trying to put her in her pushchair. I can remember an awful day when she told me she hated me. I wouldn't buy her the Beanie Baby she really wanted. She didn't know I'd already bought it and put it away for her birthday. Even then, though, she never said, "You're not my mummy." I would have found that devastating. The girl has gone quieter since the woman started talking to me. I turn round to face them and speak to the girl. "Are you all right now? Are you feeling better?" She angles her chin down, turns away and tries to hide behind the woman's legs. Just a normal, bashful child, then, feeling a bit foolish for having such a meltdown. I start to relax. There's no crisis here. I can buy a cool drink or two, get on my way and go straight to the hospital now. Now the woman looks at me. "Are you okay?" she says. "You look—" Her voice trails off. "Yes, I'm fine." I turn back to the sinks and focus on my reflection. My hair is wild, still in the sort of mangled bird's nest that it forms when I'm asleep. Mascara is smudged under both eyes where I rubbed it with my finger. "Oh," I say, mortified at the state I'm in. "I see what you mean." Our eyes meet in the mirror, and I give a nervous laugh. She smiles back and takes the girl into a cubicle. I stay at the sink and try to wash off the stray mascara, then dab at my wet face with a paper towel from a stack on the countertop. I drag my fingers through my hair, trying to tame the mess, then dig into my little bag. I usually keep a lipstick in there. I get it out and apply it, filling in my bottom lip and tracing the line of my top one, then pressing both lips together. I check the result. I look half-human again. There's a fleck of mascara on my cheek, though. I put the lipstick on the counter and pick at the dark mark with one of my fingernails. The woman and girl emerge from the cubicle and come to wash their hands. The girl is calmer now. She must be feeling better. Car sickness is so horrid. No wonder she was upset. She stands on tiptoe to reach the sink. As the woman turns her back to go to the airdryer, the girl grabs my lipstick and uses it to scrawl on a paper towel. I'm so taken aback I don't remonstrate. I just watch as she presses hard and forms the letters. 2 words, crudely written but clear. Help me. Frances. She looks at me. Her eyes are the clearest blue, her eyelashes dense and pale and sandy. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Come over here and dry your hands. Quickly. The girl blinks, then turns and goes to join the woman, and I'm left staring at the words on the paper. Suddenly I'm aware of approaching footsteps. The noise of the dryer had masked them until the woman and the girl were almost next to me. They're holding hands now. The girl seems calm and compliant. She's looking at me, and those blue eyes seem to be asking me the question, what are you going to do? Instinctively, I fold the towel over on itself, hiding the girl's scrawl. The woman notices the movement and she looks at the counter, the folded towel and the lipstick. The girl has pressed the lipstick so hard the end is squashed, and there's waxy pigment all over the case. The woman glances quickly at me, flashes a tight smile and starts to walk past. The girl is turning her head towards me. She cranes back as they get near to the door. Her expression isn't a question now. It's a plea. If I don't say something, they'll be gone. Excuse me. The woman stops, her hand resting on the metal handle on the door. Yes? I have no idea what I'm going to say. Can you prove this is your daughter? Why has she written help me? Thank you, I say, for asking if I was okay. My daughter's in hospital. I'm on my way there now. The girl looks puzzled. She doesn't understand that I'm buying us both some time, doing something, anything to stop them leaving. The woman reacts like anyone would. Oh, I hope she's all right. Thank you. You never stop worrying about them, your children, do you? My phone pings in my bag. It could be the hospital. Oh, excuse me, I say, and get my phone out. It's a text from Rick. I pray that he's at St. Thomas's now and has news. Frances, you've got to stop doing this. Leave me alone. You are breaching the terms of my solicitor's letter. Stop it now. I stare at the screen. The words are so at odds with what I was expecting, I can't take them in. I read them again, saying them out loud to see if they make any more sense that way. What is he talking about? Why isn't he worried about Naomi? What on earth's going on? The woman is watching me. Bad news? She says. No, not exactly. I don't know what to say. She nods and pulls on the door, easing it open, keen to get away. Well, take care. My head's spinning. I don't understand why Rick doesn't care. It's floored me. The girl glances over her shoulder as she's firmly guided out, and there's no mistaking the look in her eyes now. dismay. She asked me for help, and I let her down. "Wait!" I call out. But the word sticks in my throat because my phone's vibrating in my hand. A call's coming in. My heart leaps in my chest. Oh, dear God, please, let Naomi be okay. The screen says, Naomi calling.
Naomi. I'm sitting at an outside table at a cafe in Kingsmead Square, wondering whether to carry on waiting for Mum or order anyway. The way she's been recently, she might have forgotten, or be in too much of a state to leave the house. I'd hoped she was getting better, that we could have a cup of tea, a slice of cake and a catch-up, maybe indulge in some baby chat like a normal daughter and a soon-to-be granny. But here I am, on my own, waiting. Not quite on my own, though, as the little person in my bump already feels like company. I'm looking forward to meeting them for real in 7 weeks' time. The queue of people waiting to order stretches out of the door, tourists and locals mingling. I was lucky to get this table. Everyone is out today, enjoying the sunshine. When my phone starts ringing, I assume it's her, calling to cancel or to tell me how late she's going to be. But it's Dad's ID on the screen. "It's your mum, Naomi. She's gone off on one again." His voice is curt, like it's my fault. I feel a tightness growing in my chest. I know she's been suffering from anxiety. I know she needs my patience and support, but it seems so relentless somehow. I'm not sure I can do this for much longer. I don't blame Dad for bailing, but sometimes I wish he hadn't, or that I could too. "What's happened?" "Just the usual. She left a voicemail. She thinks you're in hospital." "Oh, damn. I'll go round. See what's going on." "All right, love. Sorry you've got to deal with all this. I know it's not easy." "It's okay. It really isn't. Thanks for telling me." I bypass the crowded tourist spots, taking back alleys and shortcuts. It's only a 15-minute walk to Mum's, even with my passenger slowing me down. When I get there, her car isn't on the drive. Her neighbour, Joan, is at her front window and spots me. I suspect she's been lurking there, keeping an eye out. She waves and disappears, and I know she's coming out to see me. Sure enough, she appears at the front door and walks down the path in her slippers. I like Joan. She's been there for us through thick and thin. "Hello, love. I'm glad to see you. Your mum's out. She said you were in another accident." She's pressing her lips together, giving me a sympathetic look. She knows Mum's had issues on and off for years, although I don't think she knows how bad it has been recently. I haven't told anyone except Tom and Dad about the increasing number of phone calls I've had in the middle of the night over the past couple of months. How many times I've had to talk her down from a state of panic. "Yeah, I think she got confused. Has she taken the car?" "Yes. She said she was driving to London." This is new. She's never actually got in her car before. She's always come back to reality after a minute or two. This is weird. "She asked me to look after the chickens and the cat too. Only she called her Tiggy. That's not right, is it?" We lost Tiggy 3 years ago. Mum's new cat, another tortoiseshell, is Ella. I guess she's in a muddle. Let me try ringing her. I dial her number, realising that she won't be able to pick up if she's driving. Amazingly, she answers. "Hello, Naomi." "Mum, where are you?"
Francis. Her voice is small and sounds far away, but it's definitely, irrefutably her. My girl. I feel a flush of relief surge through me. My hand starts shaking as I hold the phone to my ear. Naomi! Oh, thank God! How are you? There are tears welling up now. I've got to keep it together so we can talk, make the most of this precious moment. I'm fine, Mum. I'm just worried about you. Bless her. That's so typical. Oh, sweetheart, I'm all right. I'm on my way. I just stopped at some services, but I'll be with you in a couple of hours. Services? Where the hell are you, Mum? She probably doesn't even know where she is. The M4, darling. I'm driving to London. I'll be there as soon as I can. Shit. Oh, shit. Her voice is muffled now. Perhaps someone's holding her phone for her. Naomi, are you okay? Mum, which services are you at? I need you to tell me exactly where you are. I'm at Lee Delamere, love. Quite a long way to go still. I'm on my way, though. Oh, Mum, you don't need to drive to London. I'm home in Bath. I'm not in hospital. That was years ago now. I got better. Do you remember? I'm fine now. You've just had a nasty dream, but that's all it is. I'm fine. As she's talking, it's like fog lifting, or a curtain drawing back. I don't understand it all, but there's something there that's ringing true. Naomi had an accident. She got better. That's right. She did get better. You got better, I say. Yes, I was very poorly and you looked after me. I'm fine now. I look in the mirror, at the sinks and the long line of cubicles. The woman and girl have gone and I'm alone. It's like I've woken up after a deep sleep. I don't know what I'm doing here. It's okay. Stay there. I'll come and get you. We agree I'll wait in the coffee shop. But as soon as Naomi rings off, I start to worry about the girl. Was she part of the dream? The paper towel is by the sink with the words, "Help me," scrawled across it. She was real. I gather up the lipstick and paper towel and hurry out of the room. I scan around the atrium, but I can't see them. So I hurry outside, squinting in the bright sunlight. The light's almost blinding. I step into the road and a horn blasts. Then a white van swerves past me. Someone catches my arm. You all right, love? Let's get you out the road. I look round at the stranger, a young man in a scruffy T-shirt and jeans and heavy work boots. He guides me across and into the car park, like I'm a frail pensioner. Have you seen a little girl? I say, wishing he would take his hand away. Shorts and T-shirt, hair in bunches. You've lost your little girl? His face creases with concern. She's not mine. I just saw her. I think someone's taken her. She could be in that van. The white van is just turning out of view on its way back to the motorway. The man looks at it, then round the car park, and back at me. He's let go of my arm and taken a step or two away. There's no one looking for her or shouting. I can see the doubt in his eyes now. He's wishing he'd never got involved. No, I am. But she's not yours. Are you a relative? No, This isn't getting us anywhere. It doesn't matter, okay? I break away from him and stumble back to my car. The 4x4, which was parked opposite, has gone. Maybe she was in that, maybe the van. She could have been handed over to someone else. I should report it to the management here, ring the police. But what would I tell them? I unlock my car, which has grown suffocatingly stuffy, even in the few minutes I've been gone. 2 rows in front of me, I can see the workman talking to his mate by another van. He's glancing my way and they're both laughing. For a moment I see myself as they see me. A deranged, middle-aged woman stumbling into the path of a van, babbling nonsense. I hear Naomi's voice. You've just had a nasty dream, but that's all it is. I go over the phone call, the drive here, the woman and the girl. How much of that was a dream? I put down my phone.
Naomi. Mum was meant to wait in Costa, but I spot her in her car with the doors open. Sitting in the driver's seat, she looks so small, almost like a child trying it out for size. I see her before she sees me, and that moment, observing her at a distance as she stares into space, tugs at my heartstrings. It's normal to expect to look after your parents in their old age. I just never thought she would need me like this when she wasn't yet 50 and I was in my 20s. I take a deep breath and walk towards the car. She must have caught the movement in her peripheral vision because she turns her head and raises her hand in greeting. She gets out and we hug awkwardly in the little gap between her car and its next-door neighbour. With 7 weeks to go, I don't really do small spaces anymore. Are you okay? We both ask at the same time, then laugh and hold on tighter. When we draw apart, we keep hold of each other's arms. Mum looks down at my stomach like it's a surprise to her. I can almost see the cogs whirring behind her eyes, and I know that her brain isn't fully in the present. Part of her is still in her dream world. It's so lovely to see you, she says. I'm so glad you're here. I couldn't let you drive back on your own. I was worried about you. She smiles wanly, like she's just made a foolish mistake. I'm not sure if she realises how extreme her behaviour has become. How frightening. I'm sorry I worried you. I can't really explain how I got here. Oh, Mum. It's been building up, hasn't it? Do you remember? You've never actually got in the car and started driving to London before, though. This is next level. My blood runs cold at the thought of it. It's the phone calls, she says. They're so real. I just know that I have to get to you. You need me. It's not like I was asleep at the wheel, though. I was awake, just... I don't know. In a different place. She takes one hand off my arm and pinches the skin at the bridge of her nose. It's difficult to explain. I should be fine to drive home now, though. Shall we? She smiles again, but it's a wintry effort. Like the sun struggling low in the sky on a January day. The warmth is an illusion. Let's go and have a cold drink first, I say. I need one anyway. She nods, and this time the smile is genuine, an expression of relief. We walk into the services and queue up at the Costa. Do you want to sit down while I get these? She shakes her head. You should sit down, love. You look tired. How are you coping with this heat? I'm all right, I say. And I am now, with the aircon blasting a delicious cool breeze at me. Let's stick together then, she says. She takes hold of my arm with both her hands and gives it a squeeze, and I don't know if she's giving me reassurance or drawing some from me. Were you studying, Nay? Were you in a lecture? She asks and my stomach lurches. I left uni years ago. I'm a freelance content manager. I work from home at a desk in the corner of my living room, have done for a couple of years since Tom and I bought the flat. I'm not a student anymore, Mum. Of course not. She's saying the right thing, but it's not convincing. Do you remember what I do? She looks at me, and there's a blankness there which tells me that her thoughts are spinning like the brightly coloured pictures in a fruit machine. Will they stop in the right place this time? You do websites, don't you? Write stuff for companies. Yes. Content manager. She smiles like she's a contestant on a TV quiz and has got a question right. This isn't a quiz, though. It's not a game. She orders an iced cappuccino and I have a lemonade, and we find a table out of the way by a big plate glass window looking out onto the car park. So, what happened, Mum? How come you're here? She sighs, pinches the bridge of her nose again. I had a sleep after lunch, then I got that phone call again. The nurse in charge of your care telling me you're in hospital. It seemed so real, Nay. It always does. But normally you remember it's not real. I know. She frowns. This time I didn't realise until I spoke to you. You should have rung my mobile to check. But you wouldn't have been able to answer, would you? You were unconscious, so there'd be no point ringing. Well, I wasn't. But I thought you were. There's no arguing with this. I sip my drink, regretting my choice. The sharp lemon is aggravating my indigestion. Acid on acid in my stomach. She plays with her plastic cup, turning it on its little paper mat on the table, round and back. Her face is tipped down towards the table, and I can see her biting her lip, trying not to cry. I'm losing my mind, aren't I? She says quietly. We've had this conversation before. I've tried to reassure her so many times, but I've never been closer than I am now to agreeing. I'm not a mental health expert, nor a therapist. I don't know what I can do, apart from try to calm her down. No, we've talked about this. Your mind is having trouble processing stuff. For some reason, you can't get past the trauma of my accident. It's gone really deep. It's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's just how things are. She shakes her head. It's so selfish, though. I mean, you were the one in hospital. You should be the one who's traumatised. I reach across and put my hand over hers. I was out of it. You were there every day. You saw things no mother should ever see. I don't want to keep putting you through this, though, Naomi. I don't want to be this person. Her mouth is twitching now. She's blinking hard. So, it's time to talk to someone again. Mum had NHS counselling a few years ago when she started to have flashbacks to my accident. It seemed to help at the time. Go back to your GP or find a private counsellor. It's so expensive. I can chip in. Or we could ask... Dad? I don't even know where he is. He's working away again. He didn't pick up the phone when I rang. Oh, no, that's right, she says, rubbing her forehead. He texted. Where is it? She gets out her phone and reads the text again. Then she turns the screen to show me. Francis, you've got to stop doing this. Leave me alone. You're breaching the terms of my solicitor's letter. Stop it now. I sigh. Things have been so bad between the two of them since he moved out a couple of years ago. They are only meant to communicate via their lawyers, something Mum regularly forgets or ignores. It's so hard to see them like this, even as an adult. They used to get along so well when I was little, or at least it seemed like they did. I think my accident, and Mum's reaction to it, put pressure on them. It's difficult not to feel guilty, even though I know, logically, that it's not my fault. You're not meant to contact him. Do you remember? I do now. I shouldn't have rung him, should I? But I thought you were in trouble. God, he must be fed up with me. You must be too. Have you had enough? Sometimes I feel close to it, getting closer every day. But I owe her so much. And your mum's your mum, isn't she? I'll always be there for her, like she's been there for me and for Granny when she was ill. It's just what families do. You look after each other. Oh, Mum, of course not. I love you. I always will. I've said the right words, but she doesn't seem reassured. Tension is still crackling in the air between us. I don't know what else I can do. Shall we drive home now? I say. She looks up and the pinched look is back. I need to tell you something. She glances out of the window and then back to me. Oh, God. What now? I don't know if it was real or not, but I think I saw something, Naomi. There was a girl in another car. She was in trouble.
Francis. Naomi looks at me warily. I saw her on the motorway. She was in the passenger seat of a big black 4x4 and she was upset, really distressed. She was asking me for help. Mum, I saw her as they overtook me and then I caught up to them to check. I lost them, but they were here at these services. A little girl of 3 or 4 and a woman in her late 20s or early 30s. They came into the toilets. She's stroking the side of her bump now, and I wonder if it's self-soothing or if she's in pain. She really shouldn't have driven here to get me. I know she said that she's here for me, but I'm obviously adding so much stress to an important time for her. She should be resting up, nest building, enjoying the calm before the storm of a new baby, not babysitting her own mother. I need to dial things back, get a grip. Are you all right? I say. Yes, just tired. Should we go home? Yes, but I'm not sure what to do about the girl. She was upset, didn't want to go in the car. She said, "You're not my mum," to the woman. Naomi frowns. It sounds like a tantrum, Mum. Did you say she was about 3? Yes. The woman said that the girl was car-sick, but she raises her eyebrows now. Well, there you are. You can't take on the whole world's problems, Mum. I know it's because you care, but you have to let people sort out their own shit. That woman was probably mortified that her kid was out of control. I can tell she still doesn't believe that this is serious. But then I remember the paper towel. I open my bag, take it out and hold it towards Naomi. She wrote me a message on this, I say. Naomi is looking at me like I'm handing her a landmine. Go on, I say. Have a look. She takes it from me and opens it out. I feel a sense of relief at the sight of the writing. I was really doubting myself, but here's real evidence, crude and messy in neutral pink lipstick. Naomi studies it. See? I say. It couldn't be clearer. Naomi puts the towel on the table. She presses her lips together and stares down for a few moments. Mum, this is your lipstick. I'd know it anywhere. It's the one you always wear, Crystal Baby. Yes, she used mine. You said she was 3 or 4. She doesn't give me a chance to explain. She takes my hands, gently but firmly, and turns them palm up. There are smudges of pale pink lipstick on both, more on my left hand, which I used to hold the ruined stick while I put the cap back on. I think we need to go home, she says. You need to have a rest and chill out. She thinks I wrote it. Looking at my hands, I don't blame her, and my own certainty crumbles again. I saw the girl write the words, didn't I? I can hear the workman's laughter in my head, see the doubt in Naomi's eyes, and I'm just not sure anymore. Francis. I open my eyes. A breeze is blowing in through the bedroom window, making the curtains billow and dance back and forth, backlit by bright sunshine. I watch them for a while, then check my phone. 10:15. What? 10:15 in the morning. I've been asleep for nearly 12 hours. I never do this. Can't remember the last time I even slept through the night, let alone stayed in bed past 6 or 7 a.m. Something happened yesterday. It's coming back to me. The whole mad ride. Oh, God. What did I do? I sit up slowly. The cat is curled in a ball on the end of the bed. When she feels my movement, she stretches and then picks her way up, negotiating the landscape of my body under the covers. She butts her hard little head against my hand. Ella, I say. Ella is young, her body lithe, her movements effortless. Tiggy's been gone for years now. She'd grown old and fat before she died. So why did I confuse them? Everything seemed so real, but it must have been a sort of waking dream, a flashback, with elements of reality threaded through. The cat weaving around my legs, talking to Joan next door, driving on the motorway, seeing that little girl. How can I be sure what was real and what wasn't? I breathe out heavily and groan. Ella mews pitifully. She starts batting at my fingers with her paws. Are you hungry? Okay. I check my phone again. A message from Naomi. How are you today? I'll call in later. N. Kiss, kiss. I feel a pang of guilt. Poor Naomi. We drove in convoy all the way home yesterday. She was in front, constantly checking her mirrors and slowing down if I dropped behind. She saw me into the house, fended off Joan's well-meaning inquiries, and made me some tea while I had a shower. The house was boiling. Naomi said the heating was on, so she turned it off at the wall in the hall and opened the windows and the kitchen door. After my shower, we didn't talk much. We just pottered about, relieved to be home and safe, back on familiar territory. I wasn't hungry, but she made us both bowls of yogurt and fruit, and we ate outside, and it was comforting and wholesome and just what I needed. The chickens were scratching in their run, finding a few last grubs before tucking themselves into their coop for the night. As the light started to fade, Naomi and I walked up the garden to check that they'd gone in. We drank in the peace of the evening, the welcome chill of the cooling air. I asked her if I should ring the police about the girl, but she thought I should sleep on it. It's been quite a day, Mum. Let's talk about it tomorrow? She offered to stay overnight, but I could see she was shattered, so I sent her home to Tom, knowing that he would look after her, and she'd get a good night's sleep. Now I message her back. I'm fine, hope you're okay, see you later, kiss kiss. I move my legs and Ella jumps off the bed. In the kitchen I make some tea. It always tastes better from a pot, warmed first, then tea bag in and left for 5 minutes to steep. Rick used to scoff at this. If he made tea for me, he'd just put the bag in a mug and think I wouldn't notice. I always noticed. As I put Ella's food in her bowl, I wonder again at how my brain mixed the real and the imagined yesterday, meshing different layers together. The phone call wasn't real. Me imagining that Ella was Tiggy wasn't real. But the drive through town and onto the motorway was real. So the girl in the car must have been real too. I saw her with my own eyes. I couldn't have made her up, could I? My gaze settles on the crossbody bag hanging on the back of one of the kitchen chairs. I unzip the main pocket, and my fingers find the rough surface of the folded-up paper towel. I take it out and spread it on the kitchen table. The pink writing still there. In my mind's eye, I can see the girl's hand now, gripping the lipstick inexpertly. I note the concentration in her face as she forms the letters. The surge of relief at finding this proof is matched by the tightening of anxiety in my stomach. If the girl was real, then her distress was genuine too. She appealed directly to me. But I didn't challenge the woman who took her away. I missed the moment when I might have intervened, saved her. I let her down. My laptop is on the table. I flip it open and fire it up. What do I search for? I try missing girl south of England. There are 110 million results. The first page is a bewildering list of news stories, many of them familiar. Missing woman found. Missing girl case becomes murder hunt. Police appeal for help on missing girl. I try again but select past 24 hours to weed out older reports, and immediately I'm down to a few articles, none of which seem to relate to what I witnessed, to my girl. Ella meows and stretches her front paws up the table leg. Her bowl of food is still on the worktop. Sorry, Ella. Did I forget you? I switch on the radio to catch the headlines at 11. It's the usual blend of politics from home and abroad, company figures, doom and gloom. I start to tune out mentally when the newsreader says, "Police are appealing for information about a girl who's gone missing." My stomach flips over. My God, this is it. I tweak up the volume. 12-year-old Marcia Stevens was last seen leaving her home in Dundee on Monday evening. 12-year-old? There's no way it's the same girl. Even so, I sit back at the laptop and type her name into the search bar as the newsreader moves on to the next item. An image comes up, the photo they've released with the appeal, repeated in citations all down the page. Dark hair, brown eyes, brown skin. It's not her. People go missing all the time. At 12, Marcia could have chosen to leave home, may have thought it was better than staying. The girl I saw was too young to have any say in the matter. She couldn't save herself. She was relying on me to do something, and I should have, done more. Naomi persuaded me not to rush into ringing the police yesterday, but I've slept on it, and I realise that I messed up. Maybe it's not too late. I won't ring, though. I'll go to the police station myself.
Naomi. Dad rang last night to check that we'd both made it home okay, and, hearing how upset I was, offered to buy me lunch today in between meetings. He'd make time for his little girl. Today, he texts to say he is running late, like usual, so I order and pay for the food when I get to the pub. Sausage and chips for him, vegan curry for me. I'm not sure I can handle the spice, but Dad chose the venue and it's the only vegan option. I get the drinks in too, G&T and a lime and soda, and find a table. I've only been waiting for 5 minutes when he appears. My dad is the sort of man who brings energy into a room with him. He's in his summer uniform of open-necked shirt, suit trousers and loafers, and gets a cheery wave from the barman on his entrance. 2 people stop him to say hello as he makes his way over to our table in the corner. It's not just this place. It will be the same in any pub or restaurant in Bath. I sometimes think it would be the same anywhere in England. His face lights up when he sees me, and, instantly, I feel better. He bends down and gives me the biggest hug, wrapping me in his long arms, kissing the top of my head. As he releases me, he pats my stomach. "How's little RJ?" This is his running joke, his nickname for the baby. RJ for Rick Jr., Ricky if she's a girl. It's not going to happen. Tom's dead against it. He doesn't see the funny side, and came very close to telling Dad to F off last time he said it. "Wriggling about," I say, stopping me sleeping. Sometimes I can see a little hand or foot pressing against my skin. It's the weirdest thing. "That sounds a bit freaky." "It's nice," I say, "and freaky, but mostly nice. There's a real little person in there." I'm so proud of you. I can feel myself glowing. He's going to be the best granddad. We sit down, and he takes a slurp of his G&T. And apart from not sleeping, how are you? It's so bloody hot. He runs his hand over his forehead and through his hair, which is still luxuriant, although greying at the temples. I'm all right, I say. But my mouth starts to twitch, and before I know it, I'm crying. I'm not normally a crier, but pregnancy has softened my edges and I can't help it. I try to speak, but the words won't come out. Dad hands me the serviette that was wrapped around his knife and fork. I start to get myself under control, wiping my eyes and then blowing my nose. God, I hate this, I say, meaning both the tears and the situation. It was awful yesterday, Dad. Just awful. I thought she was getting better, but this time... I'm so sorry, darling. It's too much, isn't it? What happened yesterday was dangerous. It's scary, isn't it? Yes. I don't know what to do. You shouldn't have to deal with this. She needs professional help. I've asked her to ring her GP, but I don't know if there's any point. There's a massive waiting list for counselling. So we go private, he says, like it's the easiest thing in the world. Half of what Tom and I earn goes on the mortgage, and most of the rest goes on bills. We've been trying to save so we can move out of our tiny flat into somewhere bigger. It'll be so nice to have a bit of garden for the baby, and not have to lug a buggy up and down the stairs, but it's out of the question. We won't move before Little Loaf comes now, and maybe not for years after that. As far as I can tell, Mum's income has dried up. She had to turn down illustrating jobs when she was looking after Granny full-time, and I don't think she's been offered new commissions since Granny went into care. She doesn't talk about it. She has power of attorney over Granny's money, but that's so she can pay the care home fees. Dad doesn't pay maintenance or anything, and really, why should he? They've been separated for 3 years now. Actually, I know of someone, he says. Of course he does. One of my clients had PTSD from a horrific fire that destroyed their house. They told me they saw this amazing woman who's got a practice in Eastham. Would you like me to ask them for her contact details? I guess it can't hurt. Better if it comes from you rather than me, though. Totally. More chance of her giving them a try, although I really don't see how she can afford it. She would if she sold the house. It's a bone of contention between them. Mum's told me that at some point the house will have to be sold when Granny's savings run out to pay the care home fees. Dad has been urging her to sell sooner rather than later. He wants to get a new place with Lisa, which is understandable, but Mum is in no state to make big decisions at the moment. Anyway, don't worry about that. I'll chip in, again. Better if it comes from you. I'll transfer the money and you can pass it on. That's really good of you, Dad, considering how much grief Mum has given him, especially since he moved in with Lisa. She's always gone out of her way not to badmouth Dad to me, but he has told me some of what's gone on, the texts and phone calls. It's awful being stuck in the middle of a war between two people that you love. Our food arrives and we both tuck in. I'm hungry, but I'm also too hot already, and the spice in the sauce brings me out in a sweat. I knew it was a mistake when I ordered it. Dad quickly finishes his food and starts checking his phone. He frowns. I'm sorry, love. I've got to go. Can't be late for my next appointment. I'm only halfway through my curry. I don't really want to sit here eating on my own. Dad, do you have to go now? I do, darling. Can't keep clients waiting. Okay. I sigh, although I should be used to this by now. Dad's always on the go. I don't want the rest of this anyway. I push the plate away. You don't need to rush off, Nay. Terry here will keep an eye on you. He nods towards the bar. I don't need keeping an eye on, Dad. I'm 25. I'm only here because I wanted to see you. As he gets up from the table, his phone drops out of his pocket and clatters onto the floor beneath our table. I lean sideways to reach it, forgetting that I can't really bend in the middle anymore. He swoops down. I've got it, he says. As he picks it up, I realise that it's not the one he was checking a moment ago. This is black rather than gold, and looks like a cheap model. I've seen it before and have teased him about having two phones like a drug dealer. He just shrugged it off, said one was for business. He tucks it back into his pocket, and we walk out into the sunshine. He pats my stomach again as he leans forward and kisses my cheek. I'll see you soon, okay? Take care, love. I watch him stride away down the pavement, radiating vitality and confidence. And I think about Mum, how anxious and unpredictable she is these days. He's positively thriving away from their marriage, whereas she is broken. I feel so sorry for her. She's devoted her life to looking after other people, and now, when she could enjoy time to do her own thing, she's falling apart. I wish I could help her. The only thing I can really do is just be there for her. I promised to call in on her today, although Tom told me rather firmly this morning that he thought I could do with a break. She needs me, though. Yesterday was awful. Hopefully she will be able to see things a lot clearer today.
Francis. I take the rubbish out as I leave. As I drop the lid down, Joan appears in her garden, as if by magic. Amazing how she's always there, whenever I go in or out. Joan, I say, I wanted to catch you. Her face lights up, and I'm reminded how lonely she is. Then it's back to a pained expression of concern. Are you all right, love? She says. I was worried about you yesterday. Naomi was here and... I groan inside. I'm fine. I had a sort of flashback yesterday to when Naomi had her accident. Oh, I'm sorry, love. That must have been frightening. Yes, it was. I got as far as the motorway services yesterday before I came to. Oh, Francis, that's awful. Her hand has gone up to her chest, clutching at the paper-thin mottled skin. I knew something was wrong. I mean, it was possible that Naomi was in another accident, but you called this little one Tiggy. Ella is winding round her feet. I did try to say something, but you were in a tearing hurry. I wish I'd stopped you. It's not your job to keep me from doing something daft. Naomi's all right, though, is she? She was looking well yesterday. Not long to go now. She's fine. A bit uncomfortable, I think. It's so hot. Don't tell her, but I've started knitting. Blue and pink are out of favour now, aren't they? So I'm going for white and lemon. But I wondered if Naomi might like something brighter. A little red jumper? Francis? What do you think? That's lovely, Joan. I'm sure she'll like it, I say. I've known her nearly all my life. We moved here when I was 3, so she saw me growing up. I got together with Rick when we were both 17, went to university, but dropped out because it was too difficult being away from him and came back home. I got a job in an office, deadly dull, but the people were nice, and it helped to pay the rent on our little flat the other side of town when we married. I drew in my spare time and started to get illustrator jobs. When Naomi came along, we visited several times a week, then moved back in with Mum after Dad died. I gave up my office job and set up a desk in the spare bedroom, while Rick claimed the attic as his home office. I'd always loved the house, and Rick kept saying it had potential. As Mum's health and mobility deteriorated, we remodelled the ground floor, converting the garage to an annex for her and making a big kitchen diner for us. To be honest, I was uneasy about it. It felt odd to be changing the house so much when Mum was still alive. But, as Rick said, it was all for her benefit. He did the design for the kitchen himself, including the island with its granite worktop and ceramic sink. I've always preferred a wooden table in a kitchen, more of a farmhouse vibe, but it does look smart. "I went to visit your mum on Monday," says Joan. "Did I say?" I know Joan has missed Mum since she moved into the home, so sad to lose a friendship like that. Sad to lose a parent, too. I don't think she recognised me, but we had a nice chat anyway. They had her outside in the garden when I got there. I thought it was a bit too hot, but she was in the shade. I took her some lemon drizzle cake. She always used to love it. But she pulled a face, said it was sour when she tried a bit. I know she has trouble eating, but I gave her a tiny little bit, very moist, with plenty of syrup. I'm sorry, Joan. She doesn't mean it. She's not herself. I know. I've known her for 40 years. She's not the person who moved here all those years ago. Funny to think that I thought she was standoffish to start with. We soon became friends. It's awful to think that's gone now. We're silent for a second or two, lost in the sadness of Mum's situation. It's heartbreaking to grieve for someone who's still alive, but that's what this feels like. Grief for the loss of someone we both love. I'd better go, but it's nice to see you. You take care, Joan. You too, love. Where are you off to? I can see the wariness in her eyes. Not the M4, I say, trying to make a joke of it. I've just got some things to do in town. Do you need anything? No, thanks. I'll see you later. Yes, I'm sure you will, I think. I don't think you miss a single thing that goes on in our little bit of Gloucester Gardens. Francis. The police station is, in fact, a desk in the local one-stop shop. If I had a mind to, I could pay my council tax, get benefits advice, and order a new wheelie bin while I'm here. It means that the waiting area is busy. I take a ticket and look for somewhere to sit. Most of the seats are occupied with people in various states of boredom or anxiety. One woman at the other end of the row of chairs is in tears, quietly crying while everyone else ignores her. I can't help myself. I go up to her and ask if she's okay. She doesn't look at me, just keeps hugging a plastic bag on her lap tightly while grizzling. I dig in my pocket and hold out a clean tissue. Here. She takes it without a word and now looks up at me. She's younger than I thought, maybe Naomi's age. Her hair is matted, and her face mottled with some sort of rash. Thank you, she says. Number 27, please go to desk 3. The woman opens her hand and looks at the crumpled scrap of paper. 27, I say. That's you. She gets to her feet and walks over to the row of desks. God knows what she's here for today, but I hope they can help her. Number 30, please go to desk 7. My number. I head to a booth in the corner which gives a bare nod to privacy. The man behind the desk isn't in uniform. He's young, with carefully sculpted facial hair and eyebrows with sections cut out of them, and tattoos peeking out from the cuffs of his white shirt. I can imagine my mum huffing and puffing about standards in public life slipping. Tattoos are for sailors, she said, when I, aged 18, told her I was thinking of getting one. I didn't. Naomi's got several. I think they're beautiful. I feel like I've seen him before. Oh, Mrs. Brookman. How can I help you? I'm momentarily confused. I didn't give my name when I got my ticket, did I? I find myself suddenly dry-mouthed, unable to speak. I swallow a couple of times, not knowing where to start. I should have rehearsed this. "I want to report a kidnapping," I say. He's obviously trained to be unflappable, but his artful eyebrows move up a centimetre. "A kidnapping?" he repeats. "Okay. Would you like to step into the office?" He lets me into a small room behind the booth, with a table, a computer and 3 chairs, one his side and 2 on mine. Last time I was here there was only 1 chair on the customer side. Last time. Why was I here before? I can't remember. "Okay, let's start with the basics." He records my details, then seems to take a long time reading the screen. Eventually, he asks again why I'm here. "I was on my way to the hospital driving through town yesterday, and there was a car in front behaving erratically, and then later I saw the same car, I'm pretty sure it was the same, on the motorway, the M4, and in the back passenger seat there was a little girl and she was shouting for help." He types up notes as I speak. I wait for him to catch up, then continue. "Then I stopped at the first services and they were there, the girl and the woman with her, and the girl was upset and said, 'You're not my mummy.' And I should have helped her, but I didn't, and I feel awful about it." "Okay, there's a lot going on here. Let's take it step by step." He takes me through my story again. I can't give him the registration number of the car except for the first 2 letters, GM. I can't even give him the make or model. I'm not 100% sure it was the same car that overtook me on the motorway. I am certain that I saw the girl and the woman at the services, though. I brought the paper towel with me as evidence. I unfold it on the table between us. He looks at it, sceptically. "The little girl wrote this?" "Yes." "How old did you say she was?" "I don't know, about 4, maybe younger." "Okay, let's take a step back. Where were you going yesterday?" This is when things really start to unravel. I tell him about Naomi's accident and the phone call. Even as I'm saying it, I realise how unhinged it makes me sound. I'm an unreliable witness. But that shouldn't mean that nobody listens to me. I'm still a witness. I get to the part where Naomi rings me at the services, and he sits back and takes his hands away from the keyboard. "So, what happened then?" I describe how the woman and the girl had left by the time I finished the call, that I went outside to look for them and was nearly run over by a van speeding out of the car park. "She could have been in that van." "Mm-hmm." I can see it in his eyes. He doesn't believe a word. And I get that horrible sinking feeling again, seeing myself as he sees me, and it's not a flattering view. "Can you at least check your records?" I say, leaning across the desk. He pulls back, the feet of his chair scraping on the hard floor. "Please, check your records for reports of missing girls. I could be a vital witness. This could be important." "I can't do that here and now," he says. "What I will do is pass all this on to the team and they'll take it from there." "They'll contact me, let me know what they've found out?" "We've got all your details, Francis, so if they need to get in touch, they certainly will." He's humouring me now. Using my first name makes it feel like he's talking down to me. "Will they look at this today?" I need to get him to see how urgent this is. Every TV detective show, every true crime documentary tells you that the first few hours in any missing child case are vital. "Leave it with us, Francis. Try not to worry about it any more. We've seen quite a lot of you recently, haven't we? We absolutely want members of the public to report crime, but we don't encourage people to go looking for it." There have been problems at home over the last few months. Nuisance stuff in our local area, security lights going on at night, that sort of thing. It's been all over our local neighbourhood app, and I've reported a couple of things I was worried about. That wasn't unreasonable, was it? He logs off his computer, gets to his feet, and invites me to stand up too. I push the paper towel across the desk towards him. Do you want this? Do you need to fetch an evidence bag? There's a flicker of a smile. No, it's all right. You keep that. You take care now. Then he literally shows me the door. I gather up the towel and totter out of the office. Before I know it, I'm past the booth and back into the waiting room. The crying woman is still at desk 3, still crying. I could quite easily join her. But instead, I walk out into the sunshine. The police didn't believe me. Naomi didn't believe me. Do I even believe myself? I'm not sure. But if I did see the girl, the consequences of doing nothing about it are horrific. Imagine being that young and helpless. Imagine appealing for help and being ignored. I'm almost in that same boat now, trying to do the right thing, report a possible crime to the authorities, but people are just laughing at me. I'm not a little girl, though. I'm a grown woman. If no one else will help me, I guess I will have to help myself.
Naomi. I was going to look for some basic baby things, but it's too hot for shopping. Tom and I haven't bought anything yet, but there's no rush. We're having a baby shower in a couple of weeks' time, and Mum said I could have the cot from her house, and Dad's going to pay for a buggy. Some people at my antenatal class are super organised. Nurseries decorated, clothes bought and washed, changing mat and nappies at the ready. We don't have space for a nursery. Our flat only has 1 bedroom, and little Loaf's cot will have to squeeze into the corner. I joked about pulling out the sock drawer for him or her to sleep in and washing them in the sink, but Tom didn't see the funny side. I think Dad's digs about the size of our flat have got to him. But, like I said, we both know that the important thing is a home full of love, and we'll have plenty of that. When I get to Mum's house, Joan waves from her front window. I don't have the energy for her today, so I press on quickly to avoid the inevitable chat, but she's out of her house like a shot and calling to me over the fence. "Hello, love. You're looking well. How are you getting on?" "I'm okay," I say. I secretly rather like the fuss everyone makes of you when you are pregnant. "I'm looking forward to the baby shower." We're having it in Mum's garden because the flat's too small. It's going to be an afternoon tea party, and I couldn't not invite Joan. "Yes, it'll be lovely. I'm going to talk about it with Mum now." "She's out again, love." I feel a twinge of unease in the pit of my stomach. "She said she had some things to do in town." "Oh, okay. She didn't mention it. Did she look all right to you?" "I think so. I don't think it's like yesterday." We exchange sympathetic looks. I don't know if Joan is aware how bad Mum has been recently. "All right. Thanks, Joan. You're welcome to wait here, love." "It's okay. I'll let myself in. Have a little rest." The house, which is usually fairly cool due to its high ceilings and tiled floors, is roasting again. Ella runs to greet me. I miss having a cat. It's on my list of things I'll have one day. Having spent so much time here, this is pretty much my ideal house. I know it's not realistic for Tom and me to expect to live somewhere like this, but I'd love a house with a garden. Tom would like a garage for his bike and a home gym. All this seems a long way off. The way things are at the moment, I can't imagine when we'll be able to quit the flat. I put my hand on the radiator so that I can bend down and fuss Ella, but pull it away immediately. The radiator is blasting out heat again. What on earth? The thermostatic control box is on the wall nearby. The heating is on, and the temperature is set to 28 degrees. Complete madness. I switch it to manual and shut the whole system down. Then I go through to the kitchen and run the tap until the water's cold and fill up a glass. It's boiling in here too, and there's a nasty smell. Ella's bowl is half full of food, and out on the surface near the sink, there are little bits of meat and fish scattered around it. Ella winds herself round and round my legs, meowing insistently. I don't know if the half-eaten food is from today or yesterday. I tip it into the bin, put the empty bowl in the sink, and run water into it. I'll get you a little bit, I say. I can't find an open tin in the fridge, so I bend down to one of the cupboards under the bench to fetch a new one. I recoil as soon as I open the door, and the smell hits me. Oh, God! There's an open tin of salmon-flavour food on top of the stack of cat food boxes. How on earth did Mum not notice this? I add it to the bin, tie the bag's handles, unlock the kitchen door, take the bag outside and dump it in the wheelie bin. I leave the door ajar and open as many windows as I can to air out the room and take a glass of water to a shady spot on the patio. The cafe-style metal chairs are a bit unstable, so I lower myself down gingerly until I'm sure that I'm not going to topple over, then text Mum. She soon replies. On my way home, 5 mins. When she appears round the side of the house, she's flustered again. I'm sorry, Nay. I didn't know you were coming round. I did text this morning, I say testily, then try to rein it in. I suppose I didn't say when, though. It doesn't matter anyway. I've been fine here. Where did you go? I went to the one-stop shop and reported what I saw yesterday. So, she's sticking to that part of the story. She must really believe that she saw an abduction. What did they say? She shakes her head. They listened politely and pretty much dismissed me. I don't think they believed a word I said. It was humiliating. She holds on to the back of one of the garden chairs. I can see she's fighting back tears. Oh, Mum, I'm so sorry. You've reported it now. You've done your bit. Sit down. No, I'm all right. How long have you been here? Did you walk over in this heat? Do you want some tea? Oh my God, Mum, stop fussing. I'm not ill, I'm pregnant. I know. I'm sorry. I'm fussing. I've hurt her. I shouldn't be so harsh on her. It's actually been wonderful to see her so excited about my pregnancy. She bought a baby book and keeps telling me exactly what stage the baby is at, and has got me lots of treats, crystallised ginger and lemon tea when I was feeling sick, bath salts and foot cream and a supportive pillow for my back. She's invested in the whole thing. Tom finds it a bit much, but I think it's lovely. I'm sorry too, I say. This hot weather is making me snappy. I agree to stay outside while she makes some tea. She reappears with a teapot, 2 cups, a little jug of milk, and the sugar bowl on a tray. It does look nice. I was approaching the whole baby shower tea party thing slightly ironically and expecting my friends to camp it up a bit. But really, I think it's going to be brilliant. Mum puts the tray on the table, sits down and pours out the tea. I take a sip from mine. It tastes sour and metallic. I love being pregnant, but the way it's changed my taste buds is horrible. I add half a spoonful of sugar from the bowl to see if that will make it palatable. You know you should put the open cat food in the fridge, I say. Everything's going off so quickly in this heat. Mum frowns. I do. You left Ella's bowl on the worktop, and I found an open tin in the cat food cupboard. With that and the radiators on full blast, the kitchen absolutely stank. That's why the windows are all open, to give it an airing, get rid of the smell. Oh, I think I did forget to put poor Ella's food down, but I suppose she got it anyway. I always put open tins in the fridge though, Nay, even in winter. I shrug. Not always. What's going on with your heating? It was on yesterday too. I don't know. The controlled thingy must be playing up. I hate house stuff. It's times like these I miss your... She stops before she can say, Father. I've turned it off anyway. Thanks, Nay. I sip the tea again and recoil from the taste. It's salty, not sweet. I lean over my cup and spit out the liquid. Nay, what's wrong? I lean to one side and tip the rest of the tea into the nearest flower bed. That's not sugar in the bowl, I say. She frowns, licks the end of her index finger and dabs it into the bowl and then onto her tongue, screwing up her face instantly. Oh God, Nay, it's salt. I'm so sorry. I don't know how that happened. It's okay, Mum. It's really not. I must have topped it up with the wrong thing. This is just the sort of thing that Granny used to do when she was getting ill. It's unthinkable that it could be happening again. Surely Mum's too young for that. I don't think I can even mention it to her. It would be too upsetting. She's staring at the sugar bowl, blinking furiously. I don't remember doing that. Nay, do you think I could be? There's a long pause, and I wonder if this is when she finally says the word we're both thinking. Nothing, she says firmly. I'll go and rinse this cup out and fetch some sugar. We'll start again.
Francis. In the kitchen, I make a fresh pot of tea, swish Naomi's cup under the tap, and tip away the contaminated sugar. I take the bag of sugar from the cupboard and put it on the tray, then take the tea tray back into the garden and pour cups for both of us. Are we going to talk about yesterday? You really scared me, Mum, Naomi says. I know, I say. I frightened myself. I'm worried about you. I just want you to get better. Would you see a therapist? Someone recommended a good one to me. Can I give you her contact details? I can't afford therapy, Nay. You know I'm not working right now. Mum, I've got a little bit put by. Let me pay. Oh, no, I can't let you do that. It's going to help everyone, if you're more settled. You'll need your money for the baby. This is extra, an extra emergency fund. We can call it a loan if you like. Pay me back when you can. We've got to get you sorted. I hate this, but I've got to do something. Okay, but I will pay you back. She's fiddling on her phone, and my phone pings. She sent me a name and phone number. Give her a try, hey? Thanks, Nay. You're so caring. You're going to be a great mum. I thought my words would make her glow, but she looks troubled. I don't know, Mum, she says. I sometimes wonder if I'll be up to it. I don't know if I have the patience. I've got a shorter fuse than you. You were always so patient and kind when I was little. You always made me feel better. You're the same with Granny. How'd you do it? You will be this little baby's whole world, Naomi. For a while, anyway. You'll find the patience, make them feel safe and loved. You're going to do a brilliant job. I need my 8 hours sleep, though. You'll cope. The night feeds don't go on for very long, just a few months. There are lots of early mornings, but that's okay. You adapt. Once you're past that first bit, it's only now and again, when they're ill or have nightmares. Oh, God, I had such bad nightmares when I was little. Do you remember? It was always snakes. They were in the wallpaper. They'd come out from the skirting boards too and down from the ceiling. It was terrifying. I had the same nightmare every time I had a temperature. It would feel so real. I was scared to go to sleep. Suddenly, a memory comes flooding back. Feverish dreams, waking up in a dark room, not knowing where I am. My limbs feel heavy, pinned beneath crisp bedsheets. My ears are ringing, as if the dark is vibrating inside them. Mum? Naomi's looking at me. Sorry, love. I was miles away. I just remembered the recurring nightmare I had when I was little. Mine wasn't snakes. It was about being abducted. Oh, Mum. Someone taking me away from my mum and putting me in a van, not being able to get away. That's horrible. I know. Granny said it was because it happened to a girl at my nursery school. I must have been about 3 or 4. I don't remember her, the girl, but I suppose I heard the grown-ups talking about it. They were always so serious, and there were films on the telly, Don't Talk to Strangers. It must have really taken root. Naomi has put her tea down. Do you think that's why you got upset seeing that girl yesterday? I mean, it could have been anything, couldn't it? A family row, or a kid messing about. But you remembered your nightmare. She's got a point. What if it was a throwback, just like the phone call? My brain bringing old stuff back up to the surface. There's the paper towel, I say. She tilts her head to one side. She wants me to tell her I did it, that I wrote on the towel. But all I can see are the little girl's fingers curled around the lipstick, the concentration on her face as she formed the letters, the effort and resourcefulness she took to reach out to me. What if it was some sort of joke, Mum? One of the boys at school did something like this in Year 6. We were in an upstairs classroom and he wrote on a bit of paper, folded it into a plane and launched it out the window. Oh, I remember you telling me. Little Alex Worth, wasn't it? What did it say again? Help us, we are trapped in here. Miss Franks made him go outside and fetch it and then go and explain himself to the head teacher. Absolute legend. What happened to him, I wonder? Naomi smiles. He's a teacher now. Francis. Here you are. Hello, Mum. Her wheelchair is parked next to a bench in the shade. She doesn't look up. She's wearing a floppy sun hat, which didn't come from home. They must have found one for her. It's doing the job of shading her pale, freckly face, but it's the sort of shapeless thing that she wouldn't have been seen dead in at one time. I make a mental note to sort through the box in the hallway coat cupboard and bring one in, something that's more her. I told you I didn't want to sit here, she says. Her words are slurred and run into each other, but I can still make out what she's saying. I can't stand the silly cow's noise. She tips her head angrily towards another woman, also in a wheelchair, who's sitting about 10 meters away, motionless and completely silent, apparently asleep. Mum was always rather prim and proper. I never heard her swear. Her disease has changed her personality, loosened her inhibitions. It would be funny if it wasn't so tragic. Okay, I say, but shall we stay outside a little longer? I brought you a nice lolly. She shakes her head. Don't want one. Don't like them. I know she does. I sit down on the bench next to her, open the cool box and take a lolly out. My daughter will be here soon, she says. She'll never find me out here. Take me back in. I should be used to it, but it always stings. I used to correct her, try to reach through the fog and make a connection, but that just upset us both. So I play along now, going with whatever narrative is running through the fragile synapses in her brain. Let's have a lolly while we wait, I say. I've unwrapped it now. It's a childish one, a red and white lolly dipped in chocolate flavour coating and sugar strands, pink and yellow and white. Her grip isn't very good these days. If I'm here at a mealtime, I often feed her with a spoon. She looks at the lolly in front of her, and a smile breaks out. It transforms her face, makes her beautiful again, alive and animated. "Oh," she says, licking her lips. "I love a fab." Everyone loves a fab, I say. I start bringing it towards her mouth, but to my surprise she manages to lift both hands and grab the stick. "Have you got it?" I say. She doesn't waste words on a reply, too busy guiding it into her mouth, savouring that first taste. She closes her eyes and emits a long groan of pleasure. A little drop of saliva forms at the corner of her mouth and dribbles down her chin. I wipe it away with a tissue. She's too busy enjoying the moment to object. It's a messy business. The lolly drips and melts rapidly in the warm air, and bits keep falling into her lap. I spread out a couple of tissues to try and catch the worst. When a large chunk comes away, I pick it up and throw it onto the grass. Finally, she's finished. She bites on the stick. "I'd better have that," I say, prizing it away as gently as I can. I wipe her face, which is sticky now. She really needs a wash. "Shall I take you in, get you cleaned up a bit?" She ignores me, but she's in a cracking mood now, ready for a chat. "My daughter likes these. I've got a box of them in the freezer." "The big freezer in the utility room?" I say, trying to coax memories of home out of her, hoping that she'll join the dots and remember who I am. She frowns. "The freezer compartment in the fridge, silly. The little one in the cottage kitchen." She's never referred to our house as the cottage, as far as I know. "My girl, Frances, likes playing in the paddling pool. She's in it all day long. Can't get her out." The paddling pool. I get a flash of an image. A big, round, inflatable pool, sky blue, and made up of bulging layers like a pot made of clay coils, or a snake. I can feel its rubbery surface against my back, see the sunlight playing on the water. It's in the middle of the lawn. We have to keep moving it around because otherwise the grass underneath dies. She's a water baby. I don't think she can swim, though. Jim says he'll teach her this summer. He's patient with her. I always knew he'd be a good dad. Jim, my dad. He was patient. I don't remember him teaching me to swim, but I do remember him showing me butterflies and telling me their names. He taught me how to tie my shoelaces too, and how to ride a bike. He wasn't a talkative man, but he exuded quiet confidence. He always believed in me. He knew I could do it, whatever it was. And in the end, I could. Mum was the opposite. A hovering presence, always there, convinced that I was going to fall, fail, and she would need to catch me. He was the one who taught me to drive, sitting next to me, coaching, correcting, encouraging. "You need to slow down for this corner, love, just a little, then ease round. Bit more accelerator. That's it. Nicely done." He was patient with Mum too, all through their marriage, but especially when she became ill. She'd always been a bit nervy, like me. I take after her there. But he always knew how to diffuse things, keep them on an even keel. As the frustration of her condition increased, her outbursts grew more frequent. She became spiteful and vicious, but he was never anything but kind. He adored her. God, I miss him. Tears are spilling out of my eyes. Grief can catch you like that. You can go for weeks or months without it being at the forefront of your thoughts, and then suddenly it's there again, overwhelming you, knocking you sideways like it's only just happened. It's probably a reaction to what happened yesterday, too. I wish I could talk to Mum or Dad about the muddle I'm in. But I can't. In different ways, they are both lost to me. I'm running out of tissues. I take an old one out of my pocket, wipe my face, and blow my nose. Oh, what's wrong? Did I say something? Mum's looking at me now. It's so unusual for her to look directly at anyone these days, or to show an interest. I'm taken aback. No, you didn't say anything wrong. Jim sounds like a lovely man. He's a very good man. I don't know why he doesn't come and visit me. Perhaps he'll come later and bring Francis. No point explaining to her. Too cruel to make her experience his loss over and over again. We went through that for months, and it was heartbreaking. Do you know when he's coming, nurse? Has he left a message? The second lolly's still in the cool bag. Do you want a fab? I say. Her eyes light up again. Ooh, I love a fab. Francis. So, Francis, what brings you here today? After speaking with her on the phone to book the appointment, I was expecting a woman in her 60s, but Michelle is about my age, maybe younger. She's dressed in stylish separates, the sort that look very simple but cost a bomb. Her consulting room is similarly chic, understated but not bland. 2 walls painted white and 2 eggshell blue, with a couple of lush-looking plants strategically placed here and there, and vertical blinds at the window which stop the light from being too harsh. There are 2 comfortable high-backed chairs facing each other at an angle, not head-on, and a low coffee table nearby with a glass of water and a box of tissues within reach. It's all so neat that I feel as if I'm making the place untidy just by being here. I'm certainly painfully aware of the cat hairs on my top. It's difficult to say. I don't know where to start. Michelle smiles sympathetically. She's holding a notebook and pen. Her body language is, consciously I guess, relaxed and open. She's listening. Start anywhere. We can work around it. What made you pick up the phone? My daughter recommended you. My voice is hoarse and faltering. I take a sip of water and try again. She's worried about me. I'm worried about me. I keep having flashbacks. They're extremely vivid. Where are they taking you back to? My daughter, Naomi, had a bad accident 6 years ago. I keep reliving the phone call in the middle of the night, telling me she's in hospital. I can't seem to shake it off. Okay, how often is this happening? It was very frequent, soon after the accident. I had a few sessions of therapy and it pretty much went away, but for the last few months it's been once or twice a week, maybe more. Last week it was so vivid that I actually started driving to London. I was convinced I had to be there. That must have been very unsettling. Yes, I completely panic when the phone goes off. It seems so real. It affects my breathing. I get chest tightness and pain. That's very common with this sort of thing. There are other things going on too. My mum's got dementia, Huntington's. I keep getting muddled at home just like she used to, putting things in the wrong place. I'm almost 50, but I'm worried that I feel like My voice starts to break. I feel like I'm going mad. She leans forward and discreetly pushes the tissue box a little closer to me. Okay, there's a lot going on here. Let's unpack some of it. What happened with Naomi? I take a deep breath. She'd been using a pedestrian crossing and someone had driven across. She broke her collarbone and a couple of ribs. One of the ribs punctured a lung. They thought she might have head injuries, but she didn't. She was a student in London, but I nursed her at home for a couple of months. She was in a lot of pain, and she was very shaken up. And that must have been frightening for all of you. Who else is in your family? Are you married? Yes. No. A nervous laugh escapes, a reaction to the way those two words sum up our relationship. I am married, but we're separated. Not divorced yet, but he lives with someone else. I'm sorry. When did you split up? A couple of years ago, but things really went wrong around the time of Nay's accident. I didn't get the support from him that I needed. We crawled along for a few more years, but he spent less and less time at home. Meanwhile, my mum was getting worse and taking up all my time. She's in a care home now. It got to the point when I couldn't cope on my own with her. That must have been a painful decision. Very. I felt like... I stop, aware of a huge tidal wave of emotion about to engulf me. I felt like I'd let her down. I managed to get the last words out before the tears start. I don't think I've ever said it out loud before. Didn't realise how much I was feeling it. But I do. Even now, when she doesn't know me, she can't walk, and her mood can turn on a sixpence to become vicious and spiteful. I still feel I should be able to look after her. I still carry the guilt of making her leave the home that she loved. It's okay, says Michelle, as I reach for another tissue. Take as long as you need. Several minutes pass before I can continue. You said you had flashbacks soon after your daughter's accident, but they went away. When did they start again? It was soon after Mum went into the home, when I was alone in the house. It's the family home. It was Mum and Dad's, and I grew up there, and then my husband, Rick, and I moved there. I'd never been alone in it, not for more than a few hours. And suddenly there I was, rattling around. What did that feel like? God, this is going to sound awful. She smiles. Believe me, I've heard it all. Just be honest. That's all I ask. I was relieved, part of me anyway, just to let go of my marriage, of my mum, of being a mum. For the first time in 25 years or more, I didn't have any responsibility. It was like I'd lost weight. I was almost floating. Is that awful? She shakes her head. But at the same time, I had so many emotions, sadness, guilt, regret, and I was tired, so bloody tired. These are very normal feelings to have in the circumstances. But then the flashback started. Yes, at night time or during my afternoon naps. I was scared being in the house on my own at night, anyway. I used to lie in bed for hours listening, aware of every creak or rattle. The house would sort of sigh as it cooled down. When I did manage to go to sleep, I'd wake up in a panic, convinced the phone was ringing, reliving that conversation over and over again. That must be very distressing. Look, we're nearly out of time, but I'd like to give you a couple of techniques you can use to bring things more under your control. To make this stop. To make it easier when you get these flashbacks. I think we should start with that and then tackle the root of this, so hopefully they'll be less frequent. Maybe we can even get rid of them. She's so calm. Her confidence sets off a little spark of hope inside me. Do you really think so? I do. I've worked with plenty of people with trauma like yours. You're showing symptoms of PTSD. There are very tried and tested ways of helping. I can definitely help you. What about the other thing? The forgetfulness? She rests her pen down. It could all be part of the same thing, Francis. You should talk to your GP about it, but you're obviously in a heightened state of anxiety. Let's quickly focus on a couple of techniques to tackle your anxiety when it's spiking. Some simple breathing exercises to practice until next week. Are you okay with that? She runs through a method of counting as I breathe in and out, guides me as I try it. I close my eyes and listen to her voice, allowing myself to let go and follow her instructions, giving her my trust. It's so simple, but I can feel my body relaxing, my mind growing calmer. After a few rounds of breathing, she gently says, "You can open your eyes now." I feel better than I have for a very long time. "Thank you," I say. "I'm going to send you a list to keep with you at all times. I want you to read it if you have one of your flashbacks. It will be a reality check. Pin it by your bed and keep a copy in your bag. We don't want you driving down the motorway again." "Okay, that's amazing. Thank you." "Time's up now, though. I think it would help if you came a couple of times a week, at least to start with. Let's book you in." I leave the office exhausted but hopeful. I've been so scared, so thoroughly freaked out by recent events, but maybe there's a way to get back to peace and calm. As I head back to the car, I realise I didn't tell her about the girl in the car. Naomi wants me to leave it to the police, but now that I feel less like I'm in freefall, I feel like I should own my mistake. I should have helped her, and I'm not going to forget her until I know that she's safe. Francis. It's the middle of the night, and I'm awake. I don't really know if I've slept at all. It's hot upstairs. I checked the radiators before I went to bed. They were off, thank goodness. It's just that the heat of the day hasn't dissipated, even with the windows open. I've ditched the duvet and am lying under a plain sheet in a vest top and pants, but I'm still drenched in sweat. I wriggle out from under it and lie on top of the bed. I try to read, but my eyes scan the same page over and over, unable to take it in. Too tired to read, too awake to sleep. I'm still trying to process what happened in therapy a few hours ago. So many emotions bubbled up that I'd obviously suppressed for months, maybe years. Near my feet, Ella objects to the light, stretching out her front paws and then resettling herself, turning her back to me. Rick would never tolerate pets in the bedroom. Ella moved onto the bed the day he moved out. The phone on my bedside table rings, and I feel the familiar stab of anxiety. "Mrs. Brookman? Francis? My name is Harriet Smith. I'm a staff nurse at St. Thomas's Hospital. Your daughter, Naomi, was in an accident earlier today. She's in surgery now. You should get here if you can." My brain isn't foggy this time, but the sound of Harriet's voice is enough to set my heart racing, send my thoughts whirring into chaos. My daughter's in trouble. Somewhere, somehow, I know this isn't real. The adrenaline in my body is making my brain think that I need to respond, though. I sit up. "How bad is she?" "We're not sure. A road traffic accident of some sort. She was brought in by ambulance. We're assessing injuries now." Oh my God. Naomi. I can feel myself falling back into this nightmare, and I can't stop. It's like dropping off the edge of a cliff, scrabbling at the rocks and bushes that might stop me, but missing, failing to get hold of anything solid. "Okay, I'm on my way. Tell her to hold on." It's 3:00 in the morning. Where's Rick? Why hasn't he come home? I can't remember what day it is. He must be working away. I'll ring him in a minute. Let him know he needs to get to the hospital. I swing my legs out of bed. Tiggy watches me but doesn't make a move to follow. A sheet of A4 paper is dislodged from my bedside table. I haven't got time to pick it up now. I stagger into the bathroom, leaving the door open, use the toilet, wash my hands, and then splash cold water onto my face. The room is absolutely stifling. As I go to dry my hands and face, I realise that the heated towel rail is red hot. No wonder it feels like an oven in here. What on earth's going on? This is ridiculous. I must ring someone in the morning. My eye focuses on the ceramic pot on the windowsill holding my toothbrush. Just the one. Turquoise and white, looking a bit frayed at the edges, some of the filaments curled over. When Rick goes away, he takes a sponge bag with a whole travel kit in it. He leaves his electric toothbrush here. I stare at the toothbrush. Just the one. Just mine. Rick's gone, hasn't he? He doesn't live here anymore. I hear a soft thump as Tiggy jumps off the bed and lands on the threadbare carpet. She comes to find me in the bathroom, winding her lithe body around my ankles. Her lithe body. Her pink collar. Ella, not Tiggy. It's like the floor is gently shifting under my feet. It feels physical, although I know that all this is in my mind. 2023, not 2017. As I leave the bathroom, my eye catches what looks like a piece of paper taped to the back of the bathroom door. I move the door to get a better look and see that it's a piece of A4 printer paper with a bullet point list. The heading is in bold capital letters. Francis, read this. I remember now. Michelle sent me a list. Before you leave the house, before you message anyone, read the note. I printed it out and stuck it in various locations around the house. It made me queasy, taping it to the wall in the hall, the kitchen and the bathroom. We did the same thing for Mum when she was struggling to remember words for everyday objects. Little yellow stickies all over the house. Fridge, sugar, window, kettle, radio, toaster. When she moved into the care home, I went round the house taking them all down. As I peeled each one away, I was overcome with grief. I knew she'd never need them again. She'd never come back to the house where she'd spent most of her adult life, raised her family. Yesterday, as I placed the note all over the house, I told myself, it's not the same. This is temporary, a quick fix to prevent another trip down the M4. Now I stand in the bathroom and read my instructions to myself. It's 2023. Naomi is fine. You are fine. Your body's gone into panic mode, but you can deal with this. Sit somewhere comfortable and breathe. Breathe in to a count of 4. Hold it for 4. Breathe out to a count of 4. Hold it for 4. And again. You've got this. You're in control. Feeling calmer? Now double-check which year it is. Your phone will tell you. The date is a fact. It's real. To ground yourself in the present, look at Facebook, the recent updates from friends and family's lives. Everything's okay, Francis. You've got this. I don't sit down, but I start the breathing exercise there and then. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. As I do it, my breathing slows. My heart stops jumping around in my chest. The lino starts to feel more solid under my feet. After a few rounds of breathing, I go back to the bedroom and pick up my phone. I check the home screen. 22nd of July, 2023. Okay. I open Facebook and search for Naomi. She posted 2 days ago. A selfie of her and Tom sitting outside on a bench in Victoria Park. Naomi is cradling her growing belly. 2023 is the year in which I'll become a grandma. Naomi as well. Blooming, in fact. I start the controlled breathing again. Ella rejoins me on the bed. Her rhythmic purring adds to the centering effect of the conscious breathing, and within a few minutes, I'm clear-eyed and calm. I feel a surge of relief. More than that, a feeling of achievement. I worked through this without ringing Rick or bothering Naomi. I'm stronger than I thought I was. Francis. It's suffocatingly hot. But from force of habit, I put on a thin dressing gown before going downstairs to turn off the heating. The controls are showing the same as before. It must be a software fault or something. It's defaulting to this ridiculous temperature. I try turning it off again, and that seems to work. Then I pad upstairs, past the bedrooms, and on to the attic. There are 2 rooms in the converted roof space. A storeroom to the left and what I rather grandly call my studio to the right. The storeroom is simply boarded across the rafters, with no windows. My studio, however, is different. When we moved in, we put in a couple of Velux windows and carpeted the floor. Then, after Rick left, I reclaimed the room, moved his desk into the storeroom, painted the walls white, put some special things of mine on the shelves, favourite books, scented candles, vases, my childhood doll, a lock of Naomi's baby hair in a little frame. I walk over to my desk and switch on my daylight lamp. I sit at my chair and shuffle forward a little. There are examples of my work fixed to the walls and displayed on shelves and pinboards. I let my eyes range across them now. There are dragons and fairies, cats and dogs, but mostly children. I've drawn hundreds of children to illustrate other people's stories. Different hairstyles, sizes, ages, expressions, active children running or climbing, thoughtful ones curled up with a book, happy kids, sad kids. Now my mind turns to another child, the girl in the other car. I can still see her, and so, of course, I can draw her. This should be easy for me. I tape a sheet of paper to my drawing board, angle the light so it's just right, select my favourite pencil, 2B, with a long spiky tip created with a craft knife, not a sharpener. My hand hovers above the surface. I know from experience that it doesn't matter where you start. You just need to make a mark, start somewhere. Mistakes can be corrected. Drawings can be retraced, digitized, revisited. Somehow, I can't get started, though. After a couple of long minutes, I try a different tack. I grab a little sketchbook and move over to the sofa in the corner. The covers are worn, especially on the arms, so I've thrown a large bedspread over the top and added some bright cushions. I switch on a reading lamp, tuck my feet up, settle back and get comfortable, then open the sketchbook. Flipping through my previous drawings relaxes me. When I get to the first blank page, I start to make marks almost effortlessly. I find myself tracing the shape of the girl as she walked into the services with the woman, the view I got from the car. A bit of crude shading, and it's done. An impression of her height and build seen from behind. I add the woman. Not much more than an outline and some block colour, but it captures the way she carried herself, the silhouette of her hair in that distinctive bob. A noise somewhere in the house below me breaks my concentration. I look up from the sketchbook and listen. The hush at this time of night is almost palpable. I'm certain that I heard something, though. A dull thud or thump, and I'm straining to hear more. Is that a scratching sound? Am I imagining it? A shadow falls in the doorway, low down, and I relax as I realise it's Ella, come to find out what I'm up to. She pads into the room and winds herself round my feet. "Hello, you," I say. "Can't you sleep either?" There's another faint sound from below. If Ella's here, what's making that noise? She butts her head into my shin, then hops up onto the sofa next to me, purring. Her presence reassures me. Something she disturbed on her way up here must have fallen off the bed or a shelf or somewhere. I'll find it later. I turn the page in my sketchbook and start to draw again. My pencil moves quickly over the paper, making a series of short, light lines. After a few minutes, I pause and look at what I've done. The air in the top of the house is hot and muggy, but I'm getting goosebumps on my arms now. The face looking up at me from the page is the face that I saw. It's unmistakably her. The girl in the other car is in my studio with me. She may be gone, but she's not forgotten.
Naomi. Somewhere between sleep and consciousness, I hear footsteps, the tread of someone on the stairs getting closer, and then the creak of the front door opening, and another creak as it closes. I open my eyes and squint at my phone. 3:25. I'm on my side, with a pillow between my legs, but my hips are complaining. Little loaf is wedged up under my ribs. I turn over, bracing my arms and hands against the mattress, and lifting my bum to try to shift the weight of my torso without straining anything. I move the pillow and put it between my knees again. Now I'm facing the door as a dark shape is framed in the doorway. Tom? You all right? My voice is husky from sleep. Sorry, Nay. I didn't mean to wake you up. It's all right. I can't get comfortable anyway. He goes to his side and lies down on top of the covers, putting his arms around me, bending his knees to fit with mine. He's wearing shorts and a vest. His arms and legs are clammy with sweat. He nuzzles my neck and kisses me just below my ear. Been out for a run? Tom's really into his fitness. During the winter, he runs 3 or 4 times a week. Recently, it's been too hot to go out during the day, so he waits until the late evening. Not this late, usually. Yeah, couldn't sleep. Are you worried about anything? He laughs and kisses me again. You, he says. I just want you to be okay. I'm all right, I say. Are you? You were in a right old state about your mum yesterday. Yeah, well, she's started therapy now. Perhaps that will help. She needs something. I haven't told him that I've sent Mum the money for it. I had to use our joint account, so Tom will see it soon. I'm hoping Dad will transfer the money in before he notices. He strokes my hair. I wish I could say, not your problem. But I know you'll always try to help. That's why I love you. One of the reasons. I turn my head. I love you too. We kiss. His hand caresses my bump, just as Little Loaf wriggles. Hey, you, he chides. It's the middle of the night, not the time for breakdancing. I put my hand on my stomach too, and feel the sweep of a knee or an elbow near the surface. Wide awake. Shape of things to come. It's amazing though, isn't it? Yeah. Are you worried about the baby? About being a dad? He hesitates a touch too long before saying, No, it's going to be great. There is something though. What is it? Why couldn't you sleep? He pulls away and shifts onto his back. It's just work stuff. I don't want to bother you. Don't be silly. I'm interested. I want to be bothered. We're being Ofsteded. We got the email yesterday. They're coming today. Craig's going mental about it. Craig is his head of department and a bit of a stress monkey at the best of times. Oh, blimey. You should try and get some sleep then. Yeah. I'll have a shower first to cool down. Might be a long day coming up. He kisses me again, then rolls off the bed and heads into the bathroom. As I listen to the shower running, Little Loaf wriggles again. He or she is really going for it tonight. I suppose being wakeful at night is good practice, but I could do with another few hours' sleep. I stroke my stomach. Settle down, little one. Go back to sleep.
Francis. Ella and I walk down through the house together. The attic landing light is on, casting a soft warmth into the stairwell. On the first floor, a plant has fallen off a little table in a corner under the window, spilling compost across the carpet. Ah, there we are. That's what you knocked over. Never mind, let's fetch the dustpan and brush. I pick my way past, trying to avoid treading in any more than I have to, and head down to the ground floor. I flick on the kitchen light and gather the cleaning stuff from the cupboard under the sink, dustpan and brush, a carpet spray and cloth for any wet stuff that's soaked in. The plant and its root ball have come partially out of the pot. The leaves are long spikes, mottled green and yellow. I smile as I think of its cruel name, mother-in-law's tongue. I never knew my mother-in-law. Rick's parents both died when he was in his teens. Rick got on well with my parents. Mum and Dad always treated him like they would their own son. I know he was devastated when Dad died. And then Mum declined and withdrew into herself. He hasn't been to see her in the home, as far as I know. Too upsetting, I suppose. I understand. We went through so much together. However awful the last couple of years have been, I can't just write off the time I spent with him. He's still Naomi's dad, and always will be. With the plant restored to its place and the compost cleaned up, I go back to the kitchen and brew some tea. While the kettle's boiling, I Google missing girls on my laptop in case something new has come up overnight. There's nothing that seems related to my girl. I sip my tea and scroll through endless posts detailing stories of girls who've disappeared. Some are found safe and well. Some became names on a coroner's case file, dead by their own hand or someone else's. And then there are the others, the ones who have spawned whole communities of people on the internet looking for a person they care about, for someone who vanished from their lives and has never been found. I find myself falling into a well of unhappiness and unresolved feelings, loose ends that are never tied. I stumble across one forum, still missing, and apply to join. A message pings back. Thank you for your application. Status, pending. It's starting to get light outside. Ella and I wander out into the garden, drinking in the cooler air, listening to the sounds of a city waking up. A single train passing through, intermittent traffic as early commuters get a march on the rest of us, a couple of gulls on patrol overhead, looking out for overspill from city centre bins. The sun isn't up yet, but the sky is lighter in the east. It won't be long until the temperature starts rising again. I must find Mum's hat. I can take it to her later. I go back into the house, leaving the door open, inviting the cool air inside.
Naomi. God, Mum, what happened here? Mum had been sounding so positive on the phone, so I'm shocked to find the house in a state when I call in. I mean, she's not the most housebound person, never has been, but this is something else. There's a big pile of coats on the stairs, boxes and bags everywhere. It looks like the coat cupboard has just vomited its contents into the hall. Oh, yes. I'm going to clear that up. I was looking for Mum's hat. Jesus. No, let me finish. I found I'd done something silly. I'd left some shopping in the bottom of a bag and it was stinking the place out, so obviously I had to leave everything to air. What was it? Carrots. She pulls a face. Oh God, they're the worst when they go off. I know. I can't believe I did that. Well, I can actually, given my history of apples and handbags. It's a running joke in our family that Mum takes healthy snacks with her and then leaves them to compost in various bags. When was this? Yesterday? 5 o'clock this morning. I couldn't sleep. The heating's up the creek again, and the house was like an oven. Bloody hell, Mum. Get someone in to have a look at it. It must be eating up money. You might as well just set fire to a handful of fivers. I know. I will. I've switched it all off now. At least I think I have. I think the heat might set off my panic. Thought I got, another phone call last night. But I handled it. I was rather proud of myself, actually. I think I'm doing better now. I know it doesn't look like it. She indicates the chaos all around us. Granny's hat is on the hall table. There's a sheet of paper, blue-tacked to the mirror above it. A quick glance tells me it's instructions to herself. A checklist of ways to survive a panic attack and check what's real and what isn't. I feel a bit sick looking at it. When Granny was ill, this house ended up plastered with notes. It feels like history is repeating itself. This is different, though, isn't it? Shall I help you put this lot away? I ask. You don't need to. I can do it. I know I don't need to, but I'd like to help. I can't stand the thought of her not getting round to it. The state of the house getting worse and worse, until it's the sort of place you see featured on daytime TV shows in which professional cleaning teams deal with hoarders who have finally admitted they've got a problem. We could sort it before it goes back. I'm sure there's stuff we could throw away or recycle. There definitely is, but I can't face it now. Let's just bung it back. We fill up the cupboard again and shut the door. What are you up to today? She asks. I was just coming back from my checkup. Everything's fine. Thought I'd have a look at the cot too. Tom can fetch it over to ours later. Oh, I wish you'd said about the checkup. I would have come with you. It was only blood pressure and a wee check. Nothing exciting like a scan. I still would have come if you asked. I know. Mum was so thrilled when I told her I was pregnant. She only made one little comment early on about not knowing what that felt like, which made me aware of a sense of regret, of having missed out. Mum and Dad never made a secret of me being adopted. They always emphasised how it made me extra special because they chose me. Mum puts her hand on my arm. Glad everything's okay. I never had this blessing, but not being able to have kids meant that I found you. It was the best thing that could have possibly happened, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I'm glad you found me too. Naomi. The attic room takes up half the roof space. It is boarded, but there's no proper floor, and it seems neglected and forgotten about up here. Entering the room feels like transitioning from one world to another, or stepping through a portal into the past. It's stifling, with a stale edge to the air, which makes me think I'm breathing in dust and mould spores and all sorts. The roof pitch is such that you can walk upright in the central part, but have to bend down to reach some of it, and crawl on your hands and knees to get to the outermost edges, which, obviously, I'm not going to do. It's like a family archive. Boxes and cases and objects from 3 generations, all jumbled up together. There are things belonging to Granny and Grandad, dark wood furniture and files full of old paperwork. I feel a pang of tenderness as I recognise Grandad's sloping writing on the side of a cardboard box. He was naturally left-handed, but was cruelly made to write with his right hand at school, which resulted in a strange, cramped way of holding a pen and distinctive, painful-looking script. It's been years since he died now, but I get a sudden rush of grief, realising I'll never see him again. He'll never know his great-grandchild. It just seems terribly sad. There are a couple of old suitcases in one corner, and, next to them, a wooden cot. It's much larger than I remember. It's really quite a monster. With a jolt, I realise that it won't fit into the space in our little bedroom. Mum is going to be gutted. And I am too. I want this baby to have lots of shiny new things, but it would have been special to have him or her sleeping in the cot that I used and Mum used before me. There's a lovely photograph of Mum as a baby in this cot that Granny has in her room at the care home. It's all part of fostering a sense of belonging, of being part of a family's history and tradition. Not sharing genes with Mum and Dad doesn't matter to me. We were always us three, with our own ways of doing things, in-jokes, favourite films, meals, rituals at Christmas. I know a cot is just an object, but it means more than that. I wonder if Tom could find a way to squeeze it in. I run my fingers along the top rail, trying to picture how we could move the furniture round to accommodate it. I pick my way past it and back towards the door. There's a sharp pain in my ankle. The catch of one of the suitcases is open, the rusty metal sticking out awkwardly. It's grazed my leg. I curse. The pain is so sharp it's brought tears to my eyes. There's a line of roughed-up skin and a couple of beads of blood forming. I stop to dab at the blood with a tissue. I have to hold on to the cot to steady myself as I try to reach down and lift my leg up. Somehow my hand and ankle meet in the middle. It's quite a nasty little wound. I'm tempted to aim a kick at the suitcase, but instead it piques my curiosity. As well as being open, it is obviously fairly full. The lid is being pushed upwards. For a horrible moment, I imagine a dead body concertinaed in there, the forces of decomposition working to unfold it and find a way out. I've been watching too many true crime documentaries. I bloody love them, though. The sharp pain in my leg and the stuffiness of the air have brought me out in a sweat. My top is sticking to my back. I need to get out of here, but not until I've looked in this suitcase. With an effort, I bend down and lift the lid, swinging it up and back to rest on its old leather hinges. I smile as I see the contents. A jumble of hats and scarves, a ratty feather boa, some long gloves with little pearl buttons, some nighties and tops, a stripy t-shirt with a rip under the arm, a plastic sword and a toy revolver in a brown fake leather holster and belt. They're all familiar to me from dressing up sessions here when I was little. I sift through them happily, remembering playing in the garden with these, looking forward to a day sometime in the future when my little one will ask to go to Granny's house to play cowboys or fairies or princesses. At the bottom of the case, there's an odd assortment of plastic jewellery, masks and hair clips. A comb decorated with seashells is tangled up in something. I take it out. The teeth of the comb are caught in the nylon strands of an old wig. I only remember playing with it once. I put it on and it was far too big, but I liked it. The fringe fell over my eyes, and the sides created curtains and draped on my shoulders. Mum wasn't there, just Granny. When she looked up and saw what I was doing, she pretty much snatched it off my head. "Oh, take that nasty old thing off. I'm sure it's full of moths." I was both horrified and rather thrilled at the thought of moths in my hair. She threw the wig in the bin, but I fished it out later when she wasn't looking and put it back in the suitcase, right at the bottom. The comb with seashells was for when I was a mermaid, of course. There used to be a necklace made of seashells that went with it, but I can't find that. I had a shiny turquoise swimming costume too. Grandad would fill the paddling pool with a garden hose, and I'd splash around trying to keep my feet together to form a fishtail. We seemed to have so many hot summer days when I was little, and it was glorious. Now, especially this year, the heat seems oppressive. There's something ominous about the temperature going up and up, tipping into the 30s for days on end. It makes me think I must be crazy to bring a child into a world that's heading for climate disaster. But has there ever been a good time to have a baby? I have to believe that the human race will find a way to tackle its problems. Maybe little Loaf can be part of the solution, rather than the problem. Inside me, he or she shifts a little, an elbow, knee or the curve of their back pressing up into my diaphragm, making it harder to catch my breath. Perhaps they're being squashed as I'm squatting here. My legs are very stiff anyway, and I'm much too hot. It's time to get up. I pack everything back into the old suitcase and close the lid. I'll ask Tom to come and look at the cot and bring a tape measure. I cradle my bump with one hand as I use the other to hold onto the cot and haul myself up. A tiny drop of blood trickles down my ankle and stains the strap of my sandal. Perhaps the graze is deeper than I thought. It seems insignificant compared to the bittersweet feelings I'm carrying now. The contents of the attic are just jumbled up objects nobody wants anymore, aren't they? And yet these physical things pack such an emotional punch. I really want to find a way to use that cot.
Francis. I'm in the garden, picking tomatoes when Naomi finds me. This is something my grandchild can help with in a year or two's time, I say. I hold a tomato close to my face and breathe in. God, they smell divine. Here. I hold it up to Nay. She smiles, cups my hand, and brings it in towards her nose, closing her eyes and inhaling. Gorgeous, she says. They always taste better straight from the garden. She takes it from my hand and pops it into her mouth, chewing it slowly, then swallowing it down with a cheeky grin. I'm transported back to her toddlerhood. We didn't have much of a garden when she was little, so she loved coming here. Mum and Dad gave her a little rectangle of flower bed of her own, asked her what she wanted to grow there, and helped her to dig it over, took her to buy seeds and young plants, bought her a tiny watering can, and pointed out what was weed and what was plant as they started growing. They gave her little jobs in the rest of the garden too, putting seed potatoes into the trench Dad dug and helping him fill it in and earth it up, cutting hairy garden twine into short lengths and using it to tie sunflower stems to bamboo poles in their efforts to grow the tallest flower in Britain and send a photo in to Blue Peter. Sometimes Dad tied Nay's hair into ponytails or bunches with the same hairy twine. "If you're a real gardener, you use it to keep your trousers up," he'd say, and laugh as Nay ran round him, wrapping him up in string. Or was that me? They did the same things with both of us. My memories are muddled up. The garden was different when I was little. There was a round lawn and a shade tree and views across the fields. That can't have been here. Perhaps it was a holiday cottage. I can't remember. Mum? Naomi's looking at me, like she just asked me a question. Oh, sorry, love. I was miles away. Where were you? I was just remembering Grandad. Do you remember your little patch of garden? Where was it? She smiles. Grandad loved it out here, didn't he? Bit of peace and quiet out of Granny's way. My garden was at the end of the flower bed, just this side of the vegetable patch. Oh, that's right. It's all a bit weedy now. Grandad wouldn't approve, would he? I'll clear it up and dig it over this winter. Get it ready, shall I? Little Loaf will be a bit too small for gardening next year, maybe the year after. She stops, and I know what she's thinking. If you're still here. If I haven't had to sell up and move. Where? To a flat? A bungalow? Another town where I can afford somewhere with a little garden? A mark on her ankle catches my eye. Oh, Nay, you've hurt yourself. She looks down too, holding her foot out. I caught it on an old suitcase. Let's go back inside and I'll clean it up. Looks nasty. I make her sit down in the kitchen and fetch a little stool for her to put both feet on, while I clean up the greys and apply some Germaline. Then I get out a roll of dressing bandage and start unwinding it. Honestly, I think that's a bit over the top, she says. It needs a plaster at most, not all that lot. Please, just bung a plaster on it. It'll be fine. OK, if you're sure. I fetch my box of plasters from the cupboard and sift through for one of a suitable size. God knows what's up there in the storeroom. I need to go through it all. If we're going to sell this place, I'll have to clear it out. I just can't bring myself to do it. Sell or clear up? I sigh. Both. I had another solicitor's letter from your father which made it quite clear that he feels he has a claim to half the value of the house. It's such a mess, Nay. It's still in Granny's name, but we did fund the kitchen and the new boiler and all sorts of bits and bobs around the place. I wish we'd done it all properly. I don't really understand what the legal position is. You need a solicitor of your own. She's right, of course. I can't afford one. You can't afford not to. I should ring the woman who organised the paperwork for me to have power of attorney over Mum's affairs. She was pretty sensible. Mum? Nay says. She's looking a bit sheepish, and I wonder what's coming next. I'm not sure if we can fit the old cot into our place. I'm going to ask Tom to look. I tidy up the first aid kit and put it away. I hope you can, Nay. I'd love you to use it. I know, she says, but it might not be possible. If not, perhaps you could set it up here for when we come to visit. That's a good idea. I could make the spare room into a little nursery. No need to go over the top. I know, I'm not. I'm just trying to help. I found the old dressing up stuff. That's what was in the case that bit me. It'll be lovely when this little one is old enough to play with them. It will, but don't wish the early days away. Every day with a child is special. That's something I learned when I had you. It goes so quickly. She's studying me now, and it looks like there are tears in her eyes. When I was up there, I just felt a bit overwhelmed. All that stuff from our side of the family. It's like two childhoods boxed up and gathering dust there, yours and mine. I don't know if I can do that for this little person. Create a childhood, hold someone's whole life in my hands. What if I'm no good at this? What if I'm not a good mum? I bend over her and wrap her up in my arms. You'll be amazing, Nay. I know you will. Did you ever worry about this? Am I just being silly? I stroke her hair, like Mum stroked mine when I was little and upset. I think everyone worries about it. You can long for a child. It can be the thing you want most in the world. But at the same time, it's a lot of responsibility. You worry you won't be good enough. But you will be good enough, darling. You'll be the best mum ever. She holds onto my arms and gives them a squeeze. No, she says. I've already got the best mum, but I'll try.
Naomi. How was your mum today? Tom's just arrived home from work. It's got to be something when his first question is about Mum, not me. And a glowing ember of resentment that's been festering inside me for a while suddenly flares up. I know it's petty to react, but I can't help myself. Excuse me? How are you, Nay? How's the mother of my child doing? He looks puzzled and stung. Of course I want to know about you. Hey, I know you've been worried about her. I'm worried about her. And you talk about her every evening. I remembered you were seeing her today and just thought I'd acknowledge what's going on with you right now, but my bad. He holds his hands up and mimes backing out of the room. Blood rushes into my already hot and bothered face. I know full well what a bitch I've just been. I'm sorry, I say, but my voice is too hard-edged and sulky to make a dent in his defensive barrier. He's gone quiet now. Never a good sign. I take as deep a breath as I can manage with a small human pressing against my diaphragm and try again, deliberately aiming for a softer tone. Tom, I'm sorry. I really am. It was nice of you to ask. She's a mess. The hall was in a state, and she's got in a knot with the heating or something. It was boiling in the house again. She calmed down when I was there. It's like she loses it when she's on her own, almost like she needs supervision. I stop, remembering what Granny was like, how she couldn't be left alone because she wandered and got lost, or she'd do something awful like leave the grill on. I'm sorry to hear that. His tone was warmer. She's so erratic, so absent-minded. She's got wild ideas about the motorway incident. Honestly, it feels like she's in a downward spiral. Budge up. He walks across the room, sits next to me on the sofa, and puts his arm round me. Look, I'm no expert, but you can only do so much. You said she started counselling, but it sounds like she needs medical help. I don't want to be the one to say it, but she needs to be tested for dementia. I flinch as he says the word. We both know the reality of it. It's horrific to think that history could be repeating itself with Mum. If that's what she's got, then it's going to shape all our lives. I'm her only child. It'll be down to me to organise her care, probably be her carer for a long time. I honestly don't know if I can do that with a baby in tow. If it is dementia, I force myself to say the word. Could you cope with living there? We could save a ton of money on rent. I don't know. I mean, it's a great house and a brilliant garden for kids. Kids? Is he already planning a dynasty? Better than this little hellhole. But on the other hand, it's our hellhole, our place, you and me. He leans over and kisses me. Our little nest. Looking after her would be a lot, and most of it will come down to you. It's so complicated, I sigh. Look, whatever happens, wherever we live, we're still us. He strokes my tummy. It'll be the three of us soon. We can take on the world. I lean my head against his chest. The thing is, Tom... No, I can't say it. I'll sound like a horrible person. He laughs. I already know you like Marmite, and that you never put the tops back on bottles in the bathroom. How much worse can it get? Okay. I love Mum. Of course I do. And I hate seeing her so upset. And I want to help her, but... I look at him. He's waiting patiently for me to spit it out. But this is meant to be our time, isn't it? You, me and the baby. I know that's an awful thing to say, but I feel like I'm buckling under the strain. I want her to look after me. I don't know if I can look after her. Not right now. I'm a horrible person. You're absolutely not. This is a lot to cope with at a time when you should be focusing on yourself and this little loaf. Finding it too much doesn't make you horrible. It just shows how much you care, and I love you for that. And I'm here. You don't have to deal with this on your own. I don't deserve you. Too right. I'm pretty amazing. I grab a cushion and swing it into his stomach. He fends it off. Do you want to start something? Really? He starts tickling me under my armpits. I'm laughing, but I can't wriggle away from him, and before long, the laughter turns to hysterical tears. And suddenly I'm crying. Great, big, ugly sobs. My whole body shaking, and alarming noises coming out of my mouth. Hey, what's going on? I try to tell him, but I'm just a blubbery mess. He mops my face with a tissue and waits for me to calm down. It's too much and I can't cope. And I haven't made dinner and it was my turn and it's not fair on you. And I want my mum, but she's not well and I can't help her and I'm too hot. I can't get comfortable and my leg hurts. Okay. That's a lot. Let's break it down a bit. At times like this, you can tell Tom's a teacher. He's very good in a crisis, especially an emotional one. For a start, it's far too hot to cook. I'll put some bits in the cool bag and we'll go sit in the park, okay? It's getting nice out there now. Next, we can't fix your mum this evening, can we? So let's give ourselves a break. Have a night off. What else was there? Your leg. What's wrong with your leg? Nothing. I scraped it at Mum's. It's okay, really. A picnic sounds lovely. Okay. You sit there while I get everything ready and get out of my school uniform. It's not a uniform, but he always wears the same thing, more or less. Dark jacket and trousers, plain shirt and tie. I teased him the first time he dressed like this, when he was starting his placement during teacher training. It was so different from his normal look. Torn tracky bottoms and retro band t-shirts. He tied his hair back and trimmed his beard so that it was barely more than stubble. When I stopped laughing, I had to admit it kind of suited him. "Dress for the job you want," he said. He'd already told me he was aiming to be head of department by 30. I've been to his current school a couple of times, and it's obvious that the kids like and respect Mr. Wallace. He's popular with his colleagues too. He goes for drinks after work on a Friday sometimes, and we've gone to his friends' places for curry nights. "How was Ofsted today?" I ask when he comes back into the room and starts pottering in the kitchenette. "Yeah, fine." He sounds almost casual now. I don't know what I was worried about. Of course he would pass any inspection with flying colours. He hasn't got his promotion yet, but it won't be long. I cradle my stomach as I listen to him putting things into a cool bag. He's a good guy, and he's right. Whatever happens, wherever we live, it'll soon be the three of us. We can take on the world.
Francis. Have there been any recurrences this week, Francis? Have you heard that phone call again? I'm back in Michelle's consulting room. There was one in the middle of the night. I started to panic, but then I realised what was going on and managed to calm down. I did the breathing, and it really helped, and the checklist too. That's excellent. How did you feel afterwards? A bit rattled, but pleased with myself that I'd coped. I keep thinking about the day I did go dashing down the motorway. I'm not sure whether to tell her this or not, but this is what I'm here for, to tell her the things that matter to me, isn't it? While I was driving, there was an incident. She frowns. What sort of incident? I saw a girl in another car. She was distressed. I saw them again in the services, and I'm pretty sure the girl was being abducted. Michelle has had her neutral, listening face on, but now she sits up a little straighter in her chair, and her expression is altogether sharper. This wasn't what she was expecting to hear. Oh, my goodness, what happened? I tell her, the same way I told Naomi, repeating the words I've gone over time and time again in my head. I've revisited it so often that it's starting to sound like a story, fiction, not fact. I know it's true, but I'm not sure it sounds like that anymore. Well, Michelle says when I've finished, you reported it. You spoke to the woman and the child. You did what you could at the time, but it's obviously still troubling you. How do you feel about it now? Haunted, I say. Guilty, like I let her down. That's understandable. But you are only one person, Francis. You followed the proper channels by reporting it to the people whose job it actually is to investigate this sort of thing. They didn't take me seriously, though. He was humouring me, almost laughing at me. It felt like... I stop, aware that I'm on the brink of disclosing something big, something painful. Do I trust her? Michelle waits. She's very good at that. He, the police clerk, made me feel like Rick used to sometimes. Tell me about him, Francis. How do you sum up half a lifetime with someone? How do you begin to describe sharing your life for years? I don't know what to say. You can tell me anything. There's no judgment here. How did you meet? I was still at school. He was 2 years older than me. I was at the girls' school, didn't have many friends or know any boys. I met him when I was waiting for a bus. We just got talking. He was a student at Bath Uni in the management school. He was tall, dark and really handsome. I couldn't believe he was talking to me. But we clicked. He had energy and ideas and ambition. I'd never met anyone like him. My dad was a chemistry lecturer, and my mum hadn't worked since she got married. They were both wonderful, but very steady, very staid. Rick was different. It felt like he was going places, shooting for the stars. After our first conversation, we'd meet every day. It was thrilling. We'd often walk home rather than take the bus, so we'd have longer together. He'd bring me little presents, flowers that he'd picked on the way, or sweets, or little toys. I fell for him really quickly. I worshipped him, and he worshipped me back. How soon did you marry? 2 years later, I started at uni, but neither of us could bear to be apart, so I dropped out, came back here, and we were married a couple of months later, then lived in a studio flat on the other side of town. Do you regret leaving university, not completing your studies? No. It wasn't a difficult decision. I was studying the wrong thing anyway, trying to please my parents. I should really have gone to art college, but that was out of the question. If it wasn't academic, it didn't count. Michelle looks at me. It sounds like there's something to go back to another time. How were things in your marriage? I haven't really thought about the good memories with Rick, not for ages. There's something comforting about it. To know that it wasn't all bad. To remember the reasons that I fell in love with him. To relive that feeling. It was real. It mattered. No one can take that away from me. It's part of my story. We were happy to start with. I got a little job in an office. I felt very grown up, loved earning my own money and making a life with Rick. When did things change? If I'm honest, there were signs at the very beginning, just after we married. I went out to the pub with some people from work. Rick was distraught, like I'd chosen them over him. It made me feel like I'd hurt him, that I'd been thoughtless and hadn't considered how he felt. I didn't do it again. I changed my behaviour to placate him. I've been thinking about it recently. I feel like during the course of my marriage, I lost the girl that I used to be. I vanished. I stopped seeing my friends. I stopped going out. He didn't, though. Rick expected you to stay in, but he continued socialising. Yes, it was an essential part of his work to mix with clients and potential clients, so I stayed at home, especially after Naomi came along. Your daughter. We went through so much together to get her. We had problems conceiving. You had to wait a year before you could have tests in those days. I was ovulating, but for some reason I couldn't conceive. So we adopted Naomi. Adoption's a long, difficult road. We went through things no one else would understand. Did this journey bring you closer together? Yes, to a certain extent. There were things we shared which I'd never tell anyone, not even you, and I think it's the same for Rick. But we got through them. She came to us when she was a baby. She was and is the most precious thing that ever happened to me. I would do anything for her. I'd kill for her. That's a strong statement. You said me, then. She's the most precious thing that ever happened to me. not us. Was Rick a good father? Rick knew how much it meant to me. He was supportive, and he's been a loving father on many levels. Naomi adores him. But I think he also felt pushed out. He wasn't the centre of attention anymore. I think, after everything we'd gone through to get her, I always put Naomi first. It's very common. The focus of many parents, particularly mothers, is on the newborn child. It can take a while for parents to negotiate this, to re-establish the strong bond they had before. I don't think that ever happened, I say, and I realise how sad that makes me feel. Sad for myself, and a little bit sad for Rick. But he didn't fight for me, did he? He just kept me to himself, shut up at home, looking after Naomi, while he was out in the world living his life, getting attention elsewhere.
Naomi. I'm actually ringing to thank you, Dad. The staccato laughter at the other end of the line. That's a first, Naomi. What have I done to deserve this? Always the joker, but I can't help smiling to myself. It's Mum. She started seeing the therapist you recommended, and it's making a difference. At least it seems to be. Oh, I'm pleased to hear that. It's amazing. She came home so chilled out. As she had something, I don't know, a little bit more confidence or optimism or something. Whatever it is, it's really great. How many sessions has she had? I can hear voices in the background, the rise and fall of lively conversation. I check my watch. It's 7:30, and it sounds like he's in the pub rather than at home. 2 now. They're doing a couple of things. Delving into how she feels about my accident, then also developing ways of coping when she starts to relive it. Naomi, I've got to stop you. I'm a bit taken aback by his interruption. It's not that I'm not interested. I'm really pleased it's going well. But it's not appropriate for me to know what goes on in those sessions. It's fine if she wants to tell you, but that's between you and her. I feel myself blushing with shame. Of course he's right. It's still difficult for me to see them entirely separately. I know it's silly, but deep down I harbour a tiny fragment of hope that they will get back together. I don't know why. It's obvious they've gone past the point of no return. Whatever caused Dad to move out, Mum didn't cope with it well. I tried to keep out of it, but she was obviously hurt that Dad moved in with Lisa almost straight away and bombarded them with texts and phone calls. That only calmed down when Dad's solicitors sent her a warning letter. It's all so sad. I can see that they are better off apart now, but I feel a bit cheated that little Loaf won't experience how good it used to be when we were all together. Perhaps we can reach a point one day when Dad and Lisa can be in the same room as Mum. It seems unlikely at the moment. Has she been ringing and messaging you again? There's a little pause, and I know it's going to be bad news. There's been a bit of to and fro about the house. It's difficult for her to face reality. It'll have to be sold. That's why I'm surprised to hear you say that the therapy has already started and is going well. I guess things take time, Dad. You can't expect her to make big decisions while she's so upset. It's been years, love. I can hear the weariness in his voice. I can handle it, but it's not fair on Lisa having my phone going off in the middle of the night. How is Lisa? I've met her a few times, and she seems nice enough. 10 years younger than Dad, more outgoing than Mum, down to earth and chatty. I suppose she's probably less complicated than Mum, and she certainly seems to make Dad happy. She's never tried to be a stepmum to me, for which I'm grateful. It's all civil and polite. She's fine. He's quick to change the subject. I suppose with your mum we all just need to be a little bit more patient. Mental health is a tricky thing. No quick fixes. Yeah. She's trying so hard now, Dad. Honestly, I know you don't want the details, but I really think we might be on the way to cracking it. Fingers crossed at this end. There's a swell of noise on the line, a bit of shouting. It sounds like there's a football game on in the background, and I can picture the scene. A big screen on the wall, a pub full of men all turned to face it. Me too. 10 fingers and 10 toes. 20 if you count RJ's. Ha, yes. Listen, love. I've got to go, but thanks for ringing. Okay. I just wanted to, let you know. Also, Dad? Yes? It's £150 a session. The therapy. She's booked for half a dozen so far. I checked my account today. I haven't had a transfer or anything. Sorry, love? I can't hear you. It's got really noisy here. I repeat myself. Oh, right. I sent it last week, or thought I had. I'll chase it up, love. Okay, gotta go. See you soon. Take care. The girl. It's a long journey. Despite everything, the girl falls asleep. She wakes up as the car pulls to a stop. The passenger door opens. The sky behind the woman is an inky blue, and the air is full of the sound of seagulls. We've come back to the beach, the girl thinks, and rubs her eyes. Here we are, the woman says. Mummy? The girl says. Her head's all woolly, and her arms and legs feel heavy. That's right, she says. What a good girl. That wasn't what the girl meant, but she's too sleepy to explain. The man is here too. He leans down and scoops the girl into his arms. Her legs flop down. He hitches her up as he stands, grunting. The girl's head rests against his body, cradled against his armpit and chest. He smells of soap and sweat. It's been a long day, he says. Let's get you up to bed. The girl can hear his feet crunching on a path. A gate creaks as he bumps it further open with his hip. The woman has gone ahead. She's hovering in the doorway. Let's get in then, woman, the man says. Yes, of course. She moves aside. She seems nervous all of a sudden. She's been so controlled up to now, so firm, so insistent. The girl can sense her uncertainty. The man notices too. It's all right, love. We're here now. We did it. They are in a room with dark beams across the ceiling, black and white stripes, so low they almost touch the top of his crinkly hair. The girl turns her head to take in the surroundings. There's a table in the middle, a big black cooker, and a square white sink with funny old taps. The woman smiles, but it's a twitchy one. Flashes on and off like she doesn't really mean it. Thank you, she says. For today. For this. The man grunts in reply. Let's take her up. Yes. He turns round and walks towards the staircase which is in the corner of the room. The woman follows, then stops. She reaches up and takes off her hair. She holds her dark, shiny bob in one hand and runs her fingers through her real hair, ginger like the girl's. The girl can hear the sound of her long red fingernails on her scalp. Scritch, scratch. That's better. she says. We did it, didn't we? Yes, we did. Now let's tuck her in.
Francis. I look for Mum in the garden to start with, but then go into the house through the French windows in the residence lounge. She isn't sitting with the others, who are mostly silent in front of a quiz on the large TV in the corner. In the corridor, a nurse tells me that she's in her room and warns me that she seems to have gone into a bit of a decline over the past few days. Stepping into the room, I can instantly see what she means. She doesn't acknowledge me coming in, just sits, motionless, which isn't out of the ordinary these days, but her head is flopped down towards her chest. It's difficult to tell if she's awake or asleep. I brought your hat, Mum, your favourite one. Nothing. I'll put it on your chest of drawers, so they'll see it next time you go outside. It's much nicer than the other one. I put the hat down, next to Mum's writing case, her hairbrush and comb, and go and sit by her. You don't look very comfortable like that. Is it hurting your neck? She grunts, and I'm not sure whether she's acknowledging my presence or agreeing with what I say. Can I try and prop you up a bit? I fetch a pillow from the bed and gently lift up her chin and try to lean her head onto the pillow. It works to a certain extent, but I'm not sure she's more comfortable. I sit down again and feel at a loss. I have no idea what to say or do next, so I just start burbling about Naomi and the baby. I don't know if she's taking it in, or if she remembers who Naomi is. Maybe my words will lodge somewhere and come back to her later, and she might get a little bit of joy from them. Maybe not. After a while, I lapse into silence again and sit and look at her. Her body is curled round in the chair, like a fallen leaf, twisting as it dries. Her head has dropped off the pillow and is resting on her chest again. This time it's evident from her rather noisy snoring that she's asleep. There really is no point being here, and yet I stay for another 5 minutes or so, watching her, trying to avoid the uncomfortable thought that my visits here are a grim sort of rehearsal for when it's my turn to sit in a wipe-clean, high-backed chair. My phone chirrups in my bag. I fish it out and see a notification from Facebook. My application to join the Still Missing forum has been approved. I can see the whole range of posts now, and I scroll through, stopping here and there to expand some of them and read more. They're all from friends or relatives of people who've gone missing, some of whom have run campaigns for years to keep their loved ones in the public eye. I'm not sure if the admin for the group will approve of what I'm about to post, but I've got nothing to lose. And so I click on the Write Something box in a new post and start to type. Not sure if you can help me, but I'm looking for a girl who I believe was abducted. When I finish my brief explanation, I attach a photo of my drawing of the girl. I read it through, then press enter. Mum is still asleep. I get up as quietly as I can, although I could lead a marching band through the room and I'm not sure it would rouse her, and kiss the top of her head before tiptoeing out. Bye, Mum. Sleep tight. Francis. Tell me about your childhood. I'm a little taken aback that Michelle would trot out such a cliché, but I guess it's a cliché for a reason. It's one of the most useful questions a therapist can ask. In lots of ways, it was idyllic. I was an only child, but very much loved. We were a tight unit, my parents and me. It was always the three of us, and it felt like I was in the centre of that three. The focus was on me. I was so cherished and wanted. That sounds wonderful. Yes. But she's so good at picking up nuances. It was intense. Mum and Dad weren't sociable. Dad went out to work and Mum looked after the house, and they spent evenings and weekends at home. They expected me to do that too. There was a feeling from them that the three of us was enough. They couldn't see why I would want or need anything beyond that. Other kids at school had people round for tea, but Mum never encouraged it. I was asked a couple of times, but Mum always found excuses for me not to go, and then the invitation stopped. Which sounds quite isolating. It was. But the house was so warm, not physically, it was bloody cold in winter, but full of love. I suppose I accepted it. Did things change when you were a teenager? Not really. My parents were strict, and I'd never really questioned it. Their house, their rules. We were in an ordinary sort of house in a suburban street. I'm living there now. But we were in our own little world. I didn't rebel. I worked hard at school, even though I wasn't academic. I was more of a plodder, but I did try hard. I liked the arts, drama, that sort of thing, but they didn't put much store by that. Dad, in particular, wanted me to focus on real subjects. I think it hurt him that I wasn't very good at science, but he encouraged me to study history and English literature. They were respectable. I started history at uni, but I was out of my depth, and it wasn't a difficult decision to leave and start my life with Rick. I suppose Rick was my rebellion, but my parents didn't see it that way. Dad was initially disappointed that I dropped out of uni, but he and Mum really took to Rick. They embraced him as a son. It became the four of us. I think Rick liked it too. He'd lost both his parents, and this was a ready-made family for him. It was strange, because they sort of took his side in things. I suppose they'd been so happy together, so devoted, that they wanted that for us. They wanted me to do everything I could to keep my marriage together. When he missed things at school or other milestones in Naomi's life, they downplayed it. They accepted every excuse at face value. I suppose I did for years. I don't think Mum's forgiven me for my marriage breaking down. I know she blamed me, and I never told her the truth. She was ill by then, and I didn't want to disillusion her. Why did it break down, Francis? It's difficult talking about this stuff. It's hard to admit that I wasn't enough for Rick, that my actions, or lack of them, made him look elsewhere. I've never told Naomi for obvious reasons, and I don't have friends to talk to. I've lived such a cloistered life. I haven't gathered friends along the way like most people do, not even the parents of Naomi's friends from school. I don't even know how you do that. Have I left it too late to learn? Francis. My silence has gone on too long this time. Sorry, what did you ask? Why did your marriage break down? He was unfaithful, more than once. Through most of our marriage, I think. He didn't tell me for a long time, but at some level I knew, and I buried it. The thing was, he was attentive to me and great with Naomi when he was at home. He's very good at that thing of being with you, making you feel special. He carried on doing that for years, but he also stayed away more and more frequently. It was always work, and I didn't press him until it all came out. He told me about one of his flings at the worst possible time. I think that's what hardened my heart. He expected me to just go along with it, expected the world to revolve around him. I just couldn't do it anymore. I can't be that person, don't want to be, the one who turns a blind eye. Francis. As I emerge from the consulting room, it's like walking into a wall of heat. The air hardly contains any oxygen. I can breathe it in, but somehow I can't feel the benefit. It's almost that underwater feeling again. My car, parked on the street outside, has been baking in the sun. I unlock the driver's door and open it up, but it's unbearable. I stand on the pavement with the door open and wait until I can face getting in. When I do sit down, I start the engine and wind down all the windows before closing the door. I put on my seatbelt, release the handbrake, and ease out into the road, letting the through draft get rid of the hottest air before closing the windows and putting on the aircon. As cool air starts to hit my face and arms, I momentarily feel better, but it brings with it a whiff of something unpleasant. I have a visceral reaction to it. I'm instantly back into panic mode. It's that disinfectant smell again. Pine and chlorine or ammonia or something. It must be the chemicals in the aircon system. I'm approaching a roundabout, a big one controlled by traffic lights. My left hand flails around the dashboard trying to find the off button. The smell is choking me, making me gag. Mercifully, the traffic lights are on red. I pull up, then glance down. I've got to turn this air off. I jab at the button, then with my other hand open all the windows. They seem so slow, taking an age to open fully. Hot air floods the car, bringing with it the noise of car horns. What on earth is all that noise about? I look up, and the lights are on green. I take my foot off the brake, but the lights are turning orange and now red. I've missed my chance. Behind me, a line of drivers express their anger. I glance in the mirror, and the woman in the car behind me is gesticulating wildly, making it quite clear what she thinks of me. The woman in the other car. She's got a dark bob. She's driving a black 4x4. Oh, my God. I stick the car into park, pull the handbrake on, undo my seatbelt and open the door. An alarm goes off inside the car, but I ignore it. It's her. It's got to be. I get out and turn to face her. She winds down the window and leans out. It's not a woman at all. It's a very angry man in his 50s with close-cropped hair and a beetroot-red face. As he brandishes his fist at me, I can see a big sweat patch under his arm. "What the fuck's wrong with you? Get back in your fucking car!" I was so convinced it was her, I'm disorientated, finding it difficult to believe the evidence of my eyes and ears. "Get back in your car, you daft cow!" The horns are blaring so loudly, all directed at me. I stare at the man, then turn quickly and get back into the driver's seat. The lights are already on green again. I quickly put the car into drive and set off. An alarm is still ringing. I can't work out if it's the blood pressure one or the heart rate monitor. I clear the roundabout and join the road into town. The bleeping is endless. Someone needs to call a nurse. I'm bathed in sweat, my hair sticking to my scalp. I need to go home, lock the doors and hibernate. Somehow I make it back there. As I draw to a halt on the drive and pull on the handbrake, I see that there's a red light on the dashboard. I haven't been wearing my seatbelt. I turn off the ignition, and all the noise stops. I lean my head on the steering wheel and start crying. Francis. I close the front door firmly behind me. Thank God Naomi helped me tidy the hall. At least here, for the time being, everything is as it should be. I take a tentative breath. There's no disinfectant smell. Everything's all right. Except it's very, very warm in here. I put my hand on the hall radiator. It's red hot. What the hell? I examine the thermostat and jab at the buttons again to turn everything off. It must be a software fault. I still haven't rung anyone about it. The number I need will be buried in a heap of papers somewhere. I start to rummage through the nearest pile of post on the hall table, but I know it won't be here. It'll be on the kitchen table or stuffed into a drawer. I've started now, though, and my fingers are scrabbling through with a nervous, manic energy. Most of the envelopes here are unopened. It's tempting to just scoop up the whole lot and dump them in the recycling bin. Advertising leaflets, catalogues I signed up to ages ago and never look at, letters from opticians, phone companies, banks. I start to slit the envelopes open, take the contents out. They're mostly rubbish, but there are some nasty ones in there with red ink, payments overdue. I can't deal with that right now. I let them fall to the floor as I work my way through the heap. One slim white envelope has a familiar stamp on the front. Whittard and Drew, solicitors. I tear at the corner and rip it open. It's another letter on behalf of Rick about the house. I've lost my marriage, my dad, and effectively my mum. Now Rick wants me to lose my home too. It's more than bricks and mortar to me. It's more than an asset. How can he be so cruel? A minute or two ago, this place felt like a sanctuary. Now I just feel like screaming. I'm dripping with sweat as I look around. There's paper all over the floor. It's so hot in here, the paint could melt off the walls. I ball my hand into a fist and hit the thermostat as hard as I can. The edge of it leaves a deep red mark across my knuckles, and I yelp with pain. I can't go on like this. I can't. My eye catches a piece of paper stuck to the hall mirror, the note from Michelle, the instruction to breathe and count. I tear it away from its fixing and carry it through to the kitchen and then out into the garden. I stand on the patio and clutch the paper in my shaking hands, trying to focus on the words. Sit somewhere comfortable and breathe. Breathe in to a count of 4. Hold it for 4. Breathe out to a count of 4. Hold it for 4. And again. You've got this. You're in control. I sit down at the little metal table and start to count. I'm a few minutes in and calming down when I feel my mobile vibrating in my pocket. It's Naomi. Can I come round? She says. My flat's roasting. There's no way to cool it down. This flat's impossible. How am I going to keep a baby cool? I'm not sure I can deal with anyone else today. I need some space, some rest. I hesitate, on the verge of saying no. Mum, did you hear me? Can I come round? There's a testiness to her voice which raises my hackles. I really can't deal with any conflict today, but I also can't bring myself to refuse her. I've always been here for her. She needs me. Yes, of course, I say with a sigh. My house is too hot too, but there's shade in the garden. After I end the call, I close my eyes and breathe. I continue the counting, and I can feel my heartbeat slowing. I've still got my eyes closed when I hear a voice. All right, love. I curse inwardly and open my eyes. Joan is looking over the garden fence. Just having 5 minutes in the garden, Joan. As if it wasn't obvious. This is the closest I can get to telling her to leave me alone. I won't disturb you then, she says, oblivious to the fact that she's doing just that. But I've got something for you. She appears a couple of minutes later, carrying a bouquet of flowers, roses, freesias, and large daisies wrapped in crinkly cellophane. They're for you. I saw the delivery guy looking for somewhere to leave them and said I'd keep them for you. They'd have wilted before you got home otherwise. Oh. I look for a card among the foliage. There isn't one. You've got an admirer, she says. I frown, a bit unsettled by it, to be honest. I've literally no idea who, I say. I don't ever see anyone except for the lads at Tesco, the postman and the binman. She raises her eyebrows and we both start laughing. It's been such a horrible day. It's good to let go and laugh at the absurdity of it all. Well, whoever it is, they're lovely, aren't they? I have to agree, and carry them into the house to find a vase and put the kettle on. By the time Naomi gets here, the flowers are on the kitchen windowsill, Joan is settled, and I brought a full tea tray out into the garden. Joan lingers, as I knew she would, and we talk about our last-minute preparations for the baby shower and how we're all looking forward to having a tiny tot around the place again. It'll be the 3rd generation here, says Joan. First you, Frances. Dear little thing you were, absolute apple of your mum's eye. Then it was you, Naomi. I first saw you in your dad's arms. He was carrying you up the path, and I nipped out to take a peek. Nothing gets past you, Joan, does it? I remember you coming out and us all talking in the front garden. It was freezing. There was a thick frost. I was on high alert. Didn't want to miss the first visit. As we sit there chatting, I realise with a rush of affection that these are my friends, Naomi and Joan. I'm not completely on my own after all. It's a small support network, but it's real, and it's lasted over the years, and I do love them. Eventually Naomi transfers from the rather uncomfortable metal chair to a padded sun lounger. She's looking done in, and I'm glad she felt she could come here and relax. She soon falls asleep, and eventually Joan takes herself back next door, and I potter inside to start preparing a meal. We haven't agreed to anything, but I don't think Naomi will take much persuading to stay for tea. And Tom can call in here instead of going directly home. I'm sure they could both do with a bit of mothering. Tom appears straight from school and greets me with "Hello, Grandma," which makes me feel about 111, but is actually really lovely. 25 years ago, I wondered if I would ever be a mum. Then, when Naomi had her accident, I didn't know if she'd make it. Now I'm only a few weeks away from meeting my first grandchild. Sometimes life is wonderful. I need to remember that. Over tea, I tell them about the heating going haywire. "There's an app on your phone, isn't there?" says Tom. "Shall I have a look?" I hand my mobile over to him, and he starts scrolling through the icons. He frowns. "This is weird. You're not connected to your Wi-Fi. You must be eating up data. Hang on, I'll have a look." "Yeah, you've used tons of data. When did your Wi-Fi stop working?" I look at him blankly. "I didn't know it had," I say. He gets up and goes to check the router, which appears to be fine. "I'll get you hooked up again," he says, but is soon swearing under his breath. "This code doesn't seem to work. That's odd. Have you reset it?" Naomi snorts. "Mum, who is famously technologically challenged?" "Yes, all right," I say. "No, Tom, I haven't reset it." He keeps trying, but can't for the life of him get my phone to communicate with the hub. "Can you look at the thermostat for me anyway?" I say. "Check that the heating's off." I follow him into the hall. He examines the box on the wall. "Everything looks okay. If it happens again, get someone out to look at it." "Yes, I should. House maintenance is such a pain." "Lots of people would love a house like this," he says. "Sorry," I say. "I didn't mean to moan. I know I'm lucky living here. I went to see Mum today." "Oh, yeah? How was that?" "Pretty grim. She's deteriorated again." "I'm so sorry. Naomi and I are going to go at the weekend. Do you still think that's okay?" "It's up to you two. I can't say if she'll recognise you or even know that you're there, but she might do. It's so sad that she's going to miss out on the fun of her great-grandchild. She would have loved it." Tom puts his arm round my shoulders. "It's hard for everyone, isn't it? Life sucks sometimes." Rick and I met Tom for the first time at the hospital, when Naomi was in intensive care. They'd only been seeing each other for a couple of months, and she hadn't brought him home yet. I had a good feeling about him straight away. He was so caring, really steady and mature. Rick wasn't sure about his long hair and scruffiness. I don't think they ever actually argued, but I wouldn't say they've been close, even though Naomi and I have sent them off to the pub from time to time to try and bond. Tom's a lot more relaxed around me. "Yes," I say, "it does suck, but it's amazing too. Not long to go now, Tom. You are looking after her, aren't you?" He gives my shoulder a squeeze. "Of course," he says. "I'll always look after her, after them both. Come on, I'd better take her home." But when we go back into the living room, Naomi is fast asleep on the sofa. Neither of us has the heart to wake her. Instead, Tom and I have another cuppa and sit on the patio, feeling the air cool around us and listening to the sounds of the garden as it slips from evening into night. When Naomi wanders out, sleepy-eyed and rosy-faced, I try to persuade them to stay the night. It seems easier to me for them to stay here in her old room, but Tom is insistent that they would both get a better night's sleep in their own bed. After they've gone, I finish my tea, sitting in the soft light from the kitchen window, while darkness folds itself round the house like a blanket.
The girl. The bedrooms are in the roof. 3 of the walls are covered in flowery paper, little pink roses. Some are upside down, some the right way up. The other wall is just big stones painted white. There's a curtain with roses on, pulled across a small window at floor level. The ceiling slopes down, and the bed is tucked under the slope. It is made up with white sheets. "This is your room. Look who's waiting for you." A knitted doll is lying on the pillow. She has on a long yellow dress with little pink crisscross flowers. Her hair is ginger and in bunches like the girl's. Her embroidered eyes are open, bright blue with a tiny stitch of white adding a twinkle. The woman picks up the doll and hands it to the girl. "Look after her. She's yours." She then peels back the top sheet, and the man puts the girl in the bed and makes a noise. "Oof," as he stands up, rubbing the small of his back. The woman pulls the sheet over the girl's chest and tucks the edge firmly beneath the mattress. "Now, look under Dolly's dress," says the woman. The girl does as she's told. She gently pulls the yellow skirt up. This doll doesn't have a bottom and legs. There is another doll there, the top half anyway. The girl turns her over and can see that this doll's eyes are shut, and this side of her skirt is dark blue with yellow crisscrosses like stars. "Shh," says the woman. "Dolly's tired. Good night, darling. Sleep tight." She bends over and kisses the girl on the forehead. Then she and the man leave the room, shutting the door behind them. The girl can hear their steps on the creaky stairs. A little light, plugged into a socket near the skirting board, gives off a soft glow. Silent tears trickle down the side of her face. After a while, she stops crying and plays with the doll, flipping the skirt over and back, over and back. Dolly's tired, Dolly's awake. When she starts to feel sleepy, she makes sure that Dolly's eyes are wide open, so that someone is watching over her in this strange place.
Francis. The car park is busy. I have to drive round a couple of times before I find a space. In the end, I squeeze into a narrow gap between a van and a Volvo estate. It's so tight that I have to put my hand round the edge of the door when I'm opening it to make sure it doesn't make contact with the vehicle next to me. I don't want a run-in with a white van driver today. It took some courage to come out after the last time. I sat in the car on the drive for a long time, practicing my calm breathing. As I drove through the traffic, I talked to myself, observing, guiding, coaching. I couldn't bear to have another meltdown. I just want to do normal things, quietly and without any drama. Naomi noticed that my fridge was nearly empty yesterday. In fact, she complained that I didn't have any fresh fruit, like a little princess. We had a bit of a spat about it, but a good-natured one. If they're going to be here more often when the baby comes, which I really hope they are, I'll need to keep my cupboards better stocked. I offered to start the shopping for the baby shower too and get some bits for her, so she messaged me a list. I told her she could transfer the money to me later, and she laughed, then looked hurt, and I kicked myself for being so mean. I've hardly got an income at the moment, and my savings have dwindled away, but I'm sitting in a house worth hundreds of thousands. Rick's right on one level. Selling the house would solve a lot of problems, however we finally agree to split the proceeds. Naomi sent me the money for my therapy. The least I can do is buy her some food. I'm still thinking about our little exchange as I put my pound in the trolley slot and trundle it through the automatic doors. I make my way slowly along the aisles, putting things for me and those for Nay at opposite ends of the trolley. I keep stopping to check her list on my phone. I've done the fresh fruit and veg and the chiller cabinets, and am gathering tins, tomatoes, beans and pulses. I reach up for a bottle of passata at the same time as another woman. We both freeze, then withdraw our hands to let the other one go first, in that terribly English way. Then we laugh and look at each other. It's like a lightning bolt. The hair's different, tied up in a messy bun. The clothes are different. She looks like she's on her way home from the gym. No child with her today. She's not how I remember her at all, and yet there's something about the eyes, the shape of her face, the way she's standing. Could it be the same person? Could it possibly be the woman in the other car? "I'm sorry," I say, "after you." She smiles, the bland social smile of a stranger in a supermarket. There's no hint of recognition on her side. Have I got this wrong? "Thank you." She takes a bottle of passata, puts it in her trolley and moves on. And now I'm on a mission. Keeping my distance, I follow her through the store. I keep looking at her in my peripheral vision. When I'm at the start of the crisps aisle and she's near the other end, I take out my phone and pretend to consult my list. Then, keeping my phone low, I angle it up, zoom in a little, and take a snap. I zoom in some more and take another one. At that moment she looks back at me, and I have the distinct impression my cover is blown. Fair enough. Maybe I should confront her anyway. Should insist on an explanation in the way that I failed to do the last time we met. She turns her trolley and marches towards me. My heart's thumping in my chest. She's coming for me. As she draws nearer, though, I realise that her focus isn't on me. It's on the family bags of party snacks behind me. She breezes past, with a hint of a half-smile, acknowledging our interaction before. I dump the nearest pack of crisps in my trolley, then pretend to study the rest of the shelf until she goes round the corner and into the next aisle. There are only a few aisles left now, frozen food, pet food and soft drinks. I can't remember if Naomi needed anything from those, but I can't afford to go there because I've realised I need to get out of the store before the woman so that I can find out which car is hers. I go to the checkouts. There are queues, of course. I plump for the one with the youngest, keenest-looking man on it, figuring he'll be efficient and won't waste time talking to his customers. I'm right. The queue moves swiftly, and I'm packing my bags by the time I spot the woman joining a queue several checkouts away. I push my trolley into the car park and load my shopping into the boot of my car. Then I stand with an empty trolley and watch the entrance. When I see the woman emerge, I start pushing my trolley in the direction she's heading. I move slowly. I can see her over the roofs of the cars and through the gaps in between. She's heading for the farthest corner of the car park. Looking ahead, there are several possible vehicles, a couple of smaller city cars, a low sporty number, and standing head and shoulders above them, a black 4x4. The number plate is obscured by the row of cars between us. Should I go up to her now? No. There's a smarter thing to do. Without bothering to retrieve my pound, I shove the trolley into the nearest trolley park and walk quickly back to my car. I jump in, start the engine, and reverse out of my space. Then I crawl along, keeping the 4x4 in my sights. When it reverses out too, and threads its way towards the exit, I follow. Francis. Another car nips in between us before we leave the car park. I curse under my breath, but maybe it's not a bad thing. I don't want to be too obvious. As we make our way through the traffic, through junctions and traffic lights, other cars join the flow, and now she's 4 ahead. I'm sweating, my hands slippery on the steering wheel. I can see her indicators, and so it's a surprise when I see her peeling off up a residential road to the right. The cars between us go straight on, and so when I indicate and turn too, I have a clear view of her tail lights as she brakes and goes round a corner. We're on an estate of houses built in the 1930s, rather elegant semi-detached villas with small front gardens and long back gardens. When I turn the corner, I can't see her car. My stomach flips. There are streets to the right and left at a couple of points down this road. Too many options. No, 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 I mutter to myself. Then I realise that there's no need to panic. It's a small estate, bounded by the river on 2 sides and with only a few exits. She's obviously bringing her shopping home, so all I need to do is search the streets methodically. I carry on along the straight, central road, glancing to left and right as I pass each intersection. At the end, I turn left and loop round, turning left again to search the first side road. The 4x4 is parked at the roadside halfway along. The passenger side wheels are on the pavement like the other cars in this row. There are no spaces on this road, and I'm guessing she had to park wherever she could, so it might be difficult to identify her house. I drive round the estate until I find a space, park up, and walk back to her road. As I do so, I hear the slam of a car boot. I'm in luck. The woman's collecting the last bag of shopping from her car. The car's lights flash as she locks it, then she walks away from me, about 20 metres down the pavement, and turns into a front garden. I walk slowly along on the opposite side of the road. I take some snaps of the car, including the full number plate, GM17 5AQ. I'm not going mad. It's her. It really is. There is a small front garden and a path down the side of the house, blocked by a high fence and gate. I don't feel I can get away with taking photographs here, so I mentally make a note of the house number and keep walking. I return to my car and sit for a while, examining the photos on my phone. This is amazing progress. I know that she's real. I know where she lives. I don't know if the little girl is still with her, and if so, if she's okay. But this is good. This is excellent. After all the worry and doubt, I feel a surge of confidence. I did this on my own. I'm well on the way to making up for my mistake in letting the woman and girl get away from me at the service station. Sometimes in life, you can't make things better, however hard you try. This time, I can. By the looks of it, this woman isn't going anywhere. I've got time to think this through and work out what my next move is.
Naomi. I started wondering if Mum really had seen something that day. I did a bit of Googling, checked out the Avon and Somerset Police Twitter account, the chat on Nextdoor. There wasn't anything about a girl going missing round here. We're on the way to see Granny. I really appreciate that Tom is up for this on a Saturday, after a long week at work. I would have come on the bus on my own, but it's still so hot and my leg is hurting. Just a deep ache I can't get rid of. So Tom ordered a taxi and then announced he was coming too. "Well, I could have told you that," he says. "As a teacher, we get all sorts of alerts about people hanging around the school gates or approaching kids on their way home. We've got a file of mugshots as well, people who are banned from the school or aren't allowed to pick up their kids." "Oh, of course. I never even thought of that. What's going on with her then?" He sighs. "You know what I think? I'm sorry, but she needs a proper assessment. And she needs proper clinical help. I'm not sure having a chat with a woman in her garden shed or wherever she goes for therapy," he indicates speech marks with his index fingers, "is going to do much." He found out a couple of days ago that I've been giving Mum the money for her sessions. I explained that Dad was going to cover it, which seemed to make things worse. It's not often that he's angry about things. I'm not sure I've ever seen him really lose his temper, but this seemed to get to him. I could tell he was simmering beneath the surface, and I only rescued the situation by saying I'd remind Dad again to send the money. Well, it seems to be making her feel better in herself, so that's got to be good. Yeah, maybe. I know she needs to get tested. It's a huge deal. It could be life-changing. I know. The taxi pulls into the gravel parking area in front of the care home. Tom pays and we get out. Pain shoots up my leg as I stand up and I clutch Tom's arm. You okay? His face crinkles with concern. Leg's a bit ouchy. I'm nervous too. I always feel nervous coming here. Silly, isn't it? Not at all. This is hard. You never know what you're going to find, do you? It's a nice home as far as these things go, but it's still depressing. We don't have to stay long, Nay. Let's go and find her. Naomi. Half the ceiling came down, Dad. It's a hell of a mess. What on earth happened? Was anyone hurt? He's come round to our flat, turning up unannounced, which is quite out of character. Luckily, Tom's out, which is just as well. I could do without them sniping at each other. No one was hurt. It's wrecked the kitchen ceiling and broken Mum's laptop. The electric's shorted out as well, so she's got to let it dry and then get it all checked out. It looks like she went to therapy yesterday afternoon and must have set the bath running beforehand. The plug was in and the tap's on all that time. I have to stop. I can't find the words to express how worried I am about her. Good God. That's terrible. I didn't realise things had got this bad. She's still living there, in the mess, without electricity. Yeah. Joan offered to let her sleep in her spare room, but Mum insisted she wanted to camp out at home. And you couldn't have her here, obviously. One of Dad's regular digs at Tom is how his salary doesn't stretch to a bigger place than this rabbit hutch, ignoring the fact that I work too, plus the realities of home buying in the 21st century. He gets up and stands at the window, looking out at the street below. She swears she didn't do it, didn't leave the taps on, I say. Well, it wasn't that bloody cat, was it? He gives a mirthless little laugh. We both know this isn't funny anymore. It must have been her, Dad. She's been so distracted recently. She's still obsessed with what happened when she drove down the motorway. She's never been right since then. Did I tell you she saw a girl and persuaded herself the child was being kidnapped? She keeps worrying away at it. I didn't know. He turns round now, his large frame almost blotting out the light. I'm sorry to say this, sweetheart, but do you think it's time we got a diagnosis? I've got a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. It's ironic that one thing Tom and Dad unknowingly agree on is the state of Mum's health. He comes and sits next to me on the sofa and takes one of my hands. Inside me, little Loaf can sense my anxiety and shifts around, digging an elbow or knee sharply upwards into my diaphragm. I gasp. Dad sends me a sharp look of concern and squeezes my hand. We can't ignore what's going on, Nay. It's obvious that your mum isn't well. She's becoming a danger to herself. If we had an official diagnosis of, I'm sorry to use the word, I know this is hard, dementia, then she can get whatever treatment is available, and we can find ways of managing the situation. I know he's right. The voice of reason. To be honest, this all starts to make sense, he continues. Why she was so volatile with me, so paranoid and unreasonable. She wasn't herself, Nay. She could have been ill for years without us really knowing. She's only 49, Dad. How old was Granny when she started? in her 50s. I'm on the verge of tears. Why does life suck so much? It's so unfair. Poor Mum and poor us. Dad sits back and puts his arm along the top of the sofa. Look, I'll go round there, see what I can do to help. Would you? I know it's difficult between you two, but this is just awful. I thought she was doing a bit better, but I don't really think she can cope on her own, especially with practical things. It doesn't matter what emotional stuff she throws at me. I can be the bigger person. I'll call there this morning and sort it out. I might not tell Lisa, though. She hates it when your mum calls or texts. She's got a bit of a thing about her. We'll keep this between us, okay? He winks at me, then, like he used to, when Mum was telling him off for getting home late or forgetting a parents' evening or something. Of course. Need-to-know basis. I feel a surge of gratitude for our bond. However hard things are, I'm so lucky I get on with both my parents. Thank you, Dad.
Francis. He's the last person I expect to appear on my doorstep, but when I open the door to Rick, he doesn't have that familiar, wary look in his eyes. He's not looking at his watch or checking his phone. He just stands there, calm and confident, and says, "Hi, Francis. Naomi said you were having a terrible time and I wanted to see if I could help." Then he holds his hands up, in mock defence, and takes a step back. "I'll only come in if you want me to. I don't want to cause you any more grief. It's just that I know it's not easy dealing with house stuff on your own, and I'd like to help, for Naomi's sake and for you." I'd spent the morning surveying the damage and fighting despair. In spite of everything that's come up in therapy, all our history, it's such a relief to see him now. "Oh, Rick," I say, "you're welcome to come in. I'm so glad to see you." "Come on," he says. "Let's have a look." He knows the way, of course, but I show him through to the kitchen. He doesn't mince his words. "Fucking hell, Francis. This is a bloody mess." "I know," I say miserably, suddenly struck with a very keen sense of guilt that I caused this carnage. This lovely house that I grew up in, that was our marital home for some years. I shouldn't be allowed nice things. This house deserves better. "Come here." He opens his arms. He catches my hesitation and repeats himself, and I give in and move towards him. He wraps me in a big bear hug, and, just for a moment, I give myself to the moment, remembering how safe he used to make me feel at the beginning of our relationship. "How on earth could you let this happen?" he says, talking into the top of my head. "I don't know," I say. "I really don't know." He releases me a little, sighs, then looks at me appraisingly. "What are we going to do with you?" There's concern in his eyes, but a hint of a twinkle too. And suddenly I'm 18 again, and he's looking at me as if I'm the only person in the world, the only one that matters. I wish I could forget the intervening years. Why couldn't things have stayed simple and straightforward? Instead, we've got half a lifetime of complications, regrets and recriminations between us. His infidelity, my bitterness when it ended, asking him to leave but not wanting to let go. Well, I did let go. I accepted he'd moved on. And yet here we are now, literally holding on to each other. It's so confusing. I'm wondering if he's feeling this too, but he moves away, rubs his hands and says, "Okay, have you rung Keith? He's still the best electrician I know. We need to make sure this place is safe." And the spell is broken, and I'm left feeling a little foolish for thinking this was anything other than a kind act from my daughter's father. Rick makes a list of things we need to do and works his way through it, ringing up his contacts. He's got a mate for everything, and arranging for people to come round. Somebody turns up within half an hour, bringing 2 dehumidifiers we can borrow. Keith, the electrician, appears around lunchtime to have a look in between jobs. So many people are seemingly happy to do Rick a favour. He sends me out into the garden. All I have to do is keep the coffee coming at regular intervals. Thankfully, the circuit that supplies the utility room is still on. It was only the kitchen itself that shorted out. And fix him some lunch. I'm glad I've got a house full of food and can produce a posh salad with crusty bread, which we eat on the patio. At about 1:30, he polishes off a second slice of cake, then slaps his thighs and says, "Right, I think that's done it. I'd better go. I've got a meeting in 20 minutes. He stands up and brushes some stray crumbs off his suit trousers. Walking back through the kitchen, he remarks, "At least my flowers didn't cop it." "What?" "The falling plaster didn't reach the windowsill," he says, nodding at the bouquet, now arranged in a big vase. "They were from you?" I can't quite believe it. He smiles modestly. "Naomi told me you were having a hard time. I just thought they might cheer you up." "Oh." Today is full of surprises. "They did. Thank you." His grin is broader now. "That's okay. So much water under the bridge, Francis. But there's no hard feelings. Not on my part." I'm not sure how to answer that, but he's not expecting me to. "You know, Naomi's really worried about you. I am too. Everyone makes mistakes, forgets things, but this is... well, you know how bad this is. If you want help, I'm just saying if... no pressure, sweetheart, then please call me. I'll support you. I want you to know that." He walks through to the hall and opens the front door. "Oh, just a little thing. If anyone asks, you haven't seen me, okay? You did the ringing round yourself." He taps the side of his nose. Leopards don't change their spots after all. "Lisa doesn't know you're here." He sucks air in through his teeth. "No point deliberately rattling a cage, is there? Lisa's the jealous type. You know what I mean, don't you? Good girl." His last words linger after he's gone. Good girl. And I realise with a jolt how quickly, how easily we slipped back into our old established roles. Rick being action man, sorting things out. Me making the coffee and being grateful. On one level, I am grateful. The house is certainly safer now, and after it's dried out, I can get the damage repaired and redecorate it. On the other hand, I should have been able to do all that myself. I shouldn't let people take over. I should trust myself. I need to get a grip. I'm destroying the place I live in. I can't let that happen. I saw my mum's life wrecked by dementia. If I'm following her down that road, then I need to face it, to manage it, to make arrangements. But I'm not there yet. I know I've made mistakes, but I haven't completely lost it. I don't need rescuing. I've got 2 feet. I need to stand on them, and maybe I can rescue someone who is in greater need than me. Francis. I never told anyone why I asked him to leave. The thing was, I'd been covering for him for such a long time. Mum and Dad loved him like a son, and he'll always be Naomi's dad. I couldn't badmouth him to any of them. That wouldn't have been fair. So, Nay still thinks it was part of my midlife crisis, or whatever this is. You asked him to leave, though. That was a big decision. What prompted that? It took a while, but the marriage really ended on the day Naomi had the accident. Michelle tips her head to one side. She knows this is difficult. He was late, turning up to the hospital. I rang him before I set off. He was working in London, so he could have got there way before me, but he didn't. He didn't turn up until hours after I got there. Naomi and Tom had been going out for a couple of months by then, and he was there, but Rick wasn't. I was devastated. When he did appear, he seemed distracted. I mean, we all were, but he was so uncomfortable. We went in to see Naomi for a few minutes, and then, when we came out, he took me aside and said he had something to tell me. And we sat in the ICU waiting room, and he told me he was seeing somebody else. He'd been with her in Peterborough when he got my call. I can see it now. The bleakest room in the world. Chairs along the walls, grey vinyl floor. A low table with some leaflets on it. Nothing on the walls except a notice telling you where the nearest exit and assembly points were in case of emergency. How did you react? I was just numb. I couldn't believe he was actually saying those words. I couldn't believe he was saying them then, while our daughter was fighting for her life. I mean, it was just so thoughtless, so selfish, so cruel. Eventually, when I could speak, I thanked him. I can't believe I did that. I thanked him for his honesty. What I should have done was scream at him, hit him, tell him what a despicable bastard he really is. But I couldn't. A lifetime of doing what I was told, of being a good girl, of placating. We even hugged, consoled each other. We went through the next few days, weeks even, propping each other up, fetching each other cups of coffee from the machine, grabbing meals in the hospital cafeteria, helping to support Tom, who was amazing. We were together a lot, but not all the time. Sometimes he went outside, supposedly for a break, but I could see him through the window on his phone, talking to her. It must have been very hard for you. It was. Naomi was slowly coming back to life, being weaned off the machines, having physio to help her limbs wake up and get their strength back. Tiny improvements day by day. And day by day, on the inside, I was dying. I was so hurt, so humiliated, but I had to bottle it up. When Naomi came home, she needed a calm, quiet environment. She needed support from both of us. So I focused on her and put my feelings on hold. As she got better, Mum got worse. It wasn't a time for making waves. I was just living from day to day, coping. So when did you finally ask him to leave? He'd gone on a work trip. I couldn't go with him, obviously, as I had to look after Mum. Someone tagged him in a picture on Facebook. Rick and his companion. It was Lisa, by this time. He ditched the one in Peterborough, enjoying a glass of champagne at a party on a cruise ship in the Med. Whoever tagged him obviously thought nothing of it. Rick was there on holiday with his partner, having a good time. It was utterly humiliating. I was helping Mum to the toilet, washing her, dressing her, and there was Rick, living it up without a care in the world. I told him to leave when he got back. He had his clothes all packed into bags, ready. And how did that make you feel? Sad? Bitter? Like a failure? But also a little bit triumphant at the same time. Afterwards it was so hard. Looking after Mum, keeping things together at home. He moved straight in with her, of course, and I resented it. I did send him texts, nasty ones, when I'd finally got Mum into bed at the end of the day and worked my way through a couple of glasses of wine. I got into a sort of negative pattern of behaviour, and I had a spell of getting the flashbacks again. Nights were dreadful. I was exhausted, tipsy, listening out for Mum, and getting these flashbacks to Naomi's accident all at the same time. But that stopped. What happened to change things? I had a solicitor's letter from Rick. Cease and desist. That brought me up short. I hadn't realised what I was doing was harassment, but when you read it in black and white, it's pretty shocking. I stopped drinking, I cleaned up my act, and the phone calls stopped too about then. The flashbacks, it was all part of the same thing, I think. I was out of control mentally for a little while, and then I got it back. Until it started again a few months ago. Can you pinpoint what started it again? No, except that Mum moved into the home. I wonder if I'd just kept a lid on things while I had to. And now it's like a sort of jack-in-the-box. Everything's bursting out, everything that I kept squashed down for years. Does that make sense? It's a reaction to everything. Michelle frowns. It could be. You certainly lived under a lot of strain for a long time. I'm scared, though, that just as I finally got some time to myself, I'm getting dementia. It haunts me. She sits forward a little. You said your mum has Huntington's. I'm not a medical expert, but there are tests they can run for this, Francis. If you want to find out, then you can. I think that maybe it's time to do that. I've put it off for a long time. I just think, knowing what I know about Mum, that if I do get that diagnosis, it will feel like my life's over. We can work through it, Francis. I can help you, and there may be specialist counselling available. It's worth looking into before you make that decision. That's some comfort. I definitely don't want to face this on my own. I know I have to do it sometime. Maybe that time will be sooner rather than later. I'm aware that this session is nearly up. Rick came round yesterday, I say. He turned up at the house after Naomi told him about the flood. I left the bath on. Oh, no. Given your history, though, that must have been a surprise. It was. The thing is, I invited him in, and he just took over, and I let him. When he'd gone, I could have kicked myself, that I let myself be so passive again. I don't want to be that person anymore. I don't want to be a bit player in my own story. That's a wonderful thought to end the hour with, Francis, and something for you to work on until the next session. How can you become more positive? What can you do to take centre stage in your own life?
The girl. They sit her on a kitchen chair on the path near the edge of the lawn. The man is holding some scissors, silver ones with slim blades. The woman holds her arms by her sides. The girl shouts and turns her head from side to side. The woman gasps and tries to hold her still, but the man says, "Leave her. Let her shout. That's it, love. Let it all out." There is no one else to hear her. Her voice mixes with the seagull's cries until she is tired. She sits, with tears running down her face, as the man snips, 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 and hair falls to the ground around her. "Much cooler in this hot weather," the man says. "Like shearing a sheep." "Our little lamb," the woman says, running her hand across the girl's cropped head. "Our dear little lamb."
Francis. I'd thought I'd need to go to the council offices and ask to view the electoral register. But all I had to do was type the address into a search box, and there it was. The identity of the people who live at 35 Lineker Gardens. Jason and Zara Stevens. More searches reveal quite a lot about them. Jason is on LinkedIn and all sorts of other sites. He works for a tech firm based in Bristol. Zara's an interior designer. She has her own business, which she runs from home. There's no mention of the number of children or their names, but Zara references her family in the About page, which implies that it's more than just Jason at home with her. My laptop screen was cracked in the flood, so I do all the research on my phone. I still can't get it to connect to the Wi-Fi hub, so I'm eating up data, but it doesn't put me off. I'm caught up in the thrill of the chase. I'm not ready to confront them yet. I feel like I need to confirm that they have a child who might well not be theirs, and I've got a plan. It's only half a mile or so from my house, so I leave the car at home and set off on foot. I skirt round the edge of the estate and follow the main road over the bridge across the River Avon. You can't access the river here, but there's a path farther along, So I follow the London road until I find the first little road that cuts through the row of buildings lining the street. The road is a dead end for vehicles, but there's a path leading into the open space beyond. It's a large, flat water meadow that floods every winter. Now, though, after months without rain, the grass is bleached and shriveled, and the ground is baked hard. There are a few other walkers out, and a couple of dogs padding along in the heat, but this ribbon of land is so broad that we're dotted about. I'm pretty sure no one will notice me. It wouldn't matter if they did. It's public land, and I'm heading for a public footpath. Strictly speaking, I'm not doing anything wrong. There's only a glimpse of water until you wind through the little wood that fringes the river. Then the view opens out to reveal a wide sweep of the Avon, blue sky above, and a clear sight of the gardens that reach down to the opposite bank. It's difficult to judge which garden belongs to which house, but I've done my research. It was easier to work this out on the Google satellite image, and now I walk along the path, away from the direction of the road bridge, until I reckon that I'm level with the plot, which belongs to number 35. Some of the gardens are quite wild, where they abut the top of the bank. Others are landscaped to facilitate access to the water via steps down and wooden pontoons. The garden I'm interested in has a secure, child-safe chain-link fence at least 5 feet high. Small saplings and shrubs grow on the water side of the fence, but it's possible to see through them to the garden beyond and to glimpse the primary colours of a large plastic playhouse, the bright blue of a paddling pool and various toys strewn about a lawn. This is clearly the garden of people with a child or children. I select the camera on my phone and raise it to take some shots. It's difficult to see the results as the sun is so bright. As I squint at the image to make sure that I've caught it in focus, I see movement on the screen. Instinctively I press the shutter. Then I look up and refocus on the other side of the river. There's a child in the garden. A little girl. Francis. I can hardly breathe. I switch my camera from photo to video and watch as the girl runs towards the paddling pool. She's carrying a bright red watering can. She dips it into the pool and then holds it up as high as she can, letting the water splay out around her. She's not aiming at any plants or flowers, just doing it for the sheer joy of seeing the waterfall, feeling it splash onto her bare legs and feet. Now a voice drifts across to me. "Come back and have your sun cream on." The girl laughs and dips the can back into the pool. The woman, Zara, appears. She's in shorts and a bikini top. She's carrying something, presumably a tube of cream or a spray. She hesitates and looks towards the end of the garden. She holds her hand up to shield her eyes. There are reeds and other water plants in front of me, but I'm now acutely aware that they don't provide cover. Standing on the path, I'm in plain sight. The woman leaves the girl and starts walking towards their perimeter fence. I lower my phone and move down the path, walking at first, and then breaking into a run. I don't look back. I don't need to. I can feel her gaze boring into my back. Bushes scratch my legs as I veer off the path and cut through the woods. In the meadow, the ground is uneven, and I stumble as I run, barely keeping my balance. I haven't moved like this for years. As my calf and thigh muscles start to complain, I can feel my face growing red. I keep going for as long as I can, then slow down. As I reach the entrance to the path, an elderly man coming the other way with an equally elderly pug gives me a startled look. "You all right, love?" I ignore him and stumble on. By the time I get home, my clothes are wet through and sticking to my skin. I fill a pint glass with water from the tap, then go upstairs, strip off, then sit on the bed. I chug down the water while I open the gallery on my phone and see what I've got. They're not the best, but I've got several good shots of the girl. She's not quite how I remember her. She seems a little younger, not much more than a toddler, and her face is rounder somehow. Is it the same girl? I'm not sure now. I get off the bed and wander up to my studio. I send the photos to my printer. As I wait for them to feed slowly out, I press play on the video. It's a timeless thing. The innocent joy of a small child and a paddling pool. It came up in my recent session with Michelle, of course. My own memories of splashing around, truly in the moment and happy. It was something Naomi loved too. We set a pool up for her here when we visited Mum and Dad, and she was in and out of the pool for hours. The little girl on the video is happy too. Can she really be the same one I saw at the services? I refocus the screen. As the film plays on, the woman appears. She walks towards the camera, and the video stops abruptly as I cut and run. She didn't recognize me in the supermarket, but is she on to me now? It doesn't matter one way or the other. I've got nothing to hide. If I've rattled her, then good. Pricked her conscience. Perhaps she'll lose some sleep tonight. Perhaps she'll be kinder to the girl, knowing that someone is onto her. Perhaps she'll give a thought to the people left behind, the ones desperately hoping for news. I feel a sharp pang of doubt, because this girl isn't in the news, is she? No one seems to be missing her. That makes it even sadder, and makes me more determined to be the one who solves this and helps her to get home, wherever that is.
Naomi. How are you, Mum? I'm great, Nay. Really great. It's not what I'm expecting when she answers the phone. It seemed like the bathroom flood had knocked the stuffing out of her. When she rang to tell me about it a couple of days ago, she had sounded devastated, like she was finally realising that her absent-mindedness was out of control. This morning, she's a different person. That's good, I say cautiously. What's going on? I found her. I found the girl. Oh, God. She'd gone so quiet on the subject that I thought she'd dropped it. She's so excited, though, that this must mean good news. Perhaps the whole saga is over. Where was she? Is she okay? She lowers her voice as if she's telling me a secret and doesn't want to be overheard. I don't know what's going on exactly, Nay, but I know where she's being kept, and I know who took her. How on earth? I saw the woman in Morrison's on Monday and followed her. Mum, I know this sounds mad, but it isn't. It's only what a private detective would do. It's what the police should have done, if they'd taken me seriously. Did she have the girl with her? No, but I saw her yesterday. She looks well, so that's good. Yesterday, Mum? Are you stalking them? No, of course not. I'm gathering evidence. I told you I'm a detective. Mum, for Christ's sake, listen to yourself. You're following a mother and child. A child who sounds like they're perfectly okay. That's not normal. And you listen to me. All through my life, I've bitten my tongue and done what's expected of me. Stayed in my lane. Put everyone else first, including you. Now I'm doing something that feels right. And I'm taking the initiative. Maybe I'm not normal. And if not being normal saves this child, then I'm fine with that. Including you. I'm sure her words aren't meant to hurt, but they do. They hit home like a heat-seeking missile. She's right. She's always put me first. But I didn't ask her to. She always said it was part of being a mum, caring through thick and thin, being there. It was what she wanted, after all. She and Dad didn't have to be parents. It was their dream. They've both told me so many times that being adopted makes me special because they chose me. Now, she's saying she resented it all this time. Wow. Okay. That's told me. I just rang to check up on you, but hey, I'll leave you alone, Mum, if that's what you want. You do you. I put the phone down. But that's not the end of things, because I replay our words over and over again. What Mum's doing is so disturbing. I don't think she can see how odd it is. She's going to get into trouble.
Francis. Naomi kills the call. I've hurt her. Of course, I gladly put her first, gave her my time, poured my heart and soul into caring for her. I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. When she cools down a bit, not easy in this heat, she'll realise that she knows this. I shouldn't have to spell it out. But maybe she will also realise that I was speaking my truth. Perhaps it's the first time she's heard it from me. I guess it's uncomfortable. Anyway, I don't regret it. Naomi is my girl and I love the bones of her. But I've got a chance to save another girl, and it's important. At the moment, it feels like it could be the most important thing I've ever done. Today is the day that I move my investigation forward. I've got a whole sheaf of evidence that I could take to the police, but I'm not sure that they won't just laugh at me again. So, I'm going to take the next step myself. I've already set it up. I sent an email last night, and this morning there's a reply. I haven't had long to prepare, but I'm ready. I make an effort to look respectable, picking a nice clean dress from the wardrobe. It's not new, but I know I look good in it. Embroidered flowers on green cotton. Rick always said the colour set off my auburn hair which this morning is like a bird's nest. I spray some stuff on it and manage to get a comb through, twist it round and wrestle it into a claw clip. A bit of makeup, not too much, and I'm ready. I check myself out in the full-length mirror. Not bad. Not bad at all. I feed Ella, then set off on foot. Joan isn't lurking outside for once, but when I turn onto the pavement, I notice her watching from her front window. I give her a cheery wave, and she waves back. The walk gives me thinking time. I rehearse what I'm going to say until I've got it off pat, but even so, my nerves start jangling as I get nearer to my destination. I try to remember what Dad used to say when I had to give a presentation at school. If you feel nervous, tell yourself that it's excitement. They're two sides of the same coin. You can do this, Francis.
Naomi. Tom and I have done our best to support Mum, and Tom has been amazingly patient with her. But sometimes I honestly feel like I need a damn break, and this is one of those times. You can only do so much, can't you? I've been feeling a bit fluey and couldn't face breakfast, but I have a ton of work to do. I'm acutely aware of having a hard deadline in relation to my content writing. Little Loaf is going to arrive within a few weeks, one way or another, and I'll have to stop work for an unpredictable amount of time. If you don't work as a freelancer, you don't get paid. So I need to bank as much as possible and keep my clients sweet so they don't ditch me altogether. So I try to put the phone call out of my mind while I concentrate for a few hours at my laptop. Unfortunately, it's at the back of my mind the whole time, and by 11 it's at the front of my mind, and I can't ignore the discomfort that's nagging away at me. Happily, Tom rings during his morning break. "Just checking on my best girl," he says. "I'm really glad you rang. I had a conversation with Mum on the phone this morning and she's really lost it. Like properly." "What is it this time?" "She was really excited, almost manically so, and said she'd found the girl she'd seen at the services, and basically told me she was stalking them." "What the hell?" "I know. I tried to point out that this wasn't reasonable behaviour, but we had a row. I feel bad about it now. I think I'm going to go round there in a bit, see if she's calmed down and try and talk some sense into her. I'm going to really push for her to see her GP. Anyone can see this has got out of hand now." "Okay. But do you have to go round? You were very tired this morning. Are you any better?" truthfully. I'm not. But I don't want him worrying. I'm fine. It'll be easier to sort this out face to face. I'll let you know how I get on. All right, darling. But take care, okay? Talk later. Love you. Love you too. I was half hoping that Mum would have had second thoughts about this morning too, and rung me to smooth things over. But there's no message from her. I try ringing, but there's just a message saying her phone is not available at the moment, which makes me think that she must be really pissed off with me. She always keeps her phone on. I send a text and try to finish the assignment I've started, but the words are dancing on the screen in front of me. I'm too sick and tired to work. I might as well go round to Mum's. I shut down my laptop and get ready to go.
Francis. There isn't a doorbell at number 35, so I reach up and give a couple of firm raps on the brass door knocker. I switch off my phone while I wait. I don't want our conversation to be interrupted. It doesn't take long for her to open the door. She's expecting me after all. Zara, I say. It's lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for seeing me at such short notice. That's no problem, Francis. She steps forward and extends her hand. I take it and we shake, but as we do so, she's searching my face. Do we know each other? You look very familiar. Well, I only live in Lincoln. I expect you've seen me out and about. Bath's such a small place, isn't it? She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes, and it's obvious that her brain is working hard to place me. Do come in, she says, and stands aside to usher me past her. I step into the hallway. There are Edwardian tiles on the floor and the original wooden stair post and banisters, but I'm not looking for architectural details. I'm here to find evidence of her crime. Do go through. It's nice and cool in the garden room. I walk through her long kitchen diner and into a beautiful conservatory. Everything in the house is immaculate, as you would expect from an interior designer, but it's also got the wonderful lived-in feeling of a family home. Children's artwork, lovingly framed, hangs on the walls along with tasteful black and white photographs of their family group. Zara, Jason, and a little girl. I can't help noticing that the photographs aren't just from one session, but evolve over time. Zara and Jason look much the same, but the child changes from tiny babe in arms to smiling toddler with a couple of steps in between. Have I got this wrong? Very wrong? I take a couple of deep breaths as I find a seat. Come on, Francis, you know what you saw. Stick to your guns. Or a cold drink? Zara is looking at me expecting an answer, but I didn't hear the question. Sorry, I was miles away. Would you like a coffee or something cold? Oh, no, nothing. I'm fine, thank you. Thank you. I realise I'm burbling a bit. I need to calm down. Everywhere I look there are signs of a busy, happy household. But it could be a cover, couldn't it? I mean, there wouldn't be bars on the windows. A trafficker's house would have to look like a plausible family home, wouldn't it? Zara sits opposite me. She puts her phone down next to her on the sofa and smooths her skirt. So, she says, tell me about your refurbishment project. What are you aiming for and how do you think I can help? Well, I recently had a flood which basically destroyed my kitchen, and so I need to start again with it. I thought I'd like to really change things around. Not the units, they're staying, but the decor, the feel of the place. Of course. Oh, that must have been dreadful. I've got some examples of kitchens that I've worked on, if you'd like to take a look. She opens up the laptop on the wicker coffee table, selects a page, and turns it round to show me. I scroll through, not really taking in what's on the screen. These are wonderful, I say. I can tell you've got a good eye from this house. It's beautiful. Thank you. I always say it's my best advertisement, although, of course, it's not a showroom. It's a real home. Yes, you can tell. How many children do you have? Her eyes narrow just a little. The wariness is back. Just the one. A little girl. Lovely. Is she here? I try to keep my voice casual. No. She hesitates. She's at nursery, so that I can work. It's all about juggling at this age. Do you have children, Francis? It feels like there's a bit of cat and mouse stuff going on now, but increasingly I'm not sure who is the cat and who is the mouse. I've got a girl too, but she's grown up now. She is adopted. Why am I telling her this? We couldn't have children. It's amazing how obsessed you get when you think you can't have something. Zara shifts in her seat. She glances at her phone. For some reason, I can't stop talking now. I give a little laugh. She didn't want me to come here today, but I told her that I knew what I was doing. I wanted to meet you, talk to you, you see. Zara is on the edge of her seat now. I know you, she says. You were in the supermarket this week. Yes, I say. No point in denying it. Was it you watching us from the other side of the river yesterday? Yes. What on earth is going on? Why are you doing this? She looks genuinely appalled. I'm on to you, I say. I've been looking for you. She gets to her feet, grabbing her phone as she does so. Jesus Christ! I want you to leave now. I'm calling the police. I stand up too. My brain feels like it's unravelling, but I take one last stand. I'm ready to call her bluff. Are you sure you want to do that, Zara? Are you really sure you want the police poking their noses into this household? She's stabbing at her phone, then holds it up to her ear. Get out! She shouts as she waits for it to be answered. Get out of my house!
The girl. At the end of a long, hot summer, they start packing things into suitcases and boxes. Are you taking me home now? The girl asks. Are you taking me back to Mummy? The woman stops leaning on the top of an overstuffed case. She looks as though she's been slapped. Pink marks flushing into her cheeks, like the mark she made on the girl's leg when she smacked her on the first day. It's all right, love, the man says to her. We know it's going to take time. I know, the woman says. Then she looks at the girl. She leaves the suitcase and sits on the bed, patting the covers to invite the girl to sit next to her. She holds the girl's chubby little hands in hers. Your other mummy's sick. She can't look after you. She's asked us to keep you. This has been a lovely holiday, but we're moving to our real house now. It's going to be perfect. I want my mummy. The girl knows the words are risky. She watches as the woman presses her lips together, wonders if she's earned another slap. But no, the woman just strokes the girl's hair. I'm your mummy now. I promised your other mummy that I would look after you, and I will. You'll have the very best of everything with us. Well, the best that we can manage, the man says. We don't live in a palace. He chuckles, and the woman smiles at him. He kneels on the suitcase, closing it firmly and easing the catches into their casements. Don't forget Dolly, the woman says. We won't pack her. You can cuddle her in the car. The girl doesn't call her Dolly anymore. She calls her a secret name, whispers it into her ear at night. The name she was born with. The name she doesn't want to forget. Naomi. She's out, love. Joan, of course, has spotted me arriving at Mum's. She went out about an hour ago, all dolled up. Dolled up? Joan's language is hilarious. It's a bit early for a date. I don't think she's been on a date since, you know. She means Mum and Dad splitting up. But she did look smart. I felt it was a good sign. Nice to see her making an effort. Mum's car is still on the drive, so she can't have gone far. I had to stop several times on the way over because everything was hurting too much, and I was having trouble catching my breath. I'll go inside and wait for her, I say. You all right, Naomi? You look a bit peaky. You're welcome to wait at mine. I'm fine. Just need to sit down. See you later, Joan. I let myself into the house. Despite everyone's best efforts, it still smells musty from the floodwater. There's no way we could have the baby shower in here if we couldn't hold it outside. I need a plan B. But I haven't got the energy to work one out. I walk through to the kitchen and open the back door. I try ringing Mum again, but there's no joy. Where could she have gone all dressed up? She was so fired up about the girl from the services. I have a nasty feeling she's carrying on with her stalking. God, this is awful. I'm going to have to find a way to make her listen to reason when she gets back. While she's out, though, perhaps I can find out a bit more about what's going on with her. This fixation with the girl in the other car. All the stuff going wrong at home. Maybe if I poke around a bit, there will be more pointers to her state of mind. There are no obvious clues in the kitchen. In the lounge, her ruined laptop is sitting discarded on the coffee table. For some reason, I'm drawn up through the house to her studio. I haven't been in there for years. It's an effort to haul myself up the stairs. I pause on the first floor landing and take a few breaths. My leg is throbbing. It's swollen and red. I noticed the swelling last night and the skin around the wound felt hot, even hotter than the rest of me. I should have told Tom, I suppose, but I thought it was probably just one of those things that happens at the end of a long day when you're nearly 8 months pregnant. My left leg was still way bigger than the other one this morning, though. Something's not right. Perhaps I'll ring the surgery in a little while. The door to Mum's studio is open. As far as I know, she's pretty much stopped working. I don't think she has any current commissions. If she is still drawing, it will be on a project of her own. I can see a drawing taped to her board, but I can't make it out from the landing, and something else catches my eye. The end wall of the studio is lined with cork tiles. It acts as a big pinboard where Mum can display sketches and ideas for her current work in progress. I'm used to seeing sketches and studies here. Sometimes there are words as well as pictures. She makes notes about character traits, colours and moods. It's different now, though. All the illustrations have been taken down. In their place are photographs. A view of a row of vehicles in a car park. A zoomed-in shot of a number plate. Pictures taken with the river in the foreground and trees and bushes on the other bank. No, wait. It's gardens. The back of people's gardens. And there's a little girl in one of them. She zoomed in on her too, and printed it out. A preschool-age girl with a watering can. Bloody hell, this is creepy. Mum might think she's playing detective, but her studio looks like it belongs to a serial killer. When she gets back, I'm going to sit her down and make her ring her GP. She needs help before she gets locked up. As I walk back past the desk, I can see that Mum has done a drawing of a girl. The head and shoulders, anyway, with her face tilted up towards the viewer. It's a delicate work, not in the quirky, stylised form she normally uses. It's more of a study. It's actually very good. But that's not what stops me in my tracks. What quite literally takes my breath away is the fact that I recognise the face. Naomi. I stare at the drawing, but it starts swimming in front of my eyes. It's so hot in the roof space. I need to get myself out of here. I start to walk towards the door, but I'm losing my balance. I stagger to the side like I've had one too many Proseccos. My mind feels drunk too. Everything just swirling around, not making any sense. One thing I do know. Mum's weird obsession is out of control and I've got to confront her. Where is she? I try phoning again, but there's no response. Why has she switched off her phone? I make it to the top of the stairs and hold on to the post. Getting down seems impossible. The stairs drop away, down and down through the house, and I feel my legs giving way at the thought of it. Perhaps I can manage if I hold on to the banister and go down slowly. I start to attempt the first step, turning sideways so I can grip the rail with both hands and take as much weight as I can in my arms. I shuffle down like a crab, one step at a time. The effort is intense. Sweat is pouring in rivers down the side of my face. I get to the first landing and rest in the corner. My knees buckle, and I find myself sliding down the wall into an awkward heap. My legs are bent and it's unbearable. The swollen one is throbbing with pain. I use my hands to straighten both legs, crying out as I do so. As I sit with my back against the wall, I know that this is as far as I will get today without help. There's no way I can tackle the next flight of stairs on my own. Mum will be home soon, surely. But what if she isn't? What if she's out for the day somewhere? I open my phone. I'm not sure Joan will have the strength to haul me back to my feet and get me down the stairs safely. Tom will be back in lessons, but it's not that long until lunch. Maybe Dad can help. I can't focus or think of the right words to use. I stab at the screen as best I can and press send. The phone drops from my hands, but I'm too tired to pick it up and check that my message went. As my eyes close, the last thing I see is my phone screen and the words that I've written, flaring into focus for a second. Help me.
Francis. All around me, people are enjoying the sunshine. I sit on a bench near the playground, and the sound of children laughing and screaming washes over me. The buzz of chatter floats across from the cafe. The background hum of traffic is punctuated by the louder roar of a lorry or the occasional siren. I don't understand what just happened. I don't know what's going on. I feel so disconnected that it's like I'm viewing myself from outside my own body. Sarah did phone the police, and they did respond to her call. By then, I was almost out of the estate, but they caught up with me, stopped their patrol car and had a friendly chat. Nothing friendly about it. Keep away from her, or they would have to take things further. Move on. Keep moving. I didn't even bother trying to explain. In fact, I couldn't have explained even if I tried. I just stalked a woman and bluffed my way into her house, which appeared to be a perfectly ordinary family home. I frightened her in the place where she should feel safest. I was so certain, so excited to have solved the mystery that started on the motorway. I was buoyed up with it. I didn't see how divorced from reality I'd become. I was lost for words, and I'm still lost now. Literally. I know I'm in a park, but I can't remember how I got here or how to get home. I try not to panic, but it's difficult. I close my eyes. The sound of children playing mixes with the strident call of gulls overhead. An ice cream van starts playing its music box tune, and my feeling of panic rises. I open my eyes again. The sun is so bright, I can only make out a kaleidoscope of dark shapes against the blank blue sky. I'm in some sort of free fall. But within the chaos, my mind remembers something about counting. I don't know what numbers have got to do with anything, but I start counting anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all I need. 4. In, 2, 3, 4. The breath is snatched and shaky. Hold it for 4. Impossible. It bursts out of me like hot dragon's breath. Okay, try again. In, 2, 3, 4. I suck air back in. It's as warm and soupy as the air I've just breathed out. God, this weather's going to kill me. This time I managed to hold my breath in for a fraction. Okay, slow it down. Slow it down. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold it. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. The world isn't spinning quite so fast now. The blurry tree.
Let the music unwind the tension of the day, making space for the next chapter to arrive with clarity.
and lampposts come back into focus. The slides and swings and climbing frame of the children's play area. I know where I am now. It's the park between the housing estate and the primary school that Naomi attended. It's only a 10-minute walk home. I can do that. Naomi. I have an instant pang of regret. I remember now that we argued this morning. I don't know what time it is, but it must be early afternoon. I should have called her back. I take my phone out of my bag, surprised that there have been no pings or vibrations. Of course, I switched it off. I press the power switch, and the phone springs to life in my hand, almost twitching with an influx of messages. First on the list is a voicemail from a number I don't recognise. I click on it and listen. It's Rick's voice. "Frankie, it's me. Naomi's in hospital. The RUH. You need to get there as soon as possible." It seems completely unreal. I listen again. It's not the fake phone call that I hear in the night. This is different. Is it real? I ring the number back, and a woman answers. "Hello?" "Who's this?" I say. "I'm trying to ring Rick." "It's Lisa, Rick's partner." Of course, it's his landline. He's never given it to me. I always text or call him on his mobile. "Lisa, it's Francis. I had a message from him about Naomi. Is it true? Is she in hospital?" "Oh, Francis, yes, it's true this time. Tom found her at your house. She'd passed out. They've taken her to A&E. Rick's gone straight there." "Is it the baby? Do you know what's going on?" "I think they're assessing her now. That's all I know. I'm so sorry." "Francis?" "Yes?" There's a pause. "Nothing." "It's okay. Just give Naomi my love when you see her." I ring off, stand up and head for the exit, trying to work out the quickest way to get to the hospital. Best to go home and pick up the car. I start running. Francis. This is for real. My baby girl is in hospital again. My worst nightmare repeating itself. But this isn't a nightmare. It's actually happening. All the time I was fixated on the past. I took my eye off the present, what was going on under my nose. Naomi, my precious girl. Joan is in her front garden when I get there, sitting on a fold-up picnic chair. "Oh, Francis," she says, getting up. "I've been waiting for you." "I can't stop, Joan," I say. "Naomi's in the hospital." "I know, love. I saw the ambulance." "How did she look?" Joan purses her lips together. There are tears gathering in her eyes. I've only seen her cry twice before, at her husband's funeral, and when I told her that Rick and I were splitting up. "She was out of it, I'm afraid. They took her off on a stretcher." "I'd better get there," I say, and start to race towards the house. Then I dart back, hop over the low wall that separates our front gardens, and give her a hug. I feel her shoulders move as she starts to sob. I want to say something comforting, hear something comforting from her. But we're both old enough to know that things aren't always all right. So we just hug, and then I say, "I've really got to go." She nods. "Let me know when you know anything," she says. "Give her my love. I'll be praying for her." The roads are quiet. I'm held up at some temporary traffic lights. Nobody's coming through the other way, and it's so tempting to jump them. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel. Come on, come on. I've just decided to go and press my foot on the accelerator when a lorry suddenly appears, filling my field of vision. I slam on the brakes, and it careers past. "Jesus, Francis, what are you doing?" I wait for the light to turn green, leave it a second or two to check that no one's jumped them at the other end, and go through. At the hospital, I find a parking spot. A&E is near to the maternity wing. I'd expected our next visit here to be exciting, a bit nerve-wracking, but magical too. This isn't how it was meant to be. I spot Tom in the A&E waiting room. He's sitting with his head in his hands. Rick is next to him. I approach them. Rick sees me first. "Where on earth have you been?" 6 years ago, it was me going spare while I waited for him to arrive at ICU. The situation is too awful to enjoy the irony of the role reversal. Plus, like him then, there's no easy answer to his question. "I'm sorry," I say. "I had my phone switched off." He gives me a quizzical look, but I don't need any lessons in integrity from him. "Tom," I say, "is there any news?" Tom looks up at me. He's been crying. His face is blotchy and kind of crumpled. "Oh my God, Tom, she's not—" "I don't know. They haven't told me what's going on. She's been in there for ages now." He looks towards some double doors labelled "No Entry, Staff Only." "Let me go and ask." I go up to the desk. There's a small queue, and I stand in line until someone's free. They usher me over to a sort of interview booth. "I'm Naomi Wallace's mother. She's been taken in. Is there any news?" "Are you her next of kin?" "Yes." For a moment I'm back in ICU, on my own, waiting for news about my little girl. Then I remember where I am, what's actually happening. Christ, Francis, try to keep things together. No, her husband is. He's over there. He's too upset to ask. I'm her mum. "Let me just check." She taps away on her computer keyboard and looks at the screen. "She's still being assessed. Do take a seat. Someone will be out to see you as soon as they can. We're quite busy in here today." Dismissed, I return to Tom and Rick. He looks at me, but I shake my head. "We've just got to wait, love." "I didn't realise how ill she was," he says. "When we were waiting for the ambulance, her dress had ridden up and her leg was all purple and swollen. There was a dark line leading up from where she hurt her ankle." "That doesn't sound good." "I knew it was bad when she texted me." He holds his phone up to me. Naomi's last message, "Help me." My blood runs cold. "I just dropped everything and came back." "Oh God, Tom, how did you know she was at my house?" "I spoke to her at break time. She told me she was going over to yours. She was really worried about you. That's just her, isn't it? Putting everyone else first." His words are like a punch to my stomach. My legs start to fold. I manage to sink into the seat next to Tom. "I'm sorry," I murmur. "I'm so sorry. I can't believe I wasn't there when she needed me. Do you think it's blood poisoning? It was that bloody packing case in my loft. Nasty, rusty old thing. This is my fault, Tom." "It's not anyone's fault. Not really. But we should have been looking after her. I can't bear it." He starts crying again. He doesn't make any sound, but his face contorts and his mouth opens in silent agony. I comfort him as best I can, but there's only so much you can do. A hospital waiting room is a bleak place. Nothing really makes it better. But I know from past experience that maintaining your blood sugar levels and keeping hydrated can help sustain you. A cup of tea, even hospital tea, can sometimes make things seem a little brighter for a minute or two. There are drink and snack machines by the wall in the entrance. "I'll get you a cuppa," I say, not giving him a choice in the matter. He barely acknowledges me. I walk over to the machine and ferret about in my bag for some change. I use cash so rarely these days. Everything's done by debit card or your phone. I scrape together enough for a drink and select a white tea with sugar, hoping that will give Tom a boost. The poor lad's almost beside himself. "I just want to see her." "I know. They'll let you in soon." The double doors to the assessment area swish open and we all look up. A woman in blue scrubs walks into the room. She scans the people waiting and zooms in on us. She's wearing a mask, and I can't read the expression in her eyes. She brings the mask down and perches it on her chin. "Naomi Wallace?" she says. "Yes." Tom jumps up, spilling his tea. "Please, come with me." We all troop towards her, but she holds up a hand. "Just one of you, please. Are you her husband?" Yes. This way. Francis. Oh, my God, I whisper. Why wouldn't they tell us here? Why just him? Rick is on the edge of a rant. I've seen it all before. I don't know, I say. My instinct is still to soothe him, try to avoid a scene. We'll know more soon. Rick and I are standing side by side, both looking at the double doors, which have swung to again. If anything happened to her, I'd... Rick looks both younger and older at the same time. The veneer of confidence has dropped. The swagger is gone. He's the boy I met at college again, who wasn't afraid to share his vulnerability, his uncertainty. At the same time, he looks older too. Maybe it's this light. But his skin appears lined around his eyes, his jawline is sagging, his scalp is showing through the hair on the top of his head. I can picture him as an old man, something I never used to be able to do, although, of course, I always thought we'd grow old together. Let's sit down, I say. He follows me back to the seats we occupied before. She can't, they wouldn't let her. He can't say the word die. No, she's going to be all right, I say. I move my hand until it's hovering over his, but hesitate at the last minute and draw back. He reaches over and covers my hand with his. This waiting's awful, he says. Yes. I'm so sorry you had to deal with it on your own the last time. It's the first time he's ever apologised for that. She's amazing, our daughter. We did a good thing there. We did, and she is. I turn my hand over, and now we're palm to palm. Our fingers entwine, and it's like the years and the lies and the pain are melting away. I miss you. I didn't mean to say it out loud. I didn't even mean it. I meant I miss this. I miss having someone to share things with. I miss how Rick and I used to be 20 years ago. But now, I know everything's changed. I can't live in the past. I know Rick thinks I'm chaotic and a mess. He's moved on. I miss you too, he says. And a feeling of shock pulses through me. What's happening with us? I'd be back like a shot, if you ask me. I never stopped loving you. I don't know what to say. My world has been tilted upside down and back again so many times recently that I feel like my senses have gone into overdrive. I can't take it in. What about Lisa? I say. What's going on, Rick? And then I stop. Tom is standing a few feet away, his hands hanging limply by his side. He looks defeated. Francis. Rick and I spring apart and scramble to our feet. How is she? What's happening? I focus on Tom's face, trying to read the signs. He seems numb. She's holding her own, he says. They think it's septicemia, blood poisoning from the wound on her ankle. I rush forward and embrace him. He doesn't hug me back, just stands there, hands at his sides, exhausted. Have you seen her? Yes, she's on a drip. Antibiotics and I don't know what else. There's other things. A heart monitor and stuff. Is she on a ventilator? This was the worst thing last time. No. She's breathing on her own. They've sedated her, though, to give her body the best chance of recovery. And the baby? Okay, as far as I know. It's all being monitored. I'm going to go back in. I just thought I'd tell you. I let go of Tom and step back. Of course. Can we come too? Can I see her? They're going to be moving her to ICU soon. Those 3 letters strike fear into my heart. I try not to let it show. Rick knows, though. He puts an arm round my shoulders. I don't know what the visiting arrangements are there. It's just one visitor at the moment. Look, do you want to... I can see he's being noble. His whole world is in a little curtained room behind those double doors. He doesn't want to be out here with us at all. He doesn't want to have to wait here while one of us goes in. No, I mean yes, but no, you must be with her. We'll see her when things have calmed down a bit. Will you message us when she's been moved? We'll stay here for the time being. Yes, okay, thanks, Francis, he says, already moving back towards the double doors. I knew you'd understand. Head up, son. She's in the best place, and we'll be here whenever you need us, Rick says, and I feel a surge of affection for him. This is how it should have been 6 years ago. Tom smiles his gratitude at us and goes back in. I see you, I say. He gives my shoulder a squeeze. I know. It's different this time, though. It'll be okay. His arm is still round my shoulders. Rick, I start. Francis, he says my name at the same time. We both smile. Go on, he says. No, you. I was just going to say I'll message Lisa. She'll want to know, Rick says. It doesn't feel right to ask about her now. That moment's past. She will, I say. What were you going to say? Nothing. I'll ring Joan. I told her I'd keep her updated. Ah, Joan. How is she? She's fine, same as ever. You should call round one day. She always had a soft spot for you. I saw her, actually. He doesn't say where or when. She was worried about you, too. We all have been. Everyone's worried about me. After this morning, I am too. I think I need help, I say. He puts a hand on my shoulder. That's a very brave thing to say. We'll get through today and I'll ring the surgery tomorrow. See if I can get an appointment. In a way, it will be a relief to do it. It's time to face up to reality, to know one way or the other. Although I think I already know the answer. I realise he's looking at me. I've been lost in my thoughts again. You were going to ring Joan? He says. Oh, yes, I forgot. Silly me.
Naomi. I've been here before. A room of my own with white walls, a metal bed frame, a sink in the corner, machines bleeping by my head, a nurse working quietly away, checking, changing lines, monitoring, cleaning, turning me, soothing. As I emerge from the depths this time, though, it's Tom's voice, not my mum's, bringing me back to the surface, reeling me in. It's his face I see when I open my eyes. It's his hand I can feel holding mine. Hello, sleepyhead, he says. He's sitting close to the bed, leaning forward. I try to say hello back, but my mouth is too dry. It's okay, he says. You don't need to say anything. Everything's all right. The nurse, Catherine, who had been in the background, steps forward. She offers me some water from a cup with a straw. Little sips, she says. The water's warm and has a chemical back note. It's the most wonderful thing I've ever tasted. I let the straw go and she moves the cup away. Thank you, I say. Then I turn to Tom. How long have I been here? Nearly 18 hours. You came in yesterday evening. You've had a nice long sleep. Reckon you needed it. He looks like he hasn't slept at all. I want to put my arms round him and give him a big hug. But I'm hooked up to so many machines and my limbs are tired and heavy, so I just squeeze his hand a little, stroke the back of it with my thumb. A machine starts beeping. I remember that noise, I say. You've got to stop coming here, he says. There are better places. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be silly. Nothing to be sorry for. I'm a lot of trouble. He smiles. Yeah, an awful lot. You're going to be all right, though. And little Loaf? I try to move a hand to my stomach, still reassuringly large and obviously occupied. There's a line feeding into a cannula on the back of my hand. A machine starts beeping. Little Loaf is just fine. One of these machines is keeping an eye on things. There's a nice strong heartbeat. Can I sit up? The nurse is there, pressing buttons on the side of the bed, so that the head end rises up beneath me. She gets me to a 45-degree angle and adjusts my pillows. Would you like a bit more water, Naomi? I should tell your mum and dad. They're both in the waiting room. Have they been here all the time? I'd like to see them. Of course. Is that okay? Tom asks my nurse. You can send them both then, she says. Perhaps you'd like to get some fresh air or some lunch. Have a break. Is that all right? Tom says. I'll get a sandwich or something in the cafe. I nod. I'll be here when you get back. I'm not going anywhere. He kisses my forehead and leaves the room. Catherine checks all my monitors and writes something onto a clipboard. Do you understand why you're here? She asks. Is it the baby? No. You had blood poisoning. You were very poorly, but you've stabilised nicely. Your numbers are looking much better. Blood poisoning? From my ankle? Yes. When can I go home? She smiles. We'll have to keep you in for a while. Your kidneys are struggling a bit and we'd like to keep an eye on the baby. There's a knock on the door. It opens a crack and Mum peeps through. Mum! She comes in, followed closely by Dad. It's the first time I've seen them in the same room for ages. Years, maybe. Mum approaches the bed and strokes my forehead. She sits down in the chair vacated by Tom and holds my hand, while Dad stays standing. Hello, darling, she says. Hello. We've been so worried about you. I'm sorry I gave you a fright. The nurse brings another chair over for Dad, but he waves her away. It's so good to see you, he says to me. How are you feeling, chicken? A bit rough. He stays for a while, then bows out. I'm going to leave you and Mum to catch up, okay? I'll come by this evening, shall I? I'll liaise with Tom. Okay. Thanks, Dad. See you later. The door closes behind him. Your dad's actually been amazing while we've been waiting, says Mum. I don't know. He's different. I think this has been a bit of a wake-up call. Tom's been a star too. He's been here the whole time. The door opens behind her and Tom comes back in. Hello, you two. Or three, he says, coming up to the bed and gently resting his hand on the bedclothes covering my bump. You should go home and get some sleep, Tom, says Mum. I could stay with Nay for a few hours. He looks doubtful. No, I should be here. You must be tired, though. You were here all night. Yes, but I could stay awake a few more hours. You look done in. She's right. He looks completely exhausted, like the stuffing has been knocked out of him. Go home, Tom, I say. Have a nap. Can you bring my sponge bag when you come back in? And maybe something to wear. I hate these gowns. Okay, I guess. I'll bring a t-shirt, shall I? One of your sleeping ones? Yes, please. It's fine, honestly. I'll see you later. Mum backs off as Tom leans over and gives me a little smooch. He kisses me and I nuzzle his neck and breathe in his smell. They can't keep me here forever, can they? I'll soon be home with him, snuggled up in our bed together. Share the last few precious weeks before little Loaf joins us in the wide world. See you later, he says. You should go home too, I tell Mum. She looks shattered. I'm getting sleepy again too, but I need to say something else to her. I'm really sorry for yesterday, I say. For putting the phone down on you. She shakes her head. You don't need to apologise, Nay. You were right. I'd completely lost it. Did you go there again yesterday? To that woman's house? A shadow passes across her face. Yes. I actually knocked on the door and went in. It didn't go well. Oh, Mum. Her house was lovely. She had family photos all over the place. It just looked so normal, like the girl was hers. The thing is, even now, there's still part of me that doesn't believe it, that thinks there's another story, a sinister one, lurking behind the facade. I can see how mad it is, though. I know I need help. I will get help, Nay. I know that's what I've got to do. It's a relief to hear her say it. It's taken a long time to get to this point. There's something else I need to tell her, but I can't remember it now. Something to do with the house. I'm so tired. I can feel my eyes closing. What did I need to say? It's gone. But I murmur, I love you, Mum, as I drift away. And the last thing I hear is, I love you too.
Francis. I've been out of the house for 24 hours. I would expect Ella to come and greet me when I open the front door. Instead, there's no movement in the hall and only a house full of oppressive silence. Cats are independent, though. I'm sure she'll rock up when she realises that I'm home. If I go and have a sleep now, I'll wake up and find her curled up at the end of the bed. I sling my keys on the table by the door and hang my bag on the bottom stair post. I'm halfway up the stairs when there's a knock on the front door. Sighing, I haul myself down again and open the door. It's Joan. Hi, Francis. Are you okay? Yes. Naomi's in intensive care, but she's stable. She's asleep now, so we've all gone home to rest, too. Oh, good idea. I just wanted to say that I popped in to feed Ella this morning, but I couldn't find her. I didn't, poke around. The way she says it, I can't help feeling like that is exactly what she's done, but I'm not too offended. It's only Joan, after all. But I looked downstairs. She normally comes running when I rattle her biscuits. Oh, okay, she's probably out somewhere. I'm desperate for a rest, Joan, but if she doesn't turn up this evening, I'll start asking around. Thanks. I'm holding the edge of the front door. Most people would read the signs and realise I was keen to close it and get some sleep. Joan is lingering on the doorstep, though. Just ask if you need anything else, love, she says. I'm only next door. I know, Joan. Thank you. And now I do start to shut the door, and Joan takes the hint and moves away. I check in the kitchen. There's something unnerving about the 3 bowls on the non-slip mat in the corner. Wet food, biscuits, water, all full, all untouched. "Eller!" I call out, then stand still and listen. I can't hear any response. I open the kitchen door and shout her name into the garden, then do as Joan did and rattle the biscuit box. A small flock of starlings rises up from the lawn. They'd never be there if Ella was anywhere nearby. After taking delivery of too many little feathered corpses, I had to put a bell on her collar to try to give the birds warning that she was out and about. It's tempting to leave the door ajar, let some air in, but there's a cat flap in the bottom of it, and I don't like the idea of being asleep upstairs with downstairs doors or windows open. I need to feel safe. I close and lock the door and drag my weary bones upstairs. I pull my bedroom curtains together, leaving the window open behind them, and lie down on top of the duvet. It's light and bright in the room, despite the closed curtains. I'm too hot. I sit up and peel off my green dress, dropping it onto the bed beside me. I'm convinced I won't be able to get to sleep. I take the book from my bedside table and start to read, but find myself unable to understand the words, reading the same sentence over and over until the book falls out of my hand and I'm away. As I drift off, I fancy I hear a bell tinkling. She's back, I think, smiling to myself. I knew she would be. I can hear breathing too, in and out, in and out. We synchronize as we give ourselves up to sleep, safe in our own bed. Francis. When I wake up, the room is softly dark, not pitch black, but the stage of twilight when the colour is leaching out of everything. My first thought is for Naomi. How long have I been asleep? How's my girl now? I stretch out a hand and grope for my mobile. It's on the bed next to me. It doesn't recognise my fingerprint or my passcode. What fresh hell is this? I stab at the phone until it displays the message, "Fingerprint doesn't match." Then, "You have 5 attempts to unlock with fingerprint. Try code instead." I've tried the bloody code. I'm tempted to throw the phone across the room. Oh, Ella, what am I going to do? I sit up, expecting the cat to unfurl herself, stretch out, and pad up the bed to see me. She isn't there. I heard her, though, didn't I? Felt the weight of her on the end of the bed. Ella? Perhaps she's gone downstairs to the kitchen. I pick up my dress and go to put it over my head, but it smells of hospital. I drop it in the basket next to my chair and rummage in the wardrobe for another one. I could ring Tom on my landline, if I could remember the number. Christ, what's wrong with my sodding mobile? I pick it up anyway and take it along to the bathroom and then downstairs into the kitchen. There's a cordless phone on the worktop. I wish I'd programmed Naomi's and Tom's mobile numbers into it now, but I didn't. There's no point even trying to remember. I know I can't. I rest both hands on the bench and try to think. Landlines remember the last number that rang, don't they? The last number was Rick's landline. That'll do. I dial 1471 and listen, then press 1 to connect to it. I think it's going to ring out when someone picks up. Hello? It's Lisa again. I'd be back like a shot, you know, if you ask me. I never stopped loving you. I don't know what's going on between them, but obviously their flat isn't quite the love nest I thought it was. Hi, Lisa, it's Francis. Is Rick there? Oh, Francis, no, he's still at the hospital. He hasn't been home since. Where are you? I know I've been getting in a muddle recently, but I clearly remember that he left before I did. So he's lying to her like he lied to me. Sounds like he's tiring of Lisa and is visiting someone else. Some things never change, I suppose. But should I tell her? I lived in ignorance for years, and then when I suspected the truth, I chose to look the other way. I knew, really, but I didn't have to face it until he confessed on that terrible day 6 years ago. Would I have preferred one of his women to tell me? I'm at home, I say. I guess I'll catch up with him there, though. I just wanted to know how Naomi is. I haven't had an update since yesterday. I'm sorry. When you see him, can you tell him... She stops. Actually, no. Lisa, I say, is everything okay? I should tell you something about Rick, Francis, but not on the phone. I owe it to you to tell you face to face. Can I come over? Not now. As soon as I know what's going on, I'm going to go to the hospital. Could you give me Rick's mobile number? My mobile's playing up and I can't access my contacts. Sure. She reels off the number and I write it down. But I'm coming over. Honestly, this won't take long. Stay there, please. I'll get there as soon as I can. I have the weirdest sensation, almost like déjà vu. I've never met Lisa. I didn't want to, and Rick was certainly keen to keep us apart. So why do I feel like I know her? Lisa? She's rung off. I don't want her coming here. Maybe I'll have to meet her sometime, but today is not the day. I'm certainly not going to wait for her. God knows what's going on between her and Rick, but that's their problem. My priority has got to be Naomi. I try ringing Rick, but it goes through to his voicemail. Rick, I say, it's me. I can't get my mobile to work. I might be able to receive calls, though. How's Naomi? Ring me back at home or on my mobile. There's a telephone book at the bottom of a heap of paper, bills and menus. It's years old, but the RUH number won't have changed. I look it up and dial. As I'm waiting for them to pick up at the other end, I look down. Ella's bowls are exactly as they were earlier, full, untouched. But there's something different. I put the receiver down. There's a tiny drop of blood on the floor near to my foot. I crouch down, take out a tissue and dab at it. It's dry, but not caked on. It wipes away easily. I look around. 2 more drops, not large. Ella? One of the kitchen drawers is very slightly open. I push it, but there's something catching, stopping it closing completely. I open it again and peer in. A packet of plasters is sitting on top of the other contents, its top open. That top, that thin bit of cardboard, is the thing stopping the drawer closing. The last time I used this drawer was when I was cleaning up the wound on Naomi's ankle. She insisted that I put a plaster on it instead of a larger dressing. But I closed the box properly, put everything back in the drawer neatly. I'm sure I did. I look over at the kitchen bin. I walk slowly towards it, then press the pedal with my foot. The lid flips up. Lying on top of the kitchen debris are 2 little squares of plastic, the 2 tabs that have come off the sticky parts of a plaster. A plaster I haven't used. Francis. There's only one explanation for this, isn't there? But after everything I've been through over the past few weeks, I don't trust myself. I keep turning it over, looking for alternatives. It all comes down to the same thing, though. There was a plaster wrapper in the bin that I didn't put there. There's blood on the floor that isn't mine. Someone was in my house while I was sleeping. They hurt themselves somehow and used a plaster to cover it. The doors and windows downstairs are still closed, though. What does that mean? There's a knock on the kitchen door and the handle rattles. Someone's trying to get in. I jump out of my skin and spin round. Only me? Joan is peering through the glass. I breathe out and wave at her, then unlock the door and open it. All right, love, she says. I don't know, I say. I've just woken up. Joan. She has a key, of course. Did you let yourself in when I was asleep just now, Joan? She frowns. No, of course not. Why would I? You looked dog-tired when you came back. I knew you needed a rest. I just came over now to see if Eller's turned up. I look at her hands. Not a scratch on them, certainly no plaster. Then I study her face, well-meaning eyes blinking through her overlarge lenses. I've known her nearly all my life. I was 3 or 4 when we moved in, and she was already living next door. She and Malcolm were friends with Mum and Dad all the time they lived here. She's never been anything but kind to me. What on earth have I become, even contemplating thoughts like this? Has she, love? She's looking at me now with real concern. Sorry, what? Has Ella come home? No, I can't find her. Let's try the biscuit box again. She nods at me encouragingly and looks beyond me to the tin on the shelf. I fetch it over, and we both walk into the garden and stand on the patio. I shake the tin. It's not like her, is it? She says. No, I say. Something's happened, Joan. I'm about to tell her about the plaster, but she jumps in. You should print out little posters, and we can post them through letterboxes. I'll help you. She's full of good ideas. Again, I have the horrible intrusive thought, is this part of some weird little game she's got going? Of course not, I tell myself. She's just being helpful. I can't now, Joan, I say. I need to ring the hospital, find out how Naomi is. I can't get into my mobile and my Wi-Fi stopped working. You've still got a landline? Yes. You go and ring. I'll go round our gardens, maybe along the road a bit, and rattle this box. I get through to the hospital. They're reluctant to tell me anything over the phone, as I'm not Naomi's next of kin. They do confirm that she's still in ICU, though. I'll shut up the house and head back there. Maybe I could grab something to eat first. I look at the kitchen clock. 6:30. Time has stopped meaning anything. I don't know when I last ate or what food my body could tolerate now. Maybe I could manage a bit of buttered toast. Perhaps Joan would like some. I go to the open door and lean out. Joan, I'm going to go back to the RUH in a minute, but I'm having some toast first. Shall I put some in for you? There's no answer. Joan? I can't hear the box rattling. She's probably gone down the road like she said. I'm about to step outside again when the front doorbell rings. Who on earth... Then I remember about Lisa and inwardly groan. I can't deal with this right now. I'll have to put her off somehow. Surely she'll understand. I walk through the hall and open the door. She's not how I imagined her at all. I'd always pictured her as young and blonde. In fact, she's probably only a few years younger than me, shorter and with curly brown hair, and wearing bug-eyed sunglasses. Lisa, I say, this isn't really a good time. I know, she says, and I won't stay long, I promise. Can I come in? She takes off her glasses and reveals angry bruising around her left eye. Francis. To say I'm shocked is an understatement. Rick is a charmer, a liar, a bullshitter. Over the years I realised that I couldn't trust him, but I was never afraid of him. I show Lisa into the sitting room and fetch her a glass of water. She takes it with a polite "thank you," then lapses into silence. I'm so sorry about that. I look meaningfully at her black eye. Have you seen anyone, a doctor or anybody? She looks down, seemingly studying her glass. It's just a bruise, she says. It probably looks worse than it is. Hardly, I say. I mean, it looks pretty bad. Do you want to talk about it? Is that what you wanted to tell me about? She still won't look at me. She's kind of cowed and defensive, shoulders hunched. It's connected, she says. I wait. I'm desperate to go and see Naomi, but I can't ignore the distress in front of me. Whatever it is, I say, nothing can justify what he did to you, nothing. You might not say that when I tell you. I'm getting that itchy feeling again, the one I had when she was on the phone before. I know we haven't met, but she's somehow familiar. The hairs on the back of my neck start standing up. I've never seen her before, but I've heard her. Oh my God, I've heard her. My name is Harriet Smith, I say. I'm a staff nurse at St. Thomas's Hospital. She glances up at me, face absolutely stricken. I'm sorry, she whispers. I'm so sorry. Francis. You'd better tell me everything, I say. It was a sort of joke, she says. At least that's what he told me. When you guys split up, he was very, very bitter. To be honest, I was over the moon that it had happened. I wanted to be with him, and he came straight to me when you asked him to leave. I'd made us a lovely home. It was all ready and waiting for him. My little cottage isn't as big as this house, obviously, but I thought that it was perfect. I thought it was the start of something wonderful for both of us. But it wasn't straightforward. Obviously, after such a long time together, he was very upset. And then you were texting and calling so often. He'd rant and rave after each one, going on and on about how you wanted to have your cake and eat it. You didn't want to live with him, but you needed his support. It kind of ate away at him. I suppose it was a way of getting back at you, hurting you. He knew how Naomi's accident had affected you. He knew your vulnerabilities. It was a massive red flag, but I was sort of swept up in it. He's very persuasive. She stops. He is persuasive, I say. He's got the gift of the gab. You're not the first person to be taken in by him. She sighs, then takes another sip of water. I'm sorry, she says. I'm not being straight with you. You deserve the truth, however bad it makes me look. I was his partner in this. I resented the years you'd had with him, your daughter, this house. I never had children, you see, and it's probably too late now. I resented the hold you still had on him. When he complained about you, it was easy for me to agree. It fed into my own prejudices. That's what it was. Prejudice. I can admit it now, and I'm very, very sorry. However hard it is to hear all this, I can't help but respect her honesty. It's not easy for her to say the things she's saying. So you rang me? Not directly. I taped a message, well, a selection of them. We worked on a script together, and I did a number of takes until we got it right. It felt wrong doing it. I knew it was cruel, but I did it anyway. Rick had a second phone already, a cheap prepaid one that couldn't be traced to him. He used to ring me on it. She has the grace to look sheepish. He'd ring you at odd times and play the recorded scripts to you. The phone calls were real. Rick played on my PTSD to torment me. It's staggeringly cruel. When did this start? A few weeks after he moved in with me. He stopped after about a few months. You weren't texting or ringing so much, and everything just calmed down. We started making a life together. He got more invested in that, meeting my friends and having people round. I feel cold inside. He was obviously a different person with Lisa, a happier one, less controlling. There was something uniquely toxic about the way Rick and I were together, the way he victimized me, the way I let him. I'm trying to make sense of everything, but it's so hard when the ground keeps shifting. Lisa's staring at me now. She looks concerned. Are you all right? She says. I'm so sorry. This is a lot. I'm okay. Were you happy, you two? She half smiles. We were, for a while. It was pretty much what I hoped it would be, to start with anyway. I honestly forgot about the phone calls. But recently Naomi was round at ours and mentioned what was happening with you. That soon after your mum went into the care home, you started having flashbacks again? That it was worse than before? I realised he must have started again. I thought I was going mad, I say. I'm so sorry. When I realised he was at it again, I confronted him, said he'd have to stop or I'd leave. That's when this happened. She puts her hand up to her face again. He's a dangerous man, Francis. A very dangerous man. I suddenly remember the plaster in the bin. It's all starting to make sense. I don't know why it's taken me this long to see it. Lisa, I say, someone was here earlier in the house. I heard them, and I found a plaster in the bin, which shouldn't have been there. Her mouth falls open a little, then she frowns. It can't have been him, though. He was at the hospital. He's been there the whole time. No, he wasn't. He left before I did. Francis. It's like fog clearing, or a great big knot unravelling. That's it. The phone calls were the end of a thread, and by pulling at that, the whole structure of my life is coming apart. How did I not see this before? Rick knows everything about this house, where the Wi-Fi hub is, how to control the heating from a phone, even where I keep the plasters. I made him give my keys back when he left, but he could easily have had them copied first, so he could come and go as he liked. All the things that made me think I was going crazy. Electronics up the creek, things missing, moved, the bath flooding. It was him all along, letting himself into the house when I was out. Not just that, letting himself in when I was asleep. Dear God, did he sit on the bed while I was lying there and change the passcode for my phone? I'm not mad. I haven't got dementia. Rick is the one who is sick, and like Lisa said, dangerous. Lisa and I look at each other, appalled. He was here, she says. I think so. And he could come back at any time. He's obviously got keys. I need to sort this out, get the locks changed. Oh, God, I need to get back to the hospital. Why don't you ring a locksmith? And if they can come out, then I could stay and wait for them here while you go to the hospital. Would you? Yes, of course. It's the least I can do after everything else. I owe you, big time. What if he comes back? I'll ring the police. To be honest, I think I'll feel safer here than at mine at the moment. Then you must stay. Right. How do I find a locksmith? Lisa looks on her phone, and I use my landline to ring around. On my third call, I find someone who's willing to come out within the hour. I start gathering things to take to the hospital. My bag, my phone, even though I can't use it, some snacks in case it's another long wait. I walk Lisa around my kitchen so that she knows where I keep the tea and coffee. Wow, what happened here? She says, looking up at the gaping hole in the ceiling. It's a long story. I'll tell you another time, I say. It's strange, but I can imagine getting to know Lisa better. After all, we've got something in common. And she's got a warmth about her which, despite everything she's done, is kind of comforting. When I'm happy that Lisa has everything she needs, I head for the front door. I'm almost there when I notice a dark shape the other side of the frosted panels, and at that moment someone rings the bell. Lisa and I look at each other. That was quick, she says. Good service. I open the door, but it's not a locksmith. It's Rick. He's about to speak when he sees Lisa behind me in the hallway. What the hell's she doing here? Francis. She's welcome here, I say. You're not. He looks genuinely hurt. What's going on? He looks past me again. Bloody hell, your face! Behind me, Lisa stays quiet. She might be afraid of him, but I'm not. I'm fizzing with outrage and anger. You've got a nerve, Rick. I say, but lacking confidence was never a problem for you, was it? He looks puzzled for a moment, perhaps nonplussed by me finally standing up to him. Then he takes a step back and holds up both hands. Oh, no, that wasn't me. Absolutely not. Is that what she told you? No wonder you're so hostile. Jesus, Frankie, you of all people know me. You know I'd never hit a woman. Did I ever hurt you? No, because I'm not that guy. It's a good speech, delivered with conviction. But that's his thing, isn't it? Pretty words, telling you what he thinks you want or need to hear. I'm not taken in any more, and I won't defer to him. Clearly you are that guy, I say, and now I'm going to ring the police. I feel a hand on my arm. No, don't do that. Lisa has stepped forward. I don't want to talk to them. Besides, it was only once. I should have read the signs and backed off. Lisa, this was not your fault, and once is one time too many. If you don't want to press charges for assault, then I've got plenty to talk to them about. Trespass, criminal damage, coercive control. Rick's looking at me in the way he always used to when I took 4 goes to get into a parking space, and he couldn't resist making me feel small and stupid. You're not making any sense, Frankie. What on earth are you talking about? I don't want to talk about it with you. I'll just put it all in my formal statement. All of what? He's trying to trick me into talking, telling him all the pieces of the puzzle that I've managed to put together so he can get his counter-argument ready. You know very well, I say. I don't know why it's taken me so long to work it out. He raises his eyebrows and shakes his head. Nope, I still don't know. Listen, get rid of her and let me in. I need to talk to you. You're not coming in here, I say. Tell me one thing, though. What have you done with Ella? Is she still alive, or... I can't say it. Who's Ella? As if he didn't remember. Oh, the cat. I haven't done anything with that nasty creature. Why, has she gone missing? Close the door, Francis, Lisa says. Call the police. I start shutting the door, but he darts forward, putting one hand on the edge of the door and one foot across the threshold. His face is close to mine now. Don't shut yourself in here with her, he says in a quiet, low voice. She's not what she seems. Stop it, Rick. Take your foot out. Frankie, he carries on, you know me. Think about it. I would never hurt a fly. I'm pushing the door now, even though I know it's futile. He's a big guy. When we first got together, and for many years afterwards, to be honest, his physicality made me feel safe. Now I'm starting to feel as hollowed out and scared as Lisa. Frankie, he says again, let's stop this. You're not going to ring the police because I'll tell them all about you, all your little secrets. I know your brain's addled, but we made a pact. Do you remember? All those years ago, we agreed not to tell. Now, be a good girl and let me in. Francis. I do know him, and he knows me. And 25 years ago, when we were both desperate for a child, we did something that crossed a line. Even now, I can't let him tell anyone about it. And he knows that. I stop pushing at the door, draw it back towards me, and let him in. What are you doing? No! Lisa screams. It's all right, Lisa, I say. He won't do anything, not with the 2 of us here. Safety in numbers. Let's go through to the kitchen. She looks shattered. She was counting on me to defend her, and I've let her down, betrayed her. I've seen that look before, can never unsee it. The face of the little girl at the service station when she realised I wasn't going to help her. She was all right, though, wasn't she? Things weren't what they seemed. She was just having an argument with her mum. I can't shake that image, though. The pleading eyes, the hurt. God, what am I doing? We troop through the hall. Rick first, then me, then Lisa. As he passes her, she shrinks back from him, pressing herself against the wall. "It's all right," I whisper to her. "It's going to be all right." But I don't know how it possibly can be, and I'm making this up as I go along. Rick puts his hand on the radiator near the bottom of the stairs. "Jesus, Frankie, you've got the bloody heating on." "Just stop it, Rick," I say. "It's not funny." He walks into the kitchen that he trashed. I was so grateful when he turned up the following morning and helped sort it out. What a weird, twisted game he's been playing. How close he came to destroying me. "It's too hot in here. Let's go outside," Rick says, and I'm amazed at his gall. He's right, though. It's sweltering inside. So we file out of the kitchen and sit down at the patio table. Lisa and I move our chairs away, and we sit in an awkward triangle in silence for a while. "What are you doing here, Rick?" "Get rid of her, and I'll tell you," he says, nodding his head towards Lisa. "I'm not leaving," she says, and I feel a little surge of pride in her for standing up to him. We're giving each other strength. "Whatever you've got to say, Rick, you can say it to both of us." "Okay. I came here to tell you something, to confess, and to warn you about her." I glance across at Lisa. This is classic Rick. Deny, deflect, put the blame somewhere else. "I've already told her about the phone calls," says Lisa. "Oh." She's taken the wind out of his sails. "What? All of it? How we agreed to stop after a few months, but then you started again weeks ago and have been driving her mad?" She narrows her eyes, then flinches, and gasps as the bruised skin moves. "Oh, stop it, Rick. Don't put that on me. Yes, I told her how it started. How ashamed I am. But we both know it was you who started it up again. Naomi kept telling you how disturbed Francis was getting, and it just made you do it more and more." He's not taking his eyes off her, shaking his head furiously. "And all the stuff in the house, Rick," I say, "controlling the heating, sneaking in and setting the bath running, putting bleach in my car, things you knew would press my buttons." He slams his hand on the table and both Lisa and I jump. "I did not do any of that. I did make the phone calls right at the beginning. I was angry that you'd kicked me out. I wanted to hurt you. It was an awful thing to do. I should never have done it. It's not like me. I wouldn't have done it if Lisa hadn't egged me on." Lisa gasps. "But the rest of it, that wasn't me. Obviously, Lisa here is lying about the phone calls, but all the house stuff, I know you don't want to face this, Frankie, but these are all things you've probably done yourself without realising. You and I lived with this, remember? I was here, watching it play out day by day as your mum deteriorated. It was gut-wrenching. It killed me. Do you honestly think I'd do that to you?" I did think that, but now, looking at him, I'm not sure. Francis. "Please, Francis. We had 20 years together. They meant something to me. They still do." "Ha!" Lisa is looking furious now. "You never stopped, did you? I love her. I hate her. It was always about her." She's on her feet now, jabbing a finger in his direction. Rick gets up too. The table is still between them. "And you couldn't stand it. You couldn't cope with the fact that I'd been married before I met you. Well, newsflash." He creates speech marks with his index fingers. "I've never been happier with anyone than this woman. Frankie is a better person than you will ever be." She sweeps her arms through the air. "You kept telling me she was mental, that she didn't understand you, that she wouldn't leave you alone. What the hell was that?" He's leaning on the table now with such force that it's scraping across the flagstones. I get up and hold my hands out to either side, like an old-fashioned traffic cop at an intersection. "Please, stop it," I say, but my words are lost on them. Is that why you kept ringing her, playing that tape down the phone, because you resented her? Rick shouts. I didn't do it, you lying bastard. I'm not lying. Tell Frankie how you got that bruise. Oh, Rick, I say. That's enough. I think you'd better leave now. Okay, I will go, but only when I've heard her tell you the truth. The truth about her eye. I look at Lisa now. I can feel resentment radiating from her, but there's something else too. A flicker of uncertainty. Lisa, I say. I never actually said he hit me. She did, didn't she? No. She only said that it happened, and I assumed the rest. Tell her, he says. Shut up, Rick. Okay, she says, turning to me. We were arguing. We're arguing a lot at the moment, and I tripped and caught my face on the edge of the mantelpiece. So I didn't hit you. You might as well have. You were vicious. I was trying to get away from you. But I didn't hit you. No. So, there we have it, Frankie. You know now, don't you? That's why I came here. That's what I wanted to tell you. It's over between Lisa and me. At least we can agree on that. It is over, says Lisa. Then she turns to me. But you and I know exactly who Rick is, what he is. Don't bloody listen to his bullshit. Don't let him con you again. He was trying to break you down, Francis. He was gaslighting you all this time. He's balling up his fists now. No, he says, that's not true. I've been a fool. I've behaved badly, but I didn't do that. I should never have cheated. I should have supported you more when you were looking after your mother. I shouldn't have left you. I should have fought for you. Looking at them now, my head is spinning. They're like two sides of a mad coin. I don't know who's telling the truth. I do know that you both lied to me, had me believing I was going mad, put me through hell. You deserve each other, and I can't deal with your nonsense any longer. My voice is trembling with emotion. I need to see my daughter. That's all that matters right now. For the record, though, Rick, you didn't leave me. I threw you out, just like I'm doing now. Lisa nods, gathers her bag, and goes to walk round the side of the house. Before you go, I say to Rick, can you unlock my phone, please? I need to ring the hospital, find out what's happening with our daughter. He rolls his eyes. One more time, Frankie. I didn't lock it. You'll have to take it into that dodgy phone shop in the precinct. They unlock anything there. I'll ring on mine. Oh, shit. He's looking at his screen. It must have been on silent. There's a missed call from Tom. He dials Tom's number and puts the phone on speaker. Rick, I was at home resting. The hospital rang me. Naomi's been taken into surgery. They're doing a cesarean now. Francis. Rick's assumption that he will drive us both is almost comical. I'm not prepared to put myself in his hands like that, but he doesn't get it, and says he could end up stranded at the hospital without a way to get home, although I'm not sure which home he's referring to, as Lisa made it perfectly clear that he wasn't welcome at the cottage any longer, and made him hand over his keys. We're on the cusp of agreeing to take 2 cars when the locksmith arrives. I'd forgotten all about him. 2 locks, front and back door? He says, when I ask him how long it'll take. Couple of hours. My heart sinks. I can't wait here for 2 hours. I just can't. We need to go out, I say, but my next-door neighbour might be able to come over. Please, hang on for 1 minute. I hadn't seen Joan since she set off with a box of cat biscuits. I clamber over our little dividing wall, trot up to her front door and ring the bell. There's no reply. She did say she was going to go down both our gardens. I walk round the side of her house, calling out to her. She's got a patio at the back, like me, and a long lawn stretching down to a vegetable patch that's been overgrown since her husband died. My eye is caught by some movement halfway down. My heart flips as I realise that it's Ella, snuffling about in the grass. There's something on the ground near her, peeking out from behind her compost bin. I can't quite tell what it is from here. It looks like a pink slipper. Joan? Joan! I start running across the lawn. Joan sprawled on her side, one of her legs twisted awkwardly under her. The biscuit box is on the ground too, little fish-shaped biscuits nestling in the grass all around, which Ella is hoovering up in a leisurely fashion. She lifts her head as I approach and meows. As I crouch next to Joan, my first thought is that she's had a heart attack or stroke. She's in her 80s after all. But then I see the rotten, slimy stuff oozing out from the bottom of the bin. She must have slipped and fallen, so easy to do. And I see the dark, wet stain on the back of her head, and the pool of it soaking the ground.
Naomi. Here she is, Naomi. Here's our little girl. Look, Bubba. This is your lovely mum. Tom's holding our daughter. She's bundled up in a soft white blanket, like a little burrito. I can only see the top of her head. Can I hold her? I don't know if I can do it. Yes, of course. You'll be fine, the nurse says. She adjusts the bed and props an extra pillow behind me and one under my arm. Tom gently transfers the little parcel, and her face comes into view, round and pink, eyes closed, mouth open. Hello, I say. He makes sure she's supported and safe, then sits by the bed, leaning in. Isn't she beautiful? He says. Yes. You did a great job growing her. We did a great job. He smiles. Yeah, it was really tough for me. Have you told Mum and Dad? Are they here? His face clouds over. What? What is it? Not yet. Neither of them was answering their phones. It's a bit weird. I feel a twinge of concern. But it's a fleeting thing. My whole world right now is in this room with me. Don't worry about them, Naomi. They're not important. Look at this little girl. She's the only one that matters now, Tom says. Yes. I'm a mum now, and Tom's the best dad a girl could ever have. We are our own little family. Is she all right? I look towards the nurse, who nods. I had a general anaesthetic for the delivery, which was an emergency. The monitors had shown that she was struggling and needed to be brought out quickly. I was too weak, struggling with a blood infection. I was able to give my consent, but after that I can't remember a thing. I just went off to sleep, and now my daughter's here. It's not the water birth I'd dreamed of, but none of that matters now. She's perfect, says Tom. Then he starts talking in a sing-song baby voice. We've been having some daddy and baby time while we waited for you to wake up. She's been weighed and cleaned up a bit. 6 pounds, 10 ounces. She's had a poo already, haven't you, clever girl? A nice present for Daddy. I'm sorry I was asleep. Don't be daft. We were just fine, and it wasn't very long. We both look at her. She gives a little wriggle in her sleep, and then screws up her face. Uh-oh, I say. But she settles again, her tiny features falling back into relaxation. Another little wriggle, and then her eyelids open just a fraction. "Hello, little loaf. Hello." Her eyes open wider, and she stares at me. It feels like the whole world is dropping away. Even this room, even Tom. It's just me and her. We gaze at each other, and it feels like the most profound thing that's ever happened to me. It's beyond words.
Francis. It doesn't take long for the ambulance to get to Jones. Rick and the locksmith hear my shouts for help. They both come bombing along the side of Jones' house. The locksmith, Gregor, we're on first-name terms now, rings 999, and he stays until the paramedics get here, assess Joan, and load her into the back of their van. I send him away after that, after making Rick give him £20 cash for wasting his time. Gregor offers to stay, and really I do feel that I could trust him to do the work unsupervised, but it just seems an unnecessary complication. If, like I think, the truth-telling session with Lisa has had the effect of neutralising Rick, then perhaps I don't need the locks changing after all. In any case, it will wait for another day. For the next few hours at least, I'm going to keep Rick in my sights. We follow the ambulance in our separate cars, park in neighbouring spaces, and go into the maternity wing together. It's adjacent to A&E, so I'll be able to check up on Joan soon. But now I have to see Naomi. The nurse at the desk says that she corrects herself with a coy smile, are in a private room rather than intensive care, and gives us the number. I've got a feeling of unreality as I walk along the corridor side by side with Rick. He may be my tormentor, but he's also still my husband, the father of my child, the grandfather of my grandchild. Despite everything that has gone on in the past few hours, and it's a lot, we're heading towards one of the most magical moments in my life. Together. We stop outside room 341. "Are you ready for this?" he asks. "I think so. Come on." He knocks on the door, then opens it, and lets me go through first.
Naomi. There's a knock on the door. I tear my eyes away from my daughters and look up. The door opens tentatively. Mum is framed on the threshold. I wasn't expecting flowers or anything like that, but there's something about her. She stands there empty-handed, radiating uncertainty. "Tom," I say. "I think Mum needs a hug." Tom gets to his feet and goes over to Mum. He puts his arm round her shoulders. "Come in, Francis," he says. "Come and meet your granddaughter." He walks her over to the bed. Dad follows her into the room. Mum's face is full of wonder, her eyes fixed on the little face peeping out of the blanket. "Who's this?" she says, leaning over. "This is Isabel," I say. "Isabel. That's lovely. Oh, she's got skin like a little peach, Nay. And your eyes." "She's got the Wallace chin, though," says Tom. "I don't know. I don't see it. Hello, Isabel." She reaches forward and gently strokes Isabel's cheek with her finger. "She's lovely, Nay," says Dad. "How are you feeling? Are you okay?" "Bit rough. I'll live, though. Do you want to hold her, Mum?" Her face lights up. "Can I?" "Yes. Pull that chair over, Tom." Tom fetches the chair. I can't lift Isabel up, so Tom gently takes her from me and lays her in Mum's arms. Dad's leaning over the back of the chair. I don't think I've ever seen him so soppy. Mum talks gently to her, whispering sweet nothings. She seems truly at peace. In fact, the whole room is a little oasis of calm. It's quite wonderful. "Can you take some pictures, Rick?" Mum asks, and Dad gets out his phone and starts snapping away. After 10 minutes or so, Isabel starts wriggling and fussing. Mum has a look of mock alarm. "You'd better have her back." "Time to try a feed," says the nurse at the back of the room. "That's my cue to make myself scarce. We'd better leave you to it," Dad says. "But you haven't held her yet." I can see that he wants to. "I think she needs you, Nay," Tom says. "Just quickly, hand her to Dad. Go and sit down over there, Dad." There's another chair at the end of the bed. Dad sits down and Mum passes Isabel to Tom, who tries to settle her with Dad. "This is turning into pass the parcel," says Mum. Isabel is starting to cry now, thrashing her little arms around and kicking her little legs. Her face is quite red. Tom hovers around Dad, but even with both of them trying to soothe her, she's getting more and more upset. "OK, let's have a bit of space. I think baby's hungry," the nurse says firmly. Tom takes Isabel and brings her over to me. As I try to sit up a bit straighter to get ready to try a feed, I notice Mum bob down to the floor. "You OK, Mum?" "Yeah, fine. Just picking up a bit of rubbish. We'll come back later, love. Well done. Love you." She walks past the bin and out of the door. Dad follows, studiously averting his eyes as the nurse shows me how to encourage Isabel to latch on. Isabel's crying so hard that it takes ages for her to twig that I'm trying to feed her. When she finally gets the idea and starts to suckle it, it's like I've suddenly gone deaf. The room is blissfully quiet again. "That's better," Tom says. "It was a bit too much with them here, wasn't it? Better with just us."
Francis. I keep my hand closed, all the way along the corridor and out into the car park. "We'd better check on Joan, hadn't we? Then shall we go and get a drink? Wet the baby's head?" Rick says. "We could go to the riverside one, that's not far. We could even walk from here." "What?" "Shall we go to the pub, Frankie? No point going all the way home. We'll want to go in again, won't we? In an hour or two?" He's saying words, but I'm not taking any of them in. I'm thinking about what's in my hand, what it means, what on earth I'm going to do next. "We can have a proper chat. I'm sorry Lisa involved you in our mess." "Frankie? Frankie, are you listening?" "Show me your hands," I say. He rolls his eyes. "You need a drink. I need a drink. Let's go to the pub." "Show me your hands." There must be something about my tone of voice because he stops talking and holds both hands out in front of me, then flips them over and shows me the palms. "Roll your sleeves up." "Frankie, do it. It's important." He does what I ask, then shows me his forearms. There are no scratches, no grazes, no scabs. I stand staring at him. This can't be right. It can't be. I've spent the last few months convinced I was slowly losing my mind. That was nothing compared to what I'm feeling now. I suddenly feel hot all over. I can't catch my breath. I can't see Rick's arms any more. My vision has been lost to a wall of red, which is darkening, turning to black. "Frankie!" Rick's voice is miles away. My legs crumple under me, but I don't fall. Someone's holding me up, guiding me, sitting me down. "Lean forward, Frankie. Put your head between your knees." I still can't breathe. Then I remember the counting. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. For a minute or two I blot out everything else except the numbers. It's the only way I can get through this. Focus on the next breath, the next number, then the one after that. My breathing calms. I can hear car engines and emergency sirens and faintly birdsong. I can feel a hand on my back, gently moving up and down. I open my eyes. I'm looking at my feet and the gravelly ground and the edge of a wooden bench. My hand is still closed. I take a couple of deeper breaths and sit up. Rick keeps his hand on my back. "Are you okay now?" "Yes." "Panic attack?" "Sort of." "Do you want to talk about it?" "I don't know. I'm scared." His face softens. He's 20 again, and I'm the centre of his world and he's the centre of mine. "Oh, mate," he says, "come here." He wraps me in his big, strong arms and draws me close, and I put my arms around his waist. "I'm sorry for what I did," he says into the top of my head. "I lost it when I lost you. I should never have made those phone calls. I'm so sorry." He squeezes me a little bit tighter. My face is getting squashed against his chest now. I brace against him, and he loosens his arms. We draw apart. He removes his arms from round me, but grabs hold of my hands, one of which is still closed tight. "I swear to you, Frankie, on our granddaughter's life, that I stopped those calls a couple of years ago, and I didn't do any of that other stuff." "I believe you," I say. "Really?" I nod. "Were you thinking what I was thinking just now? How much walking into that room was like going to meet Naomi for the first time?" Honestly, I wasn't. I was just so much in the moment. But it was, wasn't it? We went into the room and saw her in Julie's arms, and she handed her over to us. I don't regret any of that, Rick. In this context, that means breaking the law. Paying a surrogate far more than any possible expenses, buying a child. It was technically wrong, but I wanted a child so much, needed a child, that it felt like the right thing to do, and I would do it all again. Me neither. Best thing we ever did. Another siren is wailing in the distance, getting closer. Another crisis, another life on the line. I know something I wish I didn't know, I say. Okay. Do you want to tell me? I think so. I don't think I can do this on my own. What is it? Someone was in my house today while I was trying to rest. They sat on the end of my bed. I could hear them breathing. He looks like he's about to say something, then thinks better of it. There were tiny drops of blood on the kitchen floor and 2 little bits of plastic from a plaster in the bin that shouldn't have been there. I wriggle my hand out from under his, turn it over, and open my fist. The plaster is crumpled and drenched in my sweat. I found this just now, I say. In Naomi's room. When you have eliminated all that's impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Francis. What are you saying, Frankie? Show me the pictures on your phone. He opens his gallery and hands the phone over to me. It's hard not to dwell on the sweet perfection of Isabel's tiny face, but I'm looking for something else. I find it in the last shot Rick took, when Tom was taking her from me to hand to Rick. I pinch the screen and zoom in. There, I say. Rick peers at the close-up of Tom's arm. Half hidden by the baby blanket is an oblong shape, the end flapping away from his skin, captured just before it peeled off and fell to the floor. Shit, he says. Oh no. He sits up straight and tips his head back, turning his face to the sun and closing his eyes. He's got keys, I say. He knows the house almost as well as we do. I asked him for help with the heating and my phone. He was there 6 years ago and knew that the smell of hospital disinfectant would trigger me. He knew, Rick. He did it. But he's a nice guy, he groans. Why would he do that? I don't know. Nice guys do bad things. We all do bad things sometimes. The thought hangs in the air between us. Poor Naomi. We'll have to tell her. I know. It's breaking my heart to think of her little family being torn apart before they've had any time together. I actually don't think I can do that to her. I'm racking my brain to try and work out if there's any way to avoid it. But in my heart of hearts, I know we have to do something. I don't know why he's been doing this. It's been going on for months, and it's as creepy as fuck. The thought of him being alone with Naomi and the baby in their flat makes my hair stand on end. If we turn him in, I say, it will destroy Naomi. What he's done, though, it's disturbing, it's not normal. The thought of him prowling around your house, not just when you were out, when you were there. Jesus, I should give him a good kicking. Rick, will that help anything? It would help me. He's a fucking monster. We've got to tell the cops. Okay, let's think. We don't have to do anything right this minute, do we? He's there with Naomi and a nurse. He's never threatened her, has he? As far as we know. Let's give it an hour while we think. We should check on Joan. We walk round to A&E and join the queue to speak to someone at the desk. 2 police officers in uniform emerge from the double doors. As they walk past us, one is speaking into their radio. Yeah, looks like an assault. Victim is female, 86. Assault? I get a flashback of Joan lying in a heap, the blood seeping from her head. I peel off from the queue and scurry after them, ignoring Rick's protests. They're heading pretty quickly to a squad car parked outside. Excuse me, I say. They stop. I'm worried about my friend, Joan Smith. I found her and called the ambulance. Is that who you were talking about? Is she okay? I'm sorry, madam, one of them says, taking out her car keys and unlocking the vehicle. It's confidential. We'll be contacting the witnesses. Am I on your list, Frances Brookman? She checks her phone. Yes, she says. She locks the car again and gives me her full attention. Have you got time to talk now? I have. Is she all right, though? Rick has caught up with us and is listening in. She's had a nasty blow to the head, but she's regained consciousness now. They'll probably let you see her in a bit. Let's find somewhere to sit down. You say you found her? That must have been a shock. I look at Rick, and he nods. We both know what we've got to do. It was, and I know who did it to her. Frances. I don't know if I want to live here anymore, especially now it's been the centre of so much drama. For a while, after Tom was arrested, there were people traipsing in and out, taking photographs, gathering evidence. Joan's garden was taped off. It was like a film set, but it was real, not staged. Whether I stay or not in the long term, I feel like I have to reclaim it, make it mine again. For the past few months, it almost felt like the house was against me, acting to throw me off balance, declaring that I wasn't in my right mind. I know now that it wasn't the house, and it wasn't me. It was all the work of another disordered mind. I don't have dementia. I did have PTSD, but it was being fed and nurtured in the most twisted way. I need to learn to trust myself again. I want to feel comfortable here again. Most importantly, I need to make it ready for Naomi and Isabel to move into when they're discharged in a few days' time. It will take her a while to recover from the physical toll of the cesarean, as well as the psychological shock of Tom's arrest. Her world has been shattered by the man she trusted most. She might never fully get over that, but I will make this the best home I can for them, a safe place. For a couple of days, Rick acted like he was coming back here too, but I put him straight. We're getting on okay. Isabel has brought us together in the role of grandparents, but that's it for me. We can be civil, cordial even, for the sake of Naomi and the baby. But there's no going back. As soon as the dust has settled, I'm going to file for divorce. Joan is still in hospital, being kept under observation. She was able to give a statement to the police, and I go to see her every afternoon, before or after I've checked in on my two girls. She told me that she'd seen Tom a few times going in and out of the house. He realised he'd been spotted and called in on her, saying that Naomi had asked him to help me around the house and check on me as I was getting confused. He swore her to secrecy. She thought how kind he was, getting so involved. That afternoon, though, instead of going home to rest, as he'd told Naomi, he'd come to my house, was looking for ways to drive me over the edge. It had been him on my bed. The thought of it still makes my blood run cold. After he collected Ella from my loft, where he'd stuffed her a couple of days before, she had scratched him and run off. She's always been a good judge of character. He was trying to find her when Joan confronted him. It looks like Joan will make a full recovery. I can't wait for her to tap on the door again, call out, "Knock, knock," and walk into my kitchen. It won't be like nothing ever happened here. It can never be like that. Some things are too awful to forget. It would help if we could all understand what made Tom do such terrible things. More will come out in the trial, but Naomi, Rick, and I have started to piece things together. Tom had always been a little resentful of Naomi's relationship with me, apparently. Naomi said that it started way back, when she came home for several months after her accident. Their relationship was quite new, and Tom was distraught that I'd taken her away from him. It began to build again when Nay got pregnant. He saw my delighted interest as overbearing. He made little remarks to Nay, digs about me interfering, trying to take over. It got to the stage where Naomi had started to make her phone calls to me when he was out, so that he wouldn't complain. She didn't always tell him when we'd met up. "I should have seen what was going on, Mum. I just thought he was a bit stressed out with work and the baby coming. I feel like I was living with a stranger now, like I never knew him at all." What none of us knew until after his arrest was that he'd been suspended from his job weeks ago while he was investigated for misconduct. It was alleged that he'd broken a girl's arm while physically restraining her. Tom knew that it was likely he'd be dismissed, and he'd be unemployable in another school. As the baby's due date approached, and Naomi prepared to stop work for a while, he was panicking about their future, feeling claustrophobic in their tiny flat, and worrying about paying the bills. I can only think that he thought if he could somehow get rid of me, then the house would be theirs. I had asked if they wanted to stay here for a while when the baby came, and been rebuffed. They both said they wanted their own space, naturally enough. But all along, Tom was boiling with jealousy. He wanted this house, but not me in it. Thinking of Joan now, and the girl with a broken arm at Tom's school, I can't help wondering how far he might have gone if he hadn't been stopped. The thing that still puzzled me was the phone calls. Rick and Lisa had made the early ones, but the recent ones were the same. At least they seemed so in my mind. Were they actually flashbacks? The answer was found on Tom's phone. My police liaison officer told me that they'd found a puzzling recording. They played it to me, and from the first second, a familiar panic washed over me. This time, though, I knew what was going on. It wasn't in my head. This was real, a cruel trick to torment me. When I told Rick, he tipped his head back for a moment, swore quietly under his breath, and then explained that he'd lost his second phone, the secret one, after he'd visited Tom and Naomi in their flat about 6 months ago. He'd been pretty frantic about it. He didn't need to tell me that it very inconveniently cut off communication with his latest squeeze, but Naomi had found it a few days later down the side of a sofa cushion and returned it to him. It wasn't too big a leap to work out that Tom had gone through the phone. Maybe, being jealous of Naomi's good relationship with her dad, he was looking for dirt to sour things between them. Anyway, he struck gold in Rick's voice notes, copied them, and used them himself. He'd known all about my PTSD after the accident, and about the flashbacks. He'd known all about the house and its quirks, too. He had the time and opportunity to craft a comprehensive campaign against me. He came close to destroying me. Naomi can have her old room back. It's large enough to accommodate a cot. Perhaps we'll get the old one down from the loft after all. Before I start on that room, though, I've got another job to do, something I've been promising myself for days. I start climbing the stairs, up through the house, not stopping at the first floor, but continuing into the attic. At the top of the stairs, I turn left into the storeroom. I flick on the light. I haven't been in here for ages. There are some things of mine, but they're mostly Mum and Dad's. I can see the culprit from here. The rusty metal catch of an old suitcase sticking out at right angles, at ankle height, that led to Naomi's blood poisoning. It's got to go. I'll either put it in the garden shed or load it straight into the boot of my car and take it to the tip. The tip would be most satisfying, but there must be all sorts of other stuff I can throw away too. Better to take a car full. The catch isn't lined up with its casing. I lean down and press on the lid, which is springy to the touch. I put more weight on it and slot the catch in. It doesn't bite. Something's broken within the mechanism. Not surprising after all these years. It's an unwieldy old thing, and unexpectedly heavy. I heave it forward, wondering whether to empty it out or tie some string round it to bind it shut. Then I remember what's inside. The dressing-up clothes that Naomi and I both played with 30 years apart. Are they worth keeping for Isabel? I crouch down and open the lid. The contents are pretty much as I remember them. A rag-bag assortment of cotton and nylon, polyester, feathers and fake fur. Gloves, nighties, hats and scarves, old tops and skirts. They don't seem in too bad a condition. Not even very dusty, as they've been shut away for so long. A little musty, maybe, but I could give them a wash and air them outside. With my illustrator's hat on, that would make a wonderful picture, dressing up clothes on a washing line. There could even be a book in it, somewhere. I start taking the hodgepodge of garments and accessories out. Among the different textures of cloth and the hard buttons and zips, my fingers settle on smooth, silky strands. I can't work out what they are. I release the other things and ferret about in the layers and tangles to extract them. They're all bound together in one object. As it emerges from the chaos, I feel a chill. The strands are a little tangled, but one quick shake and they fall back into place, and I'm holding a woman's wig. A perfect, glossy, dark bob. I didn't play with this as a child. and I don't remember Naomi wearing it. But I do remember it. "Oh, no," I murmur. "Oh, God, no." Frances. I'd never seen someone wearing a wig before. I watched her take it off with horror and fascination. It was like a butterfly struggling out of a chrysalis, or a snake sloughing off their skin. She peeled away a layer and emerged as someone else. She saw me looking and laughed. "Don't look so worried," she said. "It's only pretend hair. This is my hair, see?" She ran her fingers through her own ginger hair, gave it a little tug, then scratched her scalp with her long fingernails, then ruffled hair, bringing the life back. "Can you see? Yours is the same colour. How wonderful is that?" The man holding me said, "She's tired, Barbara. Let's get her upstairs." He turned to one side, so that my head wouldn't bump against the wall as he carried me up the steep, uneven stairs. Where were we? Not in this house. It was older, smaller. It smelt different. The room they took me to had a sloping ceiling. "This is your room," the woman said. "Look who's waiting for you." A knitted doll is lying on the pillow. They didn't undress me. The woman turned back the covers and the man placed me gently into the bed, then stood back. "It's been a long day, hasn't it? I bet you're tired. Look, Dolly's tired too." She moved the doll's skirts to reveal a sleepy face, then tucked the covers over my shoulders and stroked my forehead. I didn't cry, not then. I don't know why not. Maybe I was numb or in shock. Maybe I was just too tired. I simply looked into her eyes and said, "When can I go home?" "Shh, Frances, shh." "My name's not Frances, She put her hand over my mouth. It stopped me in my tracks. "Shh," she said again. "That's just my name for you. It's a little game. Good night, my darling. Sleep tight." I stayed silent when she took her hand away. I stayed silent as she and the man left the room and went down the creaking wooden stairs. I stayed silent as the tears spilled out of the corners of my eyes and dribbled into my ears. Frances. My legs, folded under me, are hurting. I lean to one side and ease them straight, my skin flattening against the bare, hard board. I'm holding the wig in my hands and cradling the memory in my mind. It's so clear, so vivid, so fresh, as if it happened yesterday. But it's the first time I've remembered it for years. I know now, with unflinching certainty, that the woman in the wig, Barbara, is Mum. And the man carrying me was Dad. But they're not Mum and Dad, are they? I'm not their daughter. Who am I? I close my eyes and try to remember more, but it remains out of reach, lost, or at least hidden behind all the barriers I've put up over the years. When I open my eyes again, there are tears pouring out. I'm completely overcome, helpless. I'm sobbing now, gasping for air, my ugly animal noises filling this space. I cry until I can't cry any more. Then I pick myself up. Still holding the wig, I hobble out of the storeroom on stiff legs and across the landing to my studio. The portrait I painted is still on my drawing board. The girl in the other car. And suddenly I understand. It wasn't the girl who I saw at the services. It was me. I drew myself without even knowing I was doing it. I look at the other little sketch. A woman and a girl walking away. Mum dragging me into a service station. Was it Lee Delamere? I doubt it. I don't know. But I do remember the feel of her hand around my wrist as she hauled me along, my feet hardly touching the ground. I remember crying in the toilets. A woman was watching us. Mum spoke to her. I didn't. I didn't ask for help. I didn't write on a paper towel. I could have taken my chance then, got away from Mum, but I didn't. I couldn't. I had a chance to escape, and I didn't take it. I was so young, for heaven's sake. You can't expect a little girl to save herself. It wasn't my fault. Was it? I wonder who I can tell about this. Not Naomi or Joan, my two best friends. Not yet, anyway. I can talk about it in therapy, of course. But it's a few days until my next session and, let's face it, I've got a lot I need to talk over with Michelle. Today, now, though, there is one person I can talk to, even if she won't or can't talk back. Frances. She's in her room this time, and I'm glad. I don't want anyone overhearing what I've got to say. She doesn't look up from her wheelchair by the window when I knock and enter the room. It's only me, I say. I can't bring myself to call her Mum any more. Hello, Barbara. I watch for any flicker of reaction. Is there a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth? A deepening of the frown line between her eyebrows? Maybe I'm imagining it. I found this. I pull up another chair, sit next to her, take the wig out of my handbag and place it on her lap. Her hands immediately start exploring it, feeling the shape, smoothing the synthetic strands like she's stroking a cat. You know what it is, don't you? She doesn't reply, but I can sense that at least she's here in the room with me, not lost in a fog somewhere. I know that she can hear my words. I'm like you, Barbara. I don't remember everything. You've lost the present. I've blanked out the past, but I'm starting to get it back. I remember you and Dad, Jim, taking me to a house miles from anywhere. It was summertime, a hot summer like we're having now. Where did you take me from, Barbara? Who did you take me from? Her fingers are still playing with the wig, busy, busy, busy. Her lips are moving, but no sound is coming out. I lean closer and really focus on the shapes her mouth is making, desperate to understand what she's trying to say. There's a little bead of white stuff at the corner of her mouth. It bobs around as she talks. But there's still no volume, and I can't make out any words at all. I'm suddenly overtaken by a powerful fury. I'm never going to get the answers I need from this woman. It's all too late. She's lied to me my whole life, and now she's retreated into her own little world, leaving me adrift. She got me to love her and care for her. I cooked and cleaned, washed her and wiped her ass. I called her Mum, and yet she was a stranger. It's all I can do not to take hold of her shoulders and shake her until her teeth rattle and the truth tumbles out of her. If I sit here any longer, I'll do it, or something else I'll regret. I stand up and pace round the room. Everything here is special to her. Could there be a clue to who I am? What she did? She could only choose a fraction of her belongings to bring with her when she moved in here. favourite pictures for the wall, photographs in frames, well-loved clothes, a few books, her writing case, even though she couldn't write by hand any longer, having pretty much lost the ability to grip a pen or pencil. There are 2 paintings from home. One is a view out across some salt marshes, a strip of muted green in the foreground, then a sliver of pale grey sea beneath a massive sky, so pale it's almost bleached out. The whole thing gives a sense of space. As you place yourself in the picture, you feel small, a tiny part of something much bigger and wilder and grander than you. You can hear the seagulls and smell the salt air. I know this place. I've been there. I never asked her where it was. I examine the front, but there's no clue apart from the artist's signature, KF, 1976. Maybe there's more information on the back. I pull the bottom of the frame away from the wall and crane my head to look behind it. There's a label stuck in the middle, but I can't read it like this, so I grip it firmly either side and lift it off its hook. Barbara's taking an interest. She's tilting her head slightly, either watching or listening or both. Her vision is badly impaired these days, so I'm not sure how much she can see. I take the painting over to her. "Do you remember this? It was in the dining room, wasn't it?" She grunts. As she's looking at the front, I'm examining the back. The label is handwritten and slightly amateurish, stuck there by the artists themselves, I'm guessing, rather than a gallery. Thornham, Norfolk, 1976. Ken Fry. Thornham. Strange to put a name to the place. Validating somehow to see it, know that it's real. Maybe one day I'll even go back there. I jump as I feel her hand touching mine. Her face is hidden by the painting. We're 2 sides of a divide. My instinct to recoil and reject her fights another, stronger impulse to glory in the contact. It's a sort of breakthrough, for her to acknowledge me, to reach out like this. It hasn't happened for weeks, months maybe. The painting is dividing us, yet bringing us together. I lower it and rest it on the carpet, then hold her hand properly. I could squeeze it hard and make her cry. No one would ever know. They'd put any bruise that emerged down to circulation problems. This woman, this liar, this kidnapper. But I can't. She's so old and frail. And besides, she's the only mum I've ever known. Not true. The only one I can remember. I gently stroke the back of her hand with my thumb, then place her hand back in her lap where the wig is still resting. I hang the picture back on the wall and make sure it's straight, then continue looking around. The photos in their frames sit on the shelf above the empty fireplace. A black and white image of her parents, no, not my grandparents. Another black and white picture of me and my cot, the same cot that's now in the attic. It can't be me, though, can it? They never knew me as a baby. It doesn't make sense, and just for a moment I'm doubting my recovered memory. Is it just another trick my mind is playing on me? There's a colour snap of Dad and her and me on a windswept beach. Dad must have used the self-timer for that one, perched the camera on a rock or something and sprinted round. A group photo from my wedding day, all of us lined up, fixed grins betraying that we'd been asked to hold it for a little too long while the photographer faffed around. My eyes settle on the writing case. It's a wooden box, quite ornate, with an inlaid design on the lid and sides and a little metal lock. I don't think I've ever looked inside. It was always on her dressing table, which was definitely out of bounds. I stroll over and casually try lifting the lid. Nothing doing. It's locked. I hear a noise. Mum, Barbara, is waving her hand at me. The wig has slipped off her lap and onto the floor. She's shuffling her feet in an agitated way. "What is it, Mum?" I can't help myself. Old habits die hard. What's the matter? Do you want this back? I stoop down and pick up the wig, placing it back where it was. She bats it away, petulantly, and carries on shaking her hand. Do you need the loo? Shall I fetch someone? Her mouth is working, but it's just a series of grunts. I've grown pretty good over the years at understanding what she's trying to say, and I have a suspicion now. I ring the bell for someone to come and help. Before long, a care assistant comes in. She wants something, I say. I think she might need the bathroom. Do you need the toilet? Shall I take you? She asks. Mum shakes her head, but the carer says, Let's have a try anyway. It's that time, isn't it? Then says to me, We'll be right back, and wheels her out. I'm pretty sure she didn't need the bathroom. I'm almost certain she was agitated because I touched the writing case. So where's the key? There can't be many hiding places in a room like this. She should be out of the room for at least 5 minutes, probably a lot longer. I start going through the drawers of her bedside table and then the larger chest of drawers. I try not to think about the sadness of a lifetime's things condensed into one room. Where could she have put it? She always liked to look nice, never left the house with at least a slick of lipstick on, always put a couple of layers of her trademark red nail varnish on for special occasions. They don't put makeup on her in here, but she brought some in with her. Her sponge bag is on the top of her chest of drawers. I unzip it and look inside. Again, I try to suppress the sharp pang these objects bring. How can a lipstick, a coal pencil, or a hair slide be so potent, stir such strong feelings? But they can. At the bottom of her bag is her favourite little mirror, a round one in a hard acrylic case decorated with a William Morris design. It flips out, like an old-fashioned mobile phone. I do it now, and as I open it up, something falls out and lands on the carpet by my feet. It's a small metal key with a handle, shaped like a 3-leaf clover. There's no question in my mind that this is the one. I insert it into the box's lock and turn. It's stiff, like it hasn't been used for years, but it works with a little persuasion. I open the lid. Inside is a glimpse into the past, the sort of contents you might see in a film about the Bronte sisters or something. Small bundles of letters, tied up with ribbon. Some postcards, grouped together. A fountain pen, some pencil stubs, and a small hardback notebook. I'm drawn to the book. I pick it up and open the cover. It's not marked on the front with a particular year, but inside it has clearly been used as a diary. Each page is filled with Mum's careful, rather elegant handwriting. The first entry is from 1972. I start flipping through. It covers several years, with sporadic entries, not made every day, but now and then. There isn't time now to read it. I'd like to go through the letters too, but I think they can wait. I put the notebook on the table, then close the lid, lock the box, and put the key back where I found it. I'm just popping the notebook into my handbag, along with the wig, when I hear the nurse's voice, talking to Mum in a resolutely cheerful tone as they come back along the corridor. By the time they come back in, I'm standing by the window. "That's the ticket, isn't it?" the nurse says. "We're feeling better now." I smile. "That's good. I've got to go now, but I'll be back soon." I think Mum has forgotten about the box. About me, too. She's more or less inert in the chair, doesn't look at me as she's wheeled back to her spot by the window or respond to the sound of my voice. I don't kiss her forehead like I usually do. I just hold my handbag close to my body and walk out. I'm feeling better, too. A weight that I didn't know I was carrying on my shoulders is slowly lifting. I'm not going mad or losing my marbles. Tom's arrest was one part of this. This new revelation is the other. I'm not Mum's, Barbara's, daughter. I don't share her genes. Whatever health challenges lie ahead, I won't inherit her dementia. Now all I need to do to take control over my own life, my own story, is to find out where I came from and who I am. It shouldn't be impossible. I can start with a diary. It feels wrong to read it in her house, Barbara's house. I need somewhere neutral. I drive home but then leave the car and walk through the streets, ending up in the park. I find a bench in the shade, open the book, and start to read. Francis. 23rd of September, 1972, Oxford. We buried my darling girl today. Just me and Jim. Little Frances Mary. She was perfect. Impossible to believe that she's not here anymore. I will never get over the shock of finding her in her cot this morning. Her darling mouth, not cherry red, but blue. Her little body already cold. I said we should ring the doctor, but Jim said that they'd take her away from us, and neither of us could stand that. So I held her, while Jim prepared a resting place here, with us, and then we did it together. I honestly think that part of me is buried with her, the best part of me. R.I.P., dearest F. 4th of October 1974. Another miscarriage. I can hardly write the words. The brutality of it is unbearable. I don't want to go on feeling this sad. I don't want to go on. I know that Jim feels it too, but he can't express it. He just says, "It'll happen." But will it? 12th of December 1975. If you want a daughter, we will get you a daughter. 11 words that may change my life. Jim is the kindest, most thoughtful man. I sometimes find him impenetrable, like a brick wall. But that doesn't mean he isn't thinking and feeling all the time. It doesn't mean he doesn't understand what I'm going through. I assumed he meant trying another adoption agency, but he made me a cup of tea and sat me down and explained his plan. 30th of July, 1976, Norfolk. I can't believe we did it. She's here, the most beautiful girl. She was almost silent on the journey here, a long drive from the afternoon into the evening. Finally, we got here, to our summer sanctuary. We've all had to leave behind so much in order to start again. I wanted to bring baby F with us when we sold the Oxford house, but Jim made me realise how impossible that was. We carry her with us, Barb, in here, he said, clutching his chest. He's right, of course, but leaving her was the worst part of this. I will never forget her. But we've got a reason to look forward now. Jim was amazing, so calm, so steady. I don't think I've ever loved him more. I can't write more today. My heart is so full. 31st of July, 1976. Frances is quiet and wary. She watches us and listens, but she doesn't talk. That will come later, when we've got used to each other. I know it's not going to be easy, but there will never be a girl who is more loved, more cherished. I'm going to make sure of that. Well, there was one, but now I'll pour all that love into her new sister. It's a miracle that we found her. The right age, the right colouring. It's as if God knows he made a mistake. This is the girl that my darling baby should have been. He brought us to her. It was meant to be. 2nd of August 1976. There is no television here, but we have the radio. Yesterday I dared to put on the news while Frances was in the garden, and they talked about her. My heart was in my mouth. I know what we've done is wrong, but it's also the best, bravest, most right thing I can ever think of. I'm not going to listen again. If they come for us, they come. I'm going to enjoy as many glorious days here as we can. Jim put up the paddling pool and filled it with cold water. There's a hosepipe ban here, like everywhere else, so he carried buckets from the outside tap. Frances watched, but wouldn't go in. Maybe tomorrow. 30th of August, 1976. We have to have rules, just to keep us all safe. I'm being quite strict, but that's what a parent does, isn't it? Sets boundaries, provides a safe framework in which a child can flourish. Our rules might not be the same as everyone else's, but we're not the same. I keep telling her we're a special sort of family. We love her more than other parents because we chose her. I hope she understands. I've written them out and stuck them on the board in the kitchen. Darling Frances can't even read yet, but I went through them with her, and I think they will help. We will need to drum this into her before we move into our new house, for her own safety and for ours. 1st of September, 1976. This wild place is so beautiful. I couldn't have imagined a better haven to spend the summer in. It's truly wonderful. Such big skies. The air. I wake up to the sound of seabirds and know I'm starting another perfect day. I wish we could stay here forever. No one has disturbed us. We're in our own little bubble, the family holiday I always dreamed of. I asked Jim if we could settle here, not in this cottage, of course, but this corner of the world, but he just grunted, "We'll stick to the plan." I'm so scared it will all go wrong when we let the rest of the world in, when we have neighbours and nursery and school and doctors and health visitors poking their noses in. It could all fall apart in the blink of an eye. I suppose I have accepted that it will one day. It can't last forever. But today, at least, we can have another perfect day. It's the strangest thing I've ever read. Every entry is suffused with love. Love for her husband, love for me, love for the baby who died. She writes of our summer stay at the cottage in Norfolk as if it was a dream come true. A woman living out her fantasy of being a mum, hardly able to believe it was real. Keeping at arm's length the implication of what she and Jim have done. They took a child and kept her. They took a child. Despite the absolute wrongness of what they did, my feelings of horror are mixed with something else. A flood of compassion for a woman desperate for a child. I know that despair. I've lived with it too. If only I'd known when I was having my own struggle. If only Mum, Barbara, had had the courage to tell me the truth. I don't know what it would have done to our relationship, and I suppose that's the problem. Neither did she, and it was a risk she was never prepared to take. I can't hate her, though. I still love her. She and Dad built their lives around me, created and nurtured the thing that was most important to them. Family. Somewhere out there is another family, though, who I was taken from 47 years ago. It's a long time. Are they still alive? Do they miss me? Do they even think about me at all? Now that I have the date, it should be easy to find out who I am. Even though this was all pre-internet and social media, there are bound to be references to it online. My laptop is still broken. My phone is still locked. I'll take it into the shop Rick suggested. I get up and set off in the direction of the exit that leads to the town centre. As I approach the gate, I stop. Turning into the park are two figures, dark against the bright sunshine. It's Zara and her daughter. They're holding hands. The girl is chattering excitedly and skipping rather than walking. They're only about 10 metres away. It's too late to turn around. There's nowhere to hide. Zara spots me. I see her body stiffen. I keep walking, but sticking to the far left of the path, as far from them as possible. I hold one hand up. "I'm not following you," I say. "I was just here, and now I'm going." She's silent, thin-lipped. She's holding the little girl's hand tighter now, walking faster. We pass each other on the path, and I speed towards the gate. But then I hear a voice behind me. "I saw you. I remembered the other day, just after you'd gone." I stop. My heart's pounding. "I saw you at the services." I turn round. Zara has stopped walking. She's facing me, shielding her eyes from the sun. "It's been bothering me since you came to our house. It was weeks ago at Lee Delamere. You were very upset," she says. "I was worried about you. You wrote, 'Help me,' on a paper towel with your lipstick." "I wrote that." "Did you see me write it?" "Yes," she says. "I was worried about you, but we were having the journey from hell, and Emily was in a state and feeling sick. I'm sorry I didn't stay and talk to you. Make sure that you were all right. I've been going over and over it. I should have done more." "It's okay," I say. "I was having a sort of breakdown, but I was all right. My daughter came to fetch me." The little girl, Emily, tugs on her mum's hand. "Can we go now, please?" "Okay, in a minute," she says to her, and then to me, "Are you okay now?" It's such a kind question. I can feel myself blinking away tears. "Yes," I say. "It's a long story, but yes." Francis. The guy in the shop unlocks my phone while I wait. It takes him a matter of minutes. £10, no questions asked. I give him the cash, and he hands my phone back. I look at the screen. There's hardly any charge left and tons of notifications. Messages, missed calls, comments on posts. The most recent comment catches my eye. It's from the still missing Facebook page. I click on it, hoping that the battery won't die there and then. I believe this artist's impression is very like a girl who went missing in 1976. She disappeared from Swanage Beach, which she was visiting for the day with her mother Teresa and older sister Danielle. She wandered off looking for shells and stones. Her hat was found several hundred yards away from them, but she wasn't. In the end, most people assumed that she'd been playing at the water's edge and had drowned, although her body was never found. It was a notorious case which dominated the headlines for several weeks. She was known as the girl who vanished, and her name was... I know the words that I'm going to read before I get to them. I whisper them now, like I did every night when I was little before I went to sleep, starting on that hot summer evening in a strange bed, in a strange house with my new doll. I whispered her name so that I wouldn't forget it. Melody Searle. There's a link at the end of the comment. It looks like a reference to a newspaper article, but as I'm about to click on it, my phone dies. I could go back and buy a charger from the guy in the dodgy shop, or I could go to the library and use one of the public access computers. But there's no rush. Instead, I walk home slowly, holding the name close to me, letting it roll around my tongue, trying it out for size. When I get home, I close the front door and look at myself in the hall mirror. It's the same me. Hair a bit of a mess, no makeup, freckles all over my nose and cheeks. Frances Brookman, my husband's wife and my daughter's mother. Frances Watson, my kidnapper's prize. Melody Searle. The Girl Who Vanished. Teresa. I always knew I'd see her again. I never gave up, but the last 10 years or so, I'd been thinking that maybe I'd see her when I died. Perhaps that was where she was waiting for me. 47 years we've been apart. But then I get a phone call from the police and one of them comes to see me, a nice lady officer, Marion, quite young. She explains what they know, the steps they've taken to verify things, the reasons they believe that the story they're being told is true. She's very calm and kind. She speaks clearly, which always helps. I follow what she's saying. It all makes sense. Then she asks if I want to see a photograph. My hands are shaking when I take it. I look at the face on the page, and it's like the whole world melts away. All the longing, all the regret, the missing, the wishing, the pain, all that love with nowhere to go, the gaping hole in the middle of a life, the unanswered prayers, the unheard despair. There are no words now. No words for this feeling. Marion's talking again. One option, which is very easy to do, is a DNA test, she says. That would answer things one way or another. It's all right, I say. We won't need that. This is her. This is my Melody. The next morning there's another phone call. We'd agreed to a time by text and I'd got myself ready hours too early. To be honest, I'd hardly slept at all. I'd just sit in my chair in my little front room, watching the clock tick round, waiting. Danny comes round at 9. I make a pot of tea. I always like to use a pot, it tastes so much better. But neither of us drinks it. We just sit. At 10 o'clock sharp, the phone rings. I look at Danny. Go on, Mum, she says. You can do it. That was The Girl Who Vanished by R.M. Ward, read by Julie Teal and Sophia Engstrand, produced by White House Sound. An audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright 2023. Production copyright 2023 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. R.M. Ward asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.